The story begins with Hinagi telling MC that she was already in a relationship with someone else. MC had gathered all his courage to finally confess his feelings to Suzurikoa Hinagi, the girl he had admired since childhood. Standing before her with a firm expression, he told her that she had always been special to him. However, after being rejected, MC silently clenched his fist and walked away without saying another word, leaving Hinagi at a loss for how to respond. As he moved away, memories of their time together played in his mind. He had truly believed that their feelings were mutual. Now, hearing that she loved someone else, everything he had believed in started to fall apart. Overwhelmed by emotion, with tears falling down his face, he wished he could disappear from the world. The next scene shifts to Shoryu High School, Year 1, Class B. It was the first day of school, and time for student introductions. For MC, it felt like a significant moment. A girl named Sakura Kana introduced herself with a bright and cheerful attitude. MC observed her, thinking she seemed like the friendly type. As he waited for his turn, he debated internally on how to present himself to the class. Then, another girl named Shikaru Anya stood up and introduced herself by saying she liked insects. Her introduction was unusual, and MC thought she had a quiet and introverted presence. Still, he continued thinking about how to portray himself. Whether to blend in quietly or leave a strong impression. In the end, MC chose not to stand out. He decided to take on the role of someone average, quiet, unnoticeable, and distant. When it was finally his turn, he stood up and gave a brief, emotionless introduction. After thanking everyone, he added that he planned to quit school. The classroom fell into silence, surprised by his words. It was immediately clear that his attempt to go unnoticed had failed. Instead, he had drawn even more attention to himself. Still, MC did not seem surprised by the reaction. The teacher, addressing him by his last name, Kokonoi, asked for clarification. MC responded calmly, saying he was sorry for the strange introduction, but to him, the world felt unreasonable, and school seemed meaningless as a result. Though unsure how to respond, the teacher decided to move on. MC then continued. He shared his full name and said he intended to remain distant from others. He mentioned that he would often pretend to be asleep and preferred that others acted as if he wasn't there. He added that he wouldn't mind if people ignored him or even spoke poorly of him. None of it mattered, because he believed no one would try to get close to someone like him. The room remained silent, and MC believed his plan had worked, certain that no one would approach him. But then the teacher, Fujiro, broke the silence, advising him not to waste his high school life and even offering to support him if needed. MC thought she was being overly kind and declined, stating that high school wasn't the only thing he had wasted. Fujiro, taken aback by the bleakness of his words, told him to sit down while mentally noting that he would likely be a difficult student to handle. And when MC insisted that he was just being modest, it only made Fujiro laugh more, leaving him genuinely confused since he thought his introduction had been normal. Turning to his seatmate for confirmation, MC was met with a smirk and a comment that the school year would definitely be interesting with him around, before being asked to exchange contact information. MC was surprised at how casually his seatmate treated him and mistakenly called him Tanaka, only to be corrected. His actual name was Mahuki. Apologizing for not listening properly, MC was more confused by why someone like Mahuki would even talk to him. When he asked him directly, Mahuki replied that MC seemed more unique than gloomy and that he simply wanted to be friends. However, MC suspected there was more to it, assuming Mahuki intended to use him as an errand boy or someone to stand beside and make himself look better. Picking up on MC's wariness, Mahuki joked that MC looked like he was mentally cursing him, prompting MC to pull out money from his wallet and ask if giving cash was part of being friends, clearly unfamiliar with social norms. Mahuki, now visibly confused and slightly concerned, asked if MC had experienced something traumatic and told him to put his wallet away, which MC did, suddenly appearing very obedient. Despite thinking he was strange, Mahuki smiled and said he looked forward to being in his care, even asking if he was free after school. Just then, their lively classmate Sakurai Kana joined the conversation and suggested they all go to karaoke together, inviting MC as well. This unexpected invitation sent MC into a spiral of overthinking, interpreting it as a classic setup for classmates to bond. He viewed Sakurai, with her bright personality, as his natural rival and sarcastically referred to her as a queen, insisting on calling her Elizabeth, leaving her confused, since her name wasn't even close to that. When MC expressed disbelief at being invited, Sakurai explained that Mahuki had reassured everyone that MC wasn't weird. Looking at the group of classmates, some excited and others unsure, MC abruptly slammed his hands on the desk and apologized for not being able to join them, saying he already had other plans. Sakurai accepted his response kindly and called out that she hoped he'd come next time. As MC walked away, he thought to himself that he hadn't exactly lied. He did have to cook dinner for his mother, but at the same time, being around those girls felt somehow dangerous to him. He remembered Suzuriko Hinagi was already in a relationship, and he didn't want to be the reason for any trouble. Being around someone like Kamishiro Shuri, who seemed too innocent and always uncomfortable around him, felt wrong too. In fact, when he saw their names on the class list earlier, he had vowed to stay away from them altogether. But fate clearly had other plans, putting them all in the same class. Meanwhile, the rest of the class had fun at the karaoke bar and ended up discussing MC. Some were suspicious of him, thinking anyone who quits school on day one must be bad news. But Mio, who joined in, defended him, saying MC was just interesting. When asked how he knew MC, Mio revealed they had played basketball in middle school, though they were on opposite teams, and he doubted MC even remembered. Curious, Kamishiro Shuri asked Mio if he had ever played a match against MC back in middle school, and Mio confirmed it, though he was surprised that Kamishiro even knew about it. He then asked her if she knew why MC didn't show up at the tournament, but Kamishiro abruptly looked away and said she couldn't talk about it. Overhearing this, one of the girls asked if she and MC were good friends, but Kamishiro admitted the opposite. She was convinced MC hated her. Back in the summer of their second year, Kamishiro had developed a major interest in him. Their club wasn't that serious about practice, so most of the boys and girls just messed around, but MC caught her attention. He looked possessed, constantly shooting the ball with such intensity that it felt like he was either trying to prove something or forget something. His passion was contagious, and the club, which was usually lazy, suddenly had drive and ambition thanks to him. They could have gone far in the tournament. At the time, Kamishiro admired him deeply and thought he was amazing for being able to inspire others just by being himself. But he never cared for himself, so she took it upon herself to do that. Eventually, she realized she was falling for him, but being just a kid and emotionally immature, she wasn't honest about her feelings. Instead, she confessed despite being unsure and ended up betraying him in what she now sees as a disgusting way. Reflecting on it, Kamishiro believed she was the one who broke something inside MC. Then suddenly, she turned and looked straight into Hinagi's eyes, which made Hinagi immediately defensive. Hinagi stood up angrily, claiming she was hearing things and dared Kamishiro to repeat her story. Kamishiro wasn't backing down, and she demanded to know why Hinagi reacted so strongly, what exactly had happened between her and MC. The tense vibe in the room was impossible to ignore, and a couple of the girls sensed it turning into a showdown even though Kamashiro and Hinagi were supposed to be friends from the same middle school. Then Hinagi revealed that she was Kamashiro's childhood friend. Kamashiro, now furious, accused Hinagi of being the reason MC changed, and Hinagi admitted it with regret, only to snap back and ask what exactly Kamashiro had done to MC. As things escalated, Sakurai jumped in and pulled the two girls apart before it turned into a WWE cage match. She reminded everyone that they were supposed to be hanging out and getting along. The rest of the group, clearly uncomfortable, just forced smiles to hide their second-hand embarrassment. Soon after, Hinagi grabbed her bag and stormed out, saying she was leaving, and Kamashiro apologized for the drama before also excusing herself. Once they were gone, the group could finally breathe again, and to lighten the mood, they asked Kazunari to sing something, which he happily did. Myo, however, was still stunned and left thinking deeply about MC's mysterious past. That night, the MC found himself in the hot seat thanks to his unhinged introduction at school. His sister Yuri was furious, grilling him so intensely that he couldn't even enjoy his dinner. As he took a bite of his dry food, he couldn't help but suspect that someone was spying on him. After all, how else would Yuri know exactly what he said? Suddenly, she asked if he had embarrassed himself on purpose just to avoid Hinagi and Kamashiro. The MC sighed and claimed he had no comment, but one look at Yuri's death stare was enough to make him spill the truth. He figured she'd heard about Hinagi since she was his childhood friend, but he was shocked that she also knew about Kamashiro. Suddenly, the MC stood up, saying he had to study, clearly trying to escape the conversation. Sensing something was off, Yuri asked if he was okay, and though he insisted he was fine, he stormed off to his room. As he collapsed onto his bed, guilt gnawed at him. Had he been too harsh? Could it be that Yuri actually cared about him? No, that couldn't be. Yuri hated his guts, right? Meanwhile, downstairs, Yuri slammed her fist on the table, furious. Why was her brother always the one suffering? She had hoped he'd have a brighter high school life, but it seemed nothing had changed. To her, both Suzurikoa Hinagi and Kamashiro Shuri were useless little rats who didn't deserve to be near her brother, and she vowed never to forgive them. Based on the look in the MC's eyes, she was convinced he still hated her. He only spoke to her when necessary, and she knew this wasn't how siblings were supposed to act. But she couldn't blame him. After what she had done, it made sense. Ever since that one fateful day, he had never called her his sister again. Wrapping her arms around herself, Yuri accepted the painful truth that her brother might always hate her, but even so, she silently vowed to protect him from Kamashiro and Hinagi. The next day at school, both girls tried to approach the MC. Kamashiro asked if he was joining the basketball club and said she planned to be the manager, while Hinagi invited him to have lunch with her in the cafeteria. The MC, completely baffled, wondered why God kept throwing trials at him. He had always been unlucky with women. His mother neglected him, his sister seemed to despise him, his childhood friend got a boyfriend right before he confessed to her, and during his heartbreak, he was bullied. All his life problems stacked on top of one another, but the clearest one was his messed up relationship with women. With all this in mind, the MC started theorizing that maybe he was a reincarnated soul from another world who had defied evil, died, and was now living this cursed life full of karma. That might explain why he couldn't form deep connections or show empathy anymore. It was overwhelming, and he had given up trying to make sense of it. Yet here he was, caught in a ridiculous moment where Hinagi and Kamashiro seemed to be fighting over him. Kamashiro asked Hinagi to talk to the MC later since she spoke to him first, but Hinagi refused, saying she'd already invited him to lunch. The girls bickered, while the MC silently begged the universe to make them fight somewhere else because he didn't even want to talk to either of them. Just then, Mio showed up and casually asked which club the MC was planning to join. That one innocent question instantly made the tension worse, and the MC shot him a frustrated look, pointing out how Mio had just thrown gasoline on the fire. Kamashiro suddenly jumped in front of the MC again, insisting he should join the basketball team. She'd be the manager and promised to take it seriously this time. But the thought of basketball only triggered bad memories for the MC. He had poured everything into that sport, and all it ever gave him was disappointment. He hadn't achieved his goals and felt there was nothing left for him, so he plainly told Kamashiro that he no longer played basketball. However, she refused to accept his answer and slammed her hands on his desk, reminding him how much effort he had put in. MC responded by saying that she, more than anyone, should understand what happened after he gave it his all. Kamashiro was left speechless and began to tear up, but before she could say anything, MC asked how long she intended to pity him. His words made her feel even worse. He then ended the conversation by stating that he never planned to join the club in the first place. Calling himself a gloomy person whose only activity was heading home, he brushed off Miho's attempt to change his mind and left for the cafeteria without looking back. As he walked away, he briefly wished Kamashiro luck as a manager, not even addressing her by name, which clearly hurt her. On the way, he noticed the baseball club still practicing and recalled his own past on the field. But now, when he held a ball, it felt hollow. He knew he could no longer play as he once had, so he chose not to dwell on it and kept moving forward. Back in the classroom, Hinagi approached him and asked to eat together, trying to lighten the mood with a joke about going on a hunger strike. MC, however, told her directly to stop talking to him. Surprised, she reminded him that they were classmates and childhood friends. He coldly responded that it was all in the past. Then, in front of the class, he brought up her middle school boyfriend, shocking her with his bluntness. As the class started paying attention, Hinagi asked him to forget the past, but MC said he was only being respectful. He wouldn't want his girlfriend acting close to another guy, even if they had a long history. Just because they were childhood friends didn't mean they would always remain close. Hinagi tried to explain, but MC told her he had stepped back when she got a boyfriend, and he didn't understand why she couldn't accept that. He suggested she eat with someone else and walked away, wondering whether he still felt anything after letting her go, despite once wishing her happiness. As he left, the class murmured. Some students expressed disappointment over missing their chance with Hinagi, while others assumed she was already in a relationship. When someone asked who the boyfriend was, another student seemed ready to answer, but before they could, Hinagi interrupted, her voice rising as she asked everyone to be quiet. Shaking and tearful, she admitted that everything was her fault. Just then, the teacher entered the room and announced an outdoor lesson planned for later in the day. The next day was the school's annual hiking event, intended to build friendships through group activities. As soon as the teacher instructed the students to form groups of 4, the classroom filled with excitement. MC sighed quietly, already expecting the outcome. As he predicted, students quickly formed their groups, and he remained alone. The teacher looked around the room, trying to find someone willing to team up with him. While some might have felt humiliated, MC seemed indifferent. It only confirmed that he had been distancing himself from others. Before he could dwell on it, Mio approached him with a friendly expression and asked to form a group together. MC was caught off guard by Mio's straightforwardness but quickly tried to decline, saying someone as outgoing as him should group up with similar people. Mio didn't back down, and they began to argue back and forth. Meanwhile, 2 other students, Hinagi and Kamashiro, stood behind them, silently observing. Regardless of the disagreement, they had already decided they would be joining the group, whether MC approved or not. The following day, the class arrived at their destination for a hiking trip. As soon as they stepped off the bus, MC wandered away from the group, leaving Muo puzzled by his sudden detour. Moments later, he stood in front of the mountains and shouted, "TARDIS." The randomness of it left everyone visibly confused. Muo sighed, quietly commenting that MC would never be as funny as his best friend. Just then, Hinagi and Kamashiro appeared nearby, prompting MC to quickly distance himself from them. As the group began the hike, he remained careful not to interact with the girls. Muo, sensing the tension, tried to break the silence by chatting with him, but MC only gave her minimal responses. Internally, he was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. He kept wondering why Hinagi and Kamashiro had chosen to pair up with him when they could have walked with their close friends instead. He feared he might just end up ruining their high school experience. The hike continued until Hinagi suddenly twisted her ankle, forcing the group to take a break. MC approached her quietly and told her to remove her shoe so he could check the injury. The sudden command shocked everyone, especially Hinagi. Flustered, she clutched her jacket and whispered that they should do something like that in private. MC blinked in confusion, asking what she was talking about, clarifying that he only wanted to look at her foot because she was injured. Relieved but still embarrassed, Hinagi took off her shoe and showed him her swollen ankle. MC immediately apologized, saying the group must have been walking too fast. Hinagi quickly denied it was his fault and instead apologized for slowing everyone down. Kamashiro gently reassured her, telling her not to worry. But just as the tension seemed to ease, Hinagi tensed up again and defensively blurted out that her feet didn't smell. Caught off guard, MC teased that if he said otherwise, she'd probably feel insulted anyway, which only made her more self-conscious. Trying to lighten the mood, MC joked that he could just pinch his nose so he wouldn't have to smell anything. Unfortunately, the comment backfired and made things even more awkward. Finally fed up with the back and forth, he told Hinagi he would just smell her foot to prove it didn't stink. Hinagi panicked and squirmed in protest, but MC was already leaning in, determined to end the drama once and for all. Of course, the scene was drawn in full comedic glory, Hinagi screaming, MC completely unfazed. In his head, MC resigned himself to the inevitable. If everyone was going to label him as the guy with the foot fetish, he might as well own it. After the chaos died down, MC carefully bandaged Hinagi's foot. She tried standing up, and when he asked if the bandage was too tight, she replied that it was perfect. MC handed her a bottle of water and assured her they would move at a slower pace from now on. Just as the group was about to resume their hike, their teacher suddenly clutched MC's arm and asked him to bandage her feet too. Seeing her completely drained, MC couldn't help but joke that she looked like a brain-dead zombie. He warned her that with stamina like this, she'd definitely struggle at one of her future kids' school sports festivals. Offended, the teacher snapped that she wasn't even married yet. Trying to shift the situation, MC called Kamashiro over and asked her to help the teacher. He reminded her that she wanted to be the manager of the basketball team someday, and learning to bandage someone properly would be a valuable skill. Kamashiro didn't hesitate, she nodded and jumped right into action, following his instructions with surprising confidence. Once Kamashiro finished helping the teacher, she looked to MC expectantly and proudly asked for some praise. MC, however, was caught off guard. She looked like a dog waiting for someone to take her for a walk. In a strange but playful move, he tossed a piece of candy into the distance. To his surprise, Kamashiro actually ran off and returned with it in hand, asking for a pat on the head. At that point, MC felt like he'd somehow become annoyed. He reminded her she wasn't a dog, she was a human being. Kamashiro snapped back that she was just following his commands, like he'd asked. Fed up with the bizarre exchange, MC declared that if she insisted on acting like a dog, then he'd treat her like one. He gave her the head pat she wanted, but then, taking the joke too far, started rubbing her stomach like someone would do to a puppy. Kamashiro burst into ticklish laughter, trying to squirm away, flustered and blushing. She managed to stammer out, "Just the head." But MC kept going, and Kamashiro ended up on the ground, gasping and overwhelmed, as if she'd just had a full emotional meltdown. MC had nothing left to say, he simply looked down at her and asked if she'd finally remembered that she was human. Kamashiro, breathing heavily, nodded and rolled onto her side. She reminded him, half joking and half serious, not to do something like that to anyone else. People might take it the wrong way. MC was confused. Wasn't doing it to her already a problem? Kamashiro told him it didn't matter who it was still wrong either way. Then, suddenly, she laughed. The tension lifted for a moment as Kamashiro remarked how it felt just like last year, back when the two of them were still close. She gently touched MC's arm and asked if it felt okay now. He reassured her that it did and told her not to worry. But Kamashiro looked uneasy. She admitted that she still felt guilty, so much so that she couldn't bring herself to do what he had asked before. Seeing her troubled face, MC felt guilt rising in his chest too. He realized that Kamashiro was willing to forgive anything he did, simply to ease her own conscience. Before the conversation could go any deeper, Mio called out to them, saying it was time to move on. As MC walked away, he reflected on his unresolved relationship with Kamashiro. It felt like they were stuck in time, unable to move forward no matter how much things changed. Later, the group arrived at their final destination deep within the forest. The girls marveled at the scenery, amazed by the view around them. MC, meanwhile, wasn't sure how he felt. Was he really impressed, or just going through the motions? Miho, on the other hand, was only interested in one thing: food. When it was finally time for lunch, MC spread out a waterproof sheet, and the group thanked him for always being prepared like their unofficial class caretaker. After they finished eating, MC turned to Hinagi and asked if her foot was feeling any better. She confirmed that it was. She hadn't expected to recover so quickly, and she was genuinely surprised by how well the bandage worked. MC offered her some more candy and a spare set of bandages, which made Hinagi pause. She wondered why he had brought so many supplies. That's when it clicked. She remembered something from their middle school days, something about MC's past that explained why he always carried medical items. MC was stunned that she knew. Hinagi simply smiled and told him that she had always been watching him, even if he never noticed. As MC stood there, silently wondering why Hinagi had been watching over him all this time, she turned the question around: why had he helped her earlier? He gave a simple answer: because we're classmates. Hinagi's face fell slightly at his distant response, though she tried her best to hide her disappointment. That's when MC noticed something small but meaningful: the bare keychain hanging from her phone. His eyes widened with recognition. It was the same one from the festival. Hinagi lit up when she realized he remembered, her eyes sparkling as she clutched the little bear charm to her chest and said that those moments had been fun for her. The atmosphere shifted slightly, memories coming back to the surface. Suddenly, MC asked about her relationship. Had she gotten into a fight with her boyfriend? Hinagi tried to answer, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she asked him something else: what should someone do if they hurt another person's feelings? Without hesitation, MC replied that he would simply apologize. But Hinagi shook her head. I don't think I'll ever be forgiven, she said softly. MC paused, then offered an idea. Then maybe you could start over? Hinagi looked up, surprised by his suggestion. He clarified. If there was still a chance to fix things, maybe starting fresh with her boyfriend was worth a try. The thought struck her. She stood up, seeming as if something inside her had just clicked into place, and she quietly thanked him. But before walking away, Hinagi turned to MC again, this time with her head bowed deeply. She asked for his forgiveness, for everything. She bowed even lower, admitting that she'd been afraid they wouldn't be able to return to what they once were. That the distance between them had scared her more than anything else. She confessed that apologizing might seem easy, but forgetting the past was not. She couldn't just erase everything they'd been through. MC tried to respond, but Hinagi continued speaking, now openly admitting that she had been arrogant, unreasonable, and selfish. But none of that changed the fact that she was truly sorry. Her voice carried across the quiet forest, drawing the attention of others nearby. Then, unexpectedly, MC said that he didn't remember her ever saying anything cruel. Hinagi looked up in disbelief. Seeing her expression, MC gently explained that if anything, he should be the one apologizing for revealing personal things about her boyfriend. He was grateful, above all, that she had come to him wanting to make amends. He added that he had acted the way he did simply because he needed to let his own pain out. Hinagi protested, saying that he had no reason to apologize. She had been the one in the wrong. But MC remained calm. With an unreadable expression, he told her that the things she had said in the past, even if they were harsh, were not untrue. Over time, he had come to understand his place in her life. Then, with a small, sincere smile, he told her something that would stay with her forever. The distance between them wasn't about hurt feelings or rejection, it was just the natural outcome of choosing different paths. He reminded her that he knew she had a kind heart, and that was why it hurt to see her crying now. Seriously, when did this guy turn into an angle? Hinagi had always been important to MC. But now, the only thing he could do was silently pray for her happiness from afar. He had accepted that he was no longer her childhood friend, not really. They were just classmates now. Later that day, the class boarded the school bus to head home. Just as Hinagi was about to step on, she suddenly froze. She rummaged through her bag in a panic, her expression tightening as she realized something was missing. Kamashiro noticed and asked what was wrong, but Hinagi didn't answer. Her eyes were locked on the string attached to her phone. The small bear keychain was gone. Before she could run off to search for it, MC grabbed her wrist and reminded her that the bus was about to leave. She resisted, saying the keychain was important, it had been a gift from him. But MC brushed it off, telling her she could easily get another from her new boyfriend. That was the breaking point. Hinagi snapped and shouted that she'd had enough. MC was caught off guard, finally realizing how much that keychain meant to her. Despite everything, he couldn't leave her like that. A few minutes later, Hinagi sat quietly on the bus, clutching the string that once held the bear. Her thoughts spiraled. Was this punishment for trying to fix things with MC? It felt unfair. That charm wasn't just decoration, it was a memory of all they had shared. The last thing he had ever given her. She could ask for another one, but it wouldn't be the same. She stared out the window, torn. Should she go back and look for it? The thought lingered, but her injury made it impossible. All she could do was sit there, trembling, as the bus drove away. Back at school, a teacher asked where MC was. One student said he felt unwell and had gone home. The teacher was doubtful. He hadn't told her anything. She asked Mio if it was true, but he only said he didn't know. As the class murmured about MC, Hinagi could only sit in silence, her worry growing. Meanwhile, unknown to the others, MC had returned to the forest. I'm back, he muttered, knowing he couldn't get Hinagi's upset expression out of his mind. He sighed and began searching, telling himself he'd only go one round, and if he didn't find it, he'd stop. On the other side of town, Hinagi lay in bed, staring at her phone with a heavy heart. She mumbled to herself, thinking there was no way to fix what she had with MC. Their families used to go to festivals together, but over time, it became just the two of them. She remembered one night in particular, MC had reached out to hold her hand, but she instinctively pulled away, embarrassed by how sweaty her palms were. She'd tried to discreetly wipe them dry, hoping he hadn't noticed, but he never tried again. Now she couldn't help but wonder, what if she had just let him hold her hand that day? Would things have gone differently? Would they still be close, maybe even comfortable enough to hold hands without thinking twice? Maybe they could have even kissed, walked home together, become something more. But now? Now all she had were the what-ifs. And it's not like she could just go ask him why he drifted, she knew deep down that it was her who ruined what they had. Meanwhile, MC had finally tracked down the bear keychain, though night had already fallen. He had almost given up looking for it. Sweaty and covered in dirt, he gave himself a tiny pat on the back for finding it, even if he'd nearly lost hope. Holding it in his hands, he wondered if Hinagi would even care. He had already tossed out everything she had ever given him, objects, memories, all of it. Still, he brushed the thought aside and decided to head home. But before he could take a step, he slipped. Hard. Tumbled straight down the hill like a bad slapstick scene. As he fell, MC genuinely thought, well, this is it. In his head, he started saying goodbye to his mom, his sister, Hinagi Kamashiro, even Miho. What a dramatic guy. He realized he'd only ever been close to a handful of people, but somehow, that felt like enough. And with that thought, MC let out a helpless scream as he crashed. Flashback to the festival, Hinagi had pulled MC along to get some plum candy. He knew she preferred apple candy, but she said she didn't want to open her mouth too wide. So, they settled for plum. The two of them just enjoyed the moment, like carefree kids. Later, Hinagi made him play the shooting game to win her a bear keychain. MC thought it was pretty ugly, but he went for it anyway, because she looked happy. By middle school, Hinagi had become more of a handful, yet MC still hoped they'd go to the festival together the next summer. Seeing her smile while hugging that ugly bear, he truly believed their bond was only getting stronger. Just as Hinagi was about to say something important, fireworks exploded overhead, drowning out her voice. She had started talking about next year's plans when some rowdy boys bumped into her mid-sentence. MC quickly grabbed her hand to keep her from falling, but she swatted it away immediately. Hinagi quickly wiped her sweaty palms again, but the damage was already done. For MC, that rejection hit hard. That one reflex. The slap away felt like a loud no. He couldn't shake the feeling that everything between them changed in that moment. The next morning, MC woke up in bed, body aching from a cold. At some point, he must have made it home and collapsed in the rain. Glancing at the clock, he realized he'd been out for over half a day. He vaguely remembered a dream, nostalgic, though he couldn't say if it was happy or sad. All that remained was an unmistakable feeling of loss. MC glanced at the bear sitting next to his clock. He knew he had to return it to Hinagi at school. Meanwhile, Yuri walked up to Miho and asked to speak with him in private. Caught off guard, Miho followed her out of the classroom without a word. Watching them leave, Hinagi couldn't help but wonder, was Yuri actually about to confess to Miho? But knowing Yuri, that seemed unlikely. Everything she did was always for MC's sake. If anything, it just confirmed Hinagi's suspicion that MC really had gone home early because he was sick. Still, curiosity got the better of her. A part of her was worried about MC, so she quietly followed them and listened in on their conversation. In the hallway, Miho asked what was wrong. Yuri, in her usual blunt way, demanded an answer about the day before. Then, without warning, she snapped, asking why MC had come home soaked from the rain. Hearing this, Hinagi froze. He'd left before everyone else, hadn't he? Did that mean he'd gone back to search for the bear? Before she could process it all, she rushed after Yuri, calling out to ask if MC was okay. Without even slowing down, Yuri coldly replied that it was just a mild cold, and his fever had already gone down. Hinagi sighed in relief, but before she could say another word, Yuri cut her off with a sharp warning, "Don't test my patience." Turning to face her, Yuri's glare turned icy. Her tone dropped, and with clear irritation, she asked Hinagi what really happened that day. Hinagi froze. Every emotion she'd been bottling up hit her all at once. Her body trembled, and she finally broke down, admitting everything was her fault. She had said something she deeply regretted. Yuri smirked. "So, you tricked my brother again?" Her voice had a threatening edge. "Don't do it again." Hinagi wanted to explain, to clear up the misunderstanding, but it didn't matter. She had to apologize first. Before she could speak, Yuri turned and walked off, claiming she didn't have time to waste. Hinagi pleaded with her to wait, but Yuri flashed a death glare that said, "Don't even try it." Hinagi stopped in her tracks, left with no choice but to cry as Yuri disappeared down the hallway. Back at home, MC was already starting to feel better. He stretched a little and realized how bored and hungry he was. Just as he was about to get up and find food, he heard voices near the door. A moment later, Yuri stormed into his room, looking pissed off. "You feeling better?" she asked. MC nodded. "Yeah." "Someone was at the door," she added. "Who?" he asked. "The newspaper guy." MC paused. "No way." He immediately knew she was lying and called her out. That was a mistake. Yuri narrowed her eyes. "Wanna repeat that?" MC instantly folded. "I said nothing. Nothing at all." He mimed raising a white flag. Classic defeat. Talking back to his sister was a violation of the family's unwritten survival code. Yuri didn't say anything else, just handed him a plastic bag filled with recovery supplies. Everything inside was peach-flavored. MC blinked. "Seriously?" She asked if he needed anything else, pointing out that he already looked a lot better than earlier. MC declined, but Yuri insisted, offering to wipe him down and make porridge. MC laughed, teasing her. Do you even know how to cook?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yuri glared, daring him to say it again. Without missing a beat, MC flopped to the floor in total regret. Yep. He'd definitely gone too far. Not trusting his stomach with Yuri's cooking, MC decided to make the porridge himself. Ironic, really, he was the one sick, but Yuri still asked him to make a portion for her too, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Just then, his eyes drifted to his phone. He hadn't checked it in a while, and the moment he did, he instantly regretted it. His screen was flooded with messages from Hinagi. A wave of anxiety hit him hard. Sighing, MC threw on a jacket and stepped out, saying he was heading to the convenience store. That's when he unexpectedly ran into Hinagi. She didn't hesitate, ran straight up to him and pulled him into a tight hug. Completely panicked, MC immediately tried to push her away, mumbling that he probably smelled like sweat. But Hinagi wouldn't let go. Tears welled in her eyes as she confessed how worried she'd been. She had feared something bad had happened to him. Caught off guard, MC awkwardly asked if she'd come to his house earlier. When she said yes, it all clicked. Yuri hadn't been arguing with the newspaper guy, she'd been talking to Hinagi. Realizing that, MC quickly apologized for his sister's behavior. But Hinagi just laughed it off, joking that Yuri would be furious if she heard him say that. MC was surprised by how chill she was. He thought she'd still be angry about everything, but she stayed calm, almost too calm. Without saying anything, MC pulled out the ugly bear keychain and handed it to her. Hinagi took it without hesitation. She already knew he had gone back for it. Trying to play it cool, MC shrugged and said he wasn't in any clubs, so he had nothing better to do. Hinagi smiled, thanking him for retrieving something that meant so much to her. As they walked, Hinagi quietly apologized for all the trouble she'd caused. MC didn't respond directly, instead, he asked if her feet were okay. She nodded and said they were fine, then commented on how nostalgic the evening felt. They used to stay out late like this all the time, only to get scolded afterward. Out of nowhere, Hinagi declared, I don't want to go home yet. Before that could sink in, MC randomly asked, do you still have that smelly feet problem? Hinagi stopped in her tracks, stunned. How long are you going to believe that stupid rumor, she snapped. MC, looking genuinely confused, asked if she was bothered about something other than that. Hinagi flushed, insisting, it's not like that. Seeing her all flustered, MC smirked. There's the Hinagi I remember, he said. For a moment, he had actually thought she'd changed completely. That made Hinagi pause. Have I really changed that much? She asked softly. She crossed her arms around herself like she was trying to hold something in. Deep down, she knew she'd changed on the day that meant the most to her, and the one she regretted most. Trying to change the subject, she asked why MC had gone back for the bear if he'd been avoiding her this whole time. MC simply smiled and said he'd help her when she was in trouble. That was just who he was. But Hinagi pressed further. Is that just because we're childhood friends? MC's smile faded. With a serious look, he told her that if she ever needed help, she had to ask for it. Then, almost as if reminding himself more than her, he added that he couldn't stay by her side anymore. He turned to leave. But Hinagi suddenly grabbed his arm. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, please, stay with me. MC's expression darkened. He looked away. That's not my job anymore, he said quietly. Then Hinagi dropped a bombshell. I broke up with my boyfriend. And just like that, the plot deepened. Hinagi admitted the relationship had only lasted 2 weeks and apologized for not telling MC sooner. She broke down in front of him, desperately asking if they could go back to how things were. Back when they were just childhood friends. But MC didn't hesitate. He said he couldn't. The words fell heavy between them. Hinagi, unwilling to give up, asked if it was already too late, or if it was because of Kamashiro. But MC denied it outright. That wasn't the reason. Still, what he said next hit even harder. He told her he didn't feel the same about her anymore. Hinagi's breath caught in her throat. She had come prepared for a painful conversation, but hearing him say it so plainly still hurt. Even so, she stood her ground. Her voice was steady as she admitted that she had always liked him. Even as kids. She had been happy when he confessed. She had wanted to respond right away, but couldn't. There were reasons. Before she could explain further, MC gently pushed her away. He told her he didn't realize she was such a liar. She froze. He didn't believe her any of it. He asked if she really hadn't dated that boy simply because she liked MC, or if she was the kind of person who could just date someone she didn't care for. His words were sharp, and Hinagi couldn't help but squeeze the bear in her hands as she tried to defend herself. Her voice trembled as she insisted it was the truth. Back then, she had panicked. MC had always seemed untouchable, popular, composed, and capable of anything. And on top of that, he was kind. Too kind. When rumors about him and Kamashiro started to spread, more girls began gravitating toward him. Meanwhile, Hinagi felt stuck, held back by everything happening in her life. Before she realized it, things had gone out of control. But still, she remembered the promise they made when they were young. She promised to always stay by his side, and he promised to help her whenever she needed it. That memory had never left her. Maybe it hadn't left him either. After all, he had gone back for the bear. Hinagi wanted to explain more, to tell him everything. But she couldn't stop MC from walking away. She stood there, frozen in place, unable to fix the mess that had built up over time. Her eyes blurred with tears. Guilt weighed heavily on her, she blamed herself for everything. She had been too afraid to open up, too scared to let MC see the sides of her she hated the most. She thought that if he saw the selfish, insecure parts of her, he'd leave her for good. That fear had held her back until it was too late. She saw herself as someone who ruined everything, someone whose love had been twisted by jealousy, fear, and hesitation. But even so, she didn't want to give up. Lifting her head, she told herself this couldn't be the end. If she wanted to move forward, she had to take the first step. She had to mend what was broken, even if it meant starting from scratch. Even if he resented her. She would start by making him stop hating her. And only after that. Only when she had truly faced everything, would she finally say the words she had been too afraid to say, "I'm sorry." MC was handed a 1 yen bill by Yuri, and he immediately assumed it was to help cover his medical expenses. Despite the fact that she had already given him several gifts the previous day, he couldn't help but wonder if it was truly enough. When he hesitantly voiced this concern, Yuri's mood changed instantly. She became angry and questioned whether he was trying to mock her. Intimidated, MC accepted the money without further resistance, realizing that it was wiser not to escalate the situation. Just when he thought everything had finally settled, Yuri reached out her hand and insisted they walk together, hand in hand, as a gesture of support since he had just recovered. MC was completely thrown off by the idea. In high school, such public displays were socially risky, and he feared it would draw unwanted attention. He wanted to say no, and in his mind, that's exactly what should have happened. But by the time they arrived at school, Yuri was already clinging to his arm tightly. MC could only walk alongside her, silently enduring the attention they attracted. Students began whispering, and some even speculated about the nature of their relationship. MC kept his thoughts to himself but felt that something about Yuri's behavior was deeply concerning. When he reached the classroom, MC sat down heavily, his mind burdened by everything that had happened. It wasn't long before Mio approached him, amused by the scene that had unfolded. With a grin, Mio teased him about the way he had arrived at school. That comment was the breaking point. MC snapped, quickly clarifying that everything had been Yuri's doing and none of it was his idea. Frustrated, he stood up abruptly and announced he was going to the canteen. Mio warned that the rumors would follow him there too, but MC insisted that he simply needed to get something to eat. Elsewhere, Yuri found herself lost in thought. Something suddenly clicked in her mind, prompting her friend to ask what was troubling her. A strange concern had crept into Yuri's thoughts. Had she, perhaps unknowingly, become something akin to a sugar sister, someone financially supporting MC without realizing it? The idea unsettled her. Was MC subtly manipulating her kindness? Her friend, hearing these thoughts, sighed and expressed concern about Yuri's tendency to overthink. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, a girl named Kuka was approached by a classmate who informed her that someone was waiting to meet her. As she stood up, her classmates teased her about how popular she was becoming. She approached the boy who was waiting, only to be surprised by a sudden confession. He asked her out. Flustered, Kuka immediately turned him down. He pressed her for a reason, but she was too unsure to answer clearly. The boy suggested they start dating and get to know each other gradually, then asked if she already liked someone else. Kuka denied it, though her eyes wandered toward the staircase where MC sat quietly, eating sweet buns and speaking to himself. Noticing MC, the boy asked him if he needed something. MC calmly explained that he was only there to enjoy his food. In a reserved tone, he referred to himself as a quiet and solitary type and encouraged them to continue their discussion without worrying about his presence. However, the boy found it hard to ignore him and eventually gave up, walking away in silence. Kuka remained there, and MC felt relieved that the tension had passed. But before he could collect his thoughts, Kuka sat beside him, relieved that the situation had ended. MC was caught off guard. He had just escaped one encounter only to find himself in the middle of another. Without wasting time, Kuka started a conversation, asking why he was there and even joking about whether he had come to confess something. MC, unfazed, responded directly, telling her that she might be reading too much into things. Unfazed by MC's bluntness, Kuka calmly explained that she didn't even know the boy who had confessed to her earlier, which was why she had been unable to give him a proper response. MC was surprised by the honesty but made it clear that he hadn't asked for such information. Kuka, amused by his dismissiveness, questioned whether he was really her junior, given how casually rude he seemed. But MC remained focused on his food, stating that his 2 sweet buns were far more interesting than anything she had to say. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned if she had truly lost to a couple of pastries. MC, meanwhile, was confused about why she was sharing these thoughts with someone she had only just met. Still, Kuka persisted, urging him to at least listen, reminding him that he was just a gloomy loner with no friends. Without hesitation, MC fired back, calling her an attention seeker. Caught off guard, Kuka panicked and asked if he was angry. Unexpectedly, MC's expression shifted, and tears welled up in his eyes. He admitted that, for someone seeking attention, Kuka was surprisingly kind. Even though he often saw himself as isolated and overlooked, no one had ever acknowledged it the way she just had. Somehow, that made him feel genuinely happy. Kuka, startled by his sudden vulnerability, asked why he was complimenting her. But any hint of a meaningful moment was short-lived. MC bluntly added that she was still an attention seeker. Frustrated by the constant labeling, Kuka finally lost her composure and demanded that he stop calling her that, especially when she was already feeling embarrassed. MC, unfazed, asked what she'd prefer to be called, only to realize moments later that he didn't actually care. That comment visibly upset Kuka. As the tension peaked, she took a deep breath and formally introduced herself as Sumiki Kuka, a second-year student. MC, however, remained uninterested, his focus entirely on the food in his hands. Kuka, visibly annoyed, pleaded with him to show interest in something besides pastries. She then insisted that he introduce himself as well. Reluctantly, MC muttered his name. Kuka asked if he would continue to come to that spot, and he casually replied that he visited once or twice a week, though he often ate in his classroom. Hearing this, Kuka smiled slightly and said that if that was the case, she might start visiting the same place more often too. MC let out a quiet sigh and remarked that it might be troublesome, though he quickly retracted the statement. But the damage was done. Kuka had already taken note of his words. She stood up, stretched, and said she felt a bit better after talking with him. Just as she was about to leave, MC, half-jokingly, asked if there would be a consultation fee for their conversation. Without hesitation, Kuka promised to bring him some cream buns next time. At that, MC's demeanor shifted instantly. His eyes lit up, and he dramatically praised her, saying he would now refer to her as a goddess. Hyuka, now completely done with the conversation, yelled at him to stop and stormed off. As quiet returned, MC exhaled deeply. He reflected on how far his peaceful school life had drifted from what he once imagined. Later that afternoon, the sky turned against him. Rain fell heavily, and MC found himself stuck in an unfamiliar alley. The weather forecast had failed him, and as expected, he hadn't brought an umbrella. He looked up at the sky, hoping it might clear soon, but the clouds offered no relief. With no other option, he prepared to make a run for it. Holding his school bag above his head, he ran through the downpour. That's when he spotted a woman stepping out of a cab, struggling with several large boxes as the rain soaked her. Without a second thought, MC rushed forward to offer his help. At first, MC tried to decline the offer, but the woman reassured him that she lived nearby. Eventually, with a small, appreciative smile, she formally requested his help, and he agreed. Before long, MC found himself inside her apartment. The space was minimal, which she explained was because she had just moved in. Sitting down on the sofa, still damp from the rain, MC became acutely aware of the unusual situation. He had been invited into a stranger's home. Before his thoughts could wander, the woman returned with a cup of tea and introduced herself as Himiyama Hasaki. MC returned the introduction. As soon as she heard his name, something shifted in her expression, her eyes widened, and then she sat down unusually close to him. Attempting to ease the silence, MC asked if she lived alone. In response, Himiyama began to open up about her past. She spoke about a former fiancé and shared that after unsuccessful infertility treatments, his family rejected her due to their expectations of continuing the family line. MC was taken aback by the level of personal information she offered so quickly. It reminded him of recent experiences, people opening up to him as if drawn to share their burdens. Himiyama continued, explaining how she once aspired to become a teacher but had been unable to achieve that dream as well. Trying to steer the conversation to a more encouraging direction, MC mentioned that she would have made a good homeroom teacher. That one remark moved her visibly. She took his hand and, with tears in her eyes, asked if he would truly feel that way. Seeing how much she needed comfort, MC responded positively. In return, Himiyama thanked him and then asked if they could be friends. With little room to refuse, MC agreed. Suddenly energized, Himiyama declared she would introduce herself to his parents as a new neighbor and decided to bring soba noodles as a gesture. Without waiting for his input, she took his hand and led him straight to his house. At the door, MC's mother hesitated before answering. Upon seeing Himiyama, a look of concern crossed her face, uncertain about what unusual situation her son had gotten himself into. Quickly, MC introduced Himiyama and explained that she had just moved into the neighborhood. Relieved, his mother welcomed her in, and Himiyama offered the soba as a polite greeting. During their brief exchange, MC noticed something unusual. Himiyama still hadn't let go of his hand. The contact lingered, and he began to question when they had started holding hands in the first place. Turning to him with a soft smile, Himiyama then said that she would be willing to do anything for him as a token of gratitude. Her words surprised him. When she encouraged him to make a request, MC hesitated, unsure whether such an offer was appropriate. Trying to deflect, he half-jokingly warned her not to spoil him, or he might actually ask for something like a hug. To his shock, Himiyama took him at his word and suddenly pulled him into an embrace. MC was caught off guard, his face pressed against her chest, and although he tried to pull away and insisted he had only been joking, he was left confused and stunned by how quickly things had escalated. Meanwhile, MC's mother stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what she was witnessing. For a brief moment, MC felt an unexpected calm, as if all the stress in his life had disappeared. But that peace didn't last. His mother's voice quickly brought him back to reality as she sternly urged him to pull himself together. After the moment passed, Himiyama gently patted MC's head and apologized for treating him like a child. Though the situation was already strange, MC admitted that it was actually the first time he had experienced anything like that. In the middle of this unusual interaction, MC mentioned that Himiyama gave off the presence of a motherly figure. Hearing that, his real mother stood in stunned silence, processing the words that had just left her son's mouth. Later that day, MC offered a quiet apology for his earlier, inappropriate comment, but Himyama dismissed it with a gentle smile, assuring him that he could always ask if he wanted to be cared for. Despite her calm tone, a quiet sadness appeared in her expression, perhaps the realization that such small gestures were all she could really offer. Holding back her emotions, she excused herself and left quietly. Afterward, MC's mother sat in contemplation, replaying the moment when he had said Himyama felt more like a mother than she ever had. Searching her memories, she struggled to recall a time when she had ever spoiled or truly comforted her son. The truth hit her with painful clarity: she never had. Looking at MC, she sensed that he had long since stopped expecting anything from those around him. A wave of guilt washed over her as she confronted her own absence from his emotional life. She recognized that the damage had been done long ago, and there was no one to blame but herself. Her thoughts were interrupted when MC asked about her early return home. She explained that she would be working remotely for a while and would only need to go into the office once a week. Though she kept her tone calm, internally she had already made a silent vow to reconnect with her son and try to rebuild their relationship. With quiet determination, she put on an apron and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Soon after, Yuri entered the room and greeted everyone. She turned to MC and reminded him to reach out if he ever needed help, emphasizing that she didn't expect anything in return. MC nodded, though her words lingered in his mind. He thought back to that morning, when she had handed him some money, and he began to wonder if she had been the one silently reaching out for support. Wanting to take the initiative, MC offered to use some of his own savings to help her. The offer caught Yuri by surprise. She questioned if he truly wanted her involved in something like that. MC simply replied that he didn't have much use for the money anyway. But Yuri pushed back, arguing that depending on savings in that way wasn't healthy. Summoning her resolve, Yuri declared that she would do her part to support him, no compensation required. Though unsure where the conversation was heading, MC agreed without resistance. Before leaving the room, Yuri glanced back at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. There was something about it that felt unsettling. MC was left confused, unable to grasp her exact intentions. A short while later, their mother asked Yuri to help wash the vegetables. Yuri agreed easily but then casually asked which detergent she should use, leaving both MC and their mother momentarily stunned. The rest of the evening passed quietly, yet one thought stayed with MC. He kept reflecting on Yuri's earlier words, that relying on his savings wouldn't be healthy. What exactly had she meant by that? While the principal relaxed in his office, his attention was suddenly drawn to the noise coming from outside. Looking down from the window, he spotted the first-year students undergoing their physical exams. Among them, a few already stood out for their raw speed, effortlessly racing across the track. But for MC, keeping up was another story entirely. He trailed behind, watching Myo pull ahead and openly flaunt his victory. Frustrated and clinging to the last bits of pride, MC regretted ever challenging the school's top athlete. Hoping to shift the narrative, he issued another challenge, this time, one that tested flexibility instead of speed. Elsewhere on the field, the crowd of girls had gathered, watching Kamoshiro, who had just set a new record. MC watched from a distance, quietly impressed by her athletic form and talent. Yet, something seemed wrong. Her movements felt just slightly off. Concerned, he approached and gently asked if she was feeling okay, noticing subtle signs of fatigue in her expression. Kamoshiro replied with a quick smile, insisting she was fine, but MC wasn't convinced. His question had been simple, out of concern, but the way she brushed it off left the conversation awkward. He turned to walk away, apologizing for the intrusion, but she stopped him by grabbing his jacket. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Kamoshiro admitted she wasn't all right. She had skipped breakfast and hadn't eaten properly since the night before. She had kept it quiet, not wanting to seem weak in front of others. The surrounding girls turned to look, surprised by her honesty. MC asked if it was because she overslept, but Kamoshiro explained that she'd simply been too busy, surviving on little more than instant noodles. MC sighed, because apparently, in her world, cup ramen was still considered a balanced diet. Despite the light scolding, Kamoshiro felt comforted by his concern, though she reminded him this wasn't the best place for such a personal talk. The news of her condition spread quickly. One girl asked if it was really true she wasn't feeling well, to which Kamashiro downplayed everything, saying she could still manage. Curious, another asked how MC even noticed something was off. He explained that her ponytail, normally full of energy, barely moved today. The girls were stunned into silence, while Kamashiro scoffed, reminding him her hair wasn't some emotional barometer. Still, the gossip had already begun to fly. MC stood firm, confident in what he saw. With a gentle reminder not to overdo it, he smiled, and Kamashiro, moved by the gesture, apologized for worrying him. As MC walked away, he felt a little relieved, though a faint unease still lingered. Later that day, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of curious girls, demanding to know if he was the MC everyone had been whispering about. Just like that, he had unintentionally stumbled into the Herm multiverse, a peaceful life? Yeah, that ship had sailed. As the girls began closing in around MC, his mind spiraled in confusion, wondering if he'd somehow wandered into one of those situations straight out of a dating sim. But before the thought could settle, one of the girls spoke up, snapping him back to reality. And MC quietly realized, with mild disappointment, that none of them could read his thoughts. While he was still trying to process the awkward fantasy in his head, one of the girls suddenly asked whether a certain someone would finally join the basketball team if MC approved. Confused, MC asked if they meant Kamashiro. That's when he learned Kamashiro had apparently announced she was willing to become the basketball team's manager, on one condition, only if MC joined the club too. She'd said it herself, in front of others, that she'd gladly help out if he became a member. The revelation stunned MC. It felt like she had somehow become his unofficial manager, even though the team wasn't even co-ed. Before he could respond, another guy appeared, grabbing MC by the collar and demanding that the girls hand him over. For a second, MC actually felt thankful for the interruption. Until the guy explained that Mo had said he'd only join the track and field club if MC joined first, and this guy was here to make it happen. The mention of Mio instantly irritated MC, especially as he imagined that smug, self-powered face. The basketball girl wasn't having any of it, snapping at the track guy and reminding him she was the first to approach MC. The two argued, neither backing down, both treating MC like some rare Pokemon card. Just as the tension grew, more students barged in.
The soccer club claimed they'd already invited MC. Then came the doubles tennis club, and even the baseball club, each trying to recruit him, pleading their case like it was a student auction. Meanwhile, MC stood there frozen, completely overwhelmed by the chaos. He wondered how all these club reps just spawned around him like NPCs programmed to appear when the plot demanded it. Without giving anyone an answer, MC calmly placed a hand on his chin and declared that the situation was likely caused by the country's declining birth rate, his way of saying that maybe he was just too valuable in a shrinking pool of options. Then he turned around and ran away. No explanation, just ran. Later that day, MC vented to Mew about everything, expecting sympathy, but all he got was laughter. Mew thought it was hilarious. Not long after, Kamashiro came rushing to MC, flustered and apologetic. She hadn't expected the club members to go that far. She tried to reassure him that the madness would die down eventually, but MC wasn't sure if he believed her. Before anything else could happen, their teacher entered the room and casually announced that she'd drawn lots for new seating arrangements. As things settled, a girl named Minetta greeted MC. Trying to sound relatable, he attempted to sprinkle in some girlish slang during their conversation, but Minetta immediately told him it wasn't necessary. That moment hit harder than expected. MC realized that mimicking girls wasn't the social cheat code he thought it was. Even worse, Minetta looked visibly weirded out, like he was treating girls as some exotic species. Trying to laugh it off, MC claimed he was the rare animal here. She laughed, but when she noticed the disappointment in his face, Minetta quickly assured him she didn't mean it in a bad way. MC smiled back, though a small piece of his pride had already floated off like a balloon in the wind. Then out of nowhere, one of the other girls spoke up, telling MC that his dark jokes weren't exactly landing the way he thought they were. That made him pause. Was it really that bad that someone had to call him out in front of everyone? From the sidelines, Miu watched with disbelief, stunned that MC was just now realizing what everyone else had silently known for ages. Before the tension could settle, a boy named Takashi inserted himself into the conversation, but MC immediately shut him down with a sharp glare, calmly stating that only gloomy people were allowed in this group. For a brief moment, things began to feel a bit too relaxed, but then the teacher snapped the mood in half, scolding the class and reminding them that exams were fast approaching, and that it was about time they started treating school like school. Her tone turned even sharper as she revealed that 3 students from the Go Home Club had caused trouble, dragging the staff room into chaos. MC assistant. The realization hit harder than expected. Before she left, the teacher sarcastically asked Miu, officially idiot number 2, how he was holding up, to which he awkwardly muttered that he was fine. When she was gone, Miu turned toward MC with a deadpan expression and declared that MC was clearly idiot number 1, a title MC did not appreciate. Just then, Kamishiro, now revealed as idiot number 3, shyly asked MC to help her with studying. That single request was enough to set him off. MC immediately decided that forming the ultimate study group was now his personal mission. Miu, not one to be left out of nonsense, proudly agreed and introduced himself as MC's loyal right-hand man. But things didn't go as planned. What started as a quiet group of 3 quickly exploded into a school-wide event. MC looked at Kamishiro suspiciously, asking how this spiraled so fast. She nervously confessed that she had mentioned it in passing, and the news spread on its own. Within moments, the classroom erupted with cheers and laughter as students began assigning themselves idiot numbers. Then, a girl named Hinagi hesitantly introduced herself as idiot number 8. MC looked at her, confused. Hinagi was smarter than half the teachers. She glared back, saying there were things even she lacked confidence in. And so, the study group began. MC walked up to the board with a theatrical air, pretending to be the academic savior everyone needed. With a dramatic flick of the chalk, he scribbled down an equation, declaring it was bound to appear on the upcoming test. Mineta raised an eyebrow, questioning how he could possibly be so sure. With a smirk, MC revealed his ace. His older sister had gifted him last year's question papers. It wasn't cheating, technically, just inherited wisdom. The class cheered like he'd just revealed the meaning of life. In that chaotic moment, MC stood there, not just as the leader of a bunch of underprepared students, but as their prophet of passing grades. Somehow, being gloomy had never felt this glorified. As MC continued scribbling formulas on the board, Kamishiro suddenly raised her hand and made a firm announcement. This was no longer a study group. The declaration caught MC off guard, prompting him to ask why. Kamishiro explained that a real study group should focus on learning how to solve problems, not just memorizing answers. After a moment of thought, MC casually replied that he personally wasn't having trouble with any of the questions. The room fell silent. His tone-deaf honesty lit a fire under the group. Mineta, clearly fed up, turned to Sakurai and dramatically declared how much she despised MC. As usual, Miu blindly agreed, despite not fully grasping what he was agreeing to. That only made Mineta snap further. Now she hated Miu too. Meanwhile, Kamishiro, increasingly irritated, warned Miu not to let MC manipulate him. Miu, bewildered, had no idea what kind of brainwashing he was supposedly under. MC, stunned at how quickly Miu had turned on him, looked around desperately and made one last attempt to get support from Sakurai. But she saw through him completely, brushing off his attempt with zero hesitation and making it clear his puppy dog eyes wouldn't work this time. Surrounded and outnumbered, MC could only accept the painful truth. They had all become his rivals now. So this is how it ends, he thought, betrayed by my own people. Somewhere in the back, Hinagi, seemingly unaware of the rising tension, asked what was even going on and reminded everyone that they were supposed to be preparing for exams. Slowly, the group calmed down and returned to actual studying, working through problems the right way instead of just recycling old test sheets. During the session, Sakurai found herself quietly admiring Hinagi's teaching skills. Her method was precise, her tone easy to follow, and her instructions crystal clear. It was painfully obvious she belonged on the other side of the desk. While the others worked, Kamishiro approached MC with a question, and after patiently helping her out, he pulled back and watched the group from a distance. That's when he noticed something odd. Kamishiro and Hinagi weren't speaking to each other at all. Curious, he asked Sakurai if there was some kind of history between them. Without missing a beat, Sakurai and Mineta confirmed it. The two were rivals, no doubt about it. Eventually, the session ended, leaving the entire room drained. Trying to keep spirits up, MC reassured everyone that they'd reviewed enough to dodge failure, even if things had felt a little rushed. Kamishiro, however, looked completely fried. She slumped over, groaning that her brain felt like it was on the verge of a full system crash. MC chuckled and suggested she do something to relax. He mentioned that whenever he hit that kind of mental wall, he went out to shoot hoops at the park. Kamishiro was surprised. She didn't expect him to still play basketball. But MC explained it wasn't serious, just a way to clear his head. Then, without hesitating, Kamishiro asked if she could come with him. MC smiled, shrugging, and told her she could do whatever she wanted. And for a moment, the stress on her face seemed to lift just a little.
After that day, MC found himself at the park, shooting hoops to ease the stress from studying. After landing a clean shot, he held his arm up, still feeling a little uncertain about playing basketball again. But he shrugged it off, it wasn't a big deal. Not long after, Kamishiro showed up, full of energy. She declared that her warm-up was done and she was ready to jump in. MC was surprised she actually came along, and for a moment, he wondered if inviting her had been a smart idea. Soon, a group of older guys rolled onto the court and called out to MC. Their leader, Hayakuma, greeted him. It had clearly been a while. MC introduced Kamishiro, explaining that these were university players he'd known since middle school and they'd been playing together ever since. Kamishiro was polite and friendly, but things took an awkward turn when one of the guys jokingly asked if she was MC's girlfriend. Flustered, she quickly denied it, which only led to more teasing, with the guys suggesting they might still be figuring things out. Then, out of nowhere, MC casually joked that Kamishiro was his dog. She was completely stunned. The guys immediately picked up on it, throwing in their own jokes about how far along their relationship must be if they were already doing stuff like that. Kamishiro panicked and tried to clear things up, but MC kept it going by calling himself a stray dog without even a collar. In a burst of desperation, Kamishiro blurted out that her name was officially listed on the Kamishiro family pedigree, which left everyone momentarily speechless, now seriously wondering if she really was a dog or not. Finally, MC clarified that they were just classmates. Kamishiro followed up by introducing herself properly, saying she knew how to play basketball and had just come out to get some exercise with him. Hayakuma smirked, realizing that MC hadn't changed a bit. Soon after, Hayakuma invited both of them to join their game since they were already there. MC and Kamishiro agreed, and the match kicked off. As they played, everyone was clearly impressed by MC's skills. He found himself lost in the game, more excited than he expected. It felt different from the usual club matches. This time, it was just for fun. Shot after shot, he realized how good it felt to simply enjoy playing again, and that simple feeling was enough to make him glad. Later, Hayakuma and the others said their goodbyes, mentioning how much fun they'd had and suggesting they play again sometime. Once MC and Kamishiro were alone, she asked if he was heading home. But he shook his head, saying he wanted something sweet. With a calm but oddly determined expression, he announced that he wanted a crepe. So the two of them went off to grab one. While they ate, Kamashiro couldn't help but feel like the moment resembled a casual date. Then, as if reading her mind, MC suddenly said that he'd hate going on a date with someone who smelled bad, leaving Kamashiro completely caught off guard. On the way home, Kamashiro brought up how she never expected MC to have friends like the ones they'd just played with, to which he replied that she didn't know everything about him, sparking her desire to learn more. She confessed the day felt nostalgic, like reliving their middle school days, and being with him made her genuinely happy. MC admitted he had fun too, a rare feeling lately. Kamashiro, with childlike excitement, offered to be his manager and suggested they play again, but MC's mood turned serious. He warned her again not to act like this was some way to make up for past mistakes. Kamashiro insisted it wasn't, she just wanted to see him doing what he loved, even if it was selfish. But MC confessed he lacked any real motivation or purpose now. He'd grown comfortable in the laid-back routine of the go-home club. Still, as he watched Kamashiro, he couldn't ignore that she was different. People relied on her, her smile had once saved him, and maybe many others too. Yet recently, she barely smiled at all. Suddenly, she hugged him from behind, admitting she liked him and didn't want him to leave. Back then, she hadn't even understood why she hurt him. MC, confused, asked what she meant, and Kamashiro simply held his hand, saying despite all the cruel things she'd said, he still protected her, and that was why she was standing there now. It wasn't guilt or obligation, she still had feelings for him. Placing his hand on her heart, she asked if he could feel her sincerity, but MC brushed it off, teasing that it was probably just exercise. Kamashiro pushed back the firm, emotional, telling him to stop dodging her feelings. He pulled away, still unsure how to process her closeness, yet in a small gesture of care, wiped a bit of cream off her cheek. She laughed, she'd been waiting for him to notice. Then she brought up his old reason for playing basketball and gently asked if she could become his new reason. Placing his hand back on her chest, she said she didn't want this moment to end, not now, when they were finally connecting. MC, flustered, asked if this motivation included getting physically close, and Kamashiro, bold and unwavering, said she didn't mind if that's what it took. Placing his hand on her cheek, she told him again, this wasn't a lie or redemption, just her honest feelings. And MC, for all his cynicism about love, shaped by a lost childhood crush and his own mother's divorce, sat quietly, wondering if anything ever truly lasted, if love was even real in a country where 35% of marriages failed. Looking out the window, he felt the weight of that reality, yet couldn't ignore the warmth of the girl holding on to him with such sincerity. Just as MC was deep in thought, Himiyama suddenly entered the room, announcing with a bright smile that she'd finally finished moving her things, her real reason for inviting him over. She brought coffee and cakes, cheerfully asking him to pick his favorite, then casually dropped how happy she was to have run into him again. But MC couldn't forget how she'd randomly grabbed his arm that day after school, just like now, sitting way too close, clearly trying to seduce him. Uncomfortable, he shifted away, citing sweat as an excuse, but Himiyama brushed it off with a flirty "I don't mind," making him mentally scream, "Read the room, woman." He knew he should leave before getting dragged deeper into this quicksand, but the cozy scent of the room and her presence chipped away at his resistance, freezing him in place. After all, ignoring a beautiful woman wasn't exactly his strongest skill. His mind flashed back to his mom on Parents' Day, her beauty so overwhelming that he'd stared only at the blackboard the entire time. Yeah. As the conversation turned to Himiyama's ex-fiancé, MC pressed her with real questions. She grew quiet but eventually admitted she once loved him, but some situations just can't be solved by love. They'd parted ways. When MC asked if she'd really let go of her feelings, she said no, she had simply given up. That answer lingered in his chest like a slow-burning ache, and he confessed he couldn't imagine ever loving someone enough to feel that kind of pain. Noticing his inner conflict, Himiyama gently patted his head, advising him not to worry about such things. He was still a student, after all, but warned that some wounds, and some priorities, never truly fade. Her words rattled him so much that he had to excuse himself to gather his thoughts. Later, as he sat down for dinner at her place, still emotionally fogged, Himiyama reappeared, this time in a revealing outfit that barely counted as clothing, practically weaponized to destroy his sanity. His whole body tensed up as she leaned in, teasing him with flirtatious energy, and when she asked if she looked good, he had no choice but to admit she did. His composure began to crumble as she pressed further, suggesting something inside him had already cracked. That was it, MC couldn't take it anymore. He bolted, overwhelmed, desperate to escape. Stumbling home in a daze, he muttered something about how clothing would be the death of him before heading straight to the bathroom for a cold shower, leaving his mom watching him with suspicion, silently questioning whether this so-called neighbor was really just a neighbor after all. Her thoughts wandered to her son, MC, and the strange, quiet bond they shared. If he had any charm with women, she figured it probably came from her, though she couldn't help but admit she'd only ever given him a fraction of the love he truly needed. Her demanding job often stole away her time. She'd leave early, return late, and before she realized it, MC had stopped sharing anything with her. His older sister Yuri had been there for him, sure, but she was just a child herself. Then came the incident with Yuri, the event that fractured everything. After that, MC changed. His words, his emotions, they disappeared behind a wall. His eyes grew distant, dark, and unreadable, like he'd already shut the world out. She remembered visiting his school once, how the other children smiled and waved at their mothers, while MC didn't even turn his head. The memory left a deep sting, but she knew she couldn't blame anyone but herself. Still, no matter how far he drifted, she was his mother, and that was something she refused to give up on. Her love, however flawed, was all she had to offer. That love, unfortunately, came out in the most awkward moments, like when she suddenly stepped into the shower with him, insisting it wasn't strange, claiming they used to bathe together all the time. MC froze, his brain short-circuiting as she casually offered to wash the back of his head like this was just another family routine. It's kinda JoJo situation. Completely overwhelmed, he snapped, yelling that he couldn't even have peace in his own house. And honestly? He had a point. That morning, he'd managed to win the commuter lottery and snag a seat until the chaos began. In the crowd, he spotted a man harassing a girl and watched in disgust, but as fate would have it, the universe did what it always did to him, dragged him into trouble. Moments later, MC found himself on the ground at school, being berated by a furious short-haired girl who pinned him down and demanded to know how he had the nerve to show his face after being accused of molesting someone. MC tried to explain, but she wouldn't hear it. She was convinced he'd assaulted her friend Yumi and insisted she saw it with her own eyes. When he sarcastically suggested she get her vision checked, it only made things worse. She scolded him for denying responsibility and accused him of thinking being a student made him untouchable. Just as things reached a boiling point, a police officer appeared, but before it could escalate, a calm voice cut through. A woman stepped forward to defend MC. She was the one he'd given his seat to on the train, and she confirmed he wasn't the culprit. Gently, she urged Yumi to rethink what had happened, helping her recall that MC had only approached after the train stopped. Realizing her mistake, Yumi bowed in apology. MC accepted it quietly, saying they both shared blame, but his face turned cold as he muttered that helping people might have been a mistake. The short-haired girl was stunned by his words and quickly apologized, saying she wouldn't make the same mistake again. But MC didn't even glance back. "I'm never helping you again," he said, brushing off her hand and walking away, leaving the girls speechless and shaken as his figure disappeared into the crowd. Back at school, MC had completely vanished, no one had seen him in any class, and his absence quickly sparked concern. Mo kept trying to contact him but got no replies, left wondering what had happened. Then, without warning, the short-haired girl stormed into the classroom, cutting through the tension like a knife. She wasn't just any girl, she was Mitsuki Kadu, the student council president, and to everyone's surprise, Yumi, the girl from the train incident, was the vice president. Whispers flew around the room. Clearly, the situation ran deeper than anyone had thought. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, their homeroom teacher Fujiro was peacefully eating lunch when Mitsuki burst in, demanding answers about MC's whereabouts. Caught completely off guard, Fujiro tried to respond, but Mitsuki, clearly at her limit, grabbed her by the collar, eyes blazing with desperation. After calming her down, Fujiro listened to the whole messy story about the misunderstanding, and suddenly, everything made sense. MC hadn't come to school because of it. Shockingly, Mitsuki admitted it was all her fault, guilt heavy in her voice. Fujiro sighed with relief that things hadn't escalated further, because if they had, this could have easily ruined someone's life. When Mitsuki asked again if she knew where MC had gone, Fujiro said no, but suggested they contact his older sister, Yuri. The moment Mitsuki heard the name, it clicked that MC was Yuri's younger brother. Yumi, also shaken, urged Mitsuki to track her down immediately, and Fujiro agreed to call Yuri through the school broadcast. As the announcement echoed down the halls, Mitsuki's nerves tensed. She couldn't stop replaying the moment MC had told her he regretted ever helping her. That one line echoed like punishment, because deep down, she knew he was right. She hadn't just hurt him, she'd twisted his kindness into cruelty and broken something pure in the process. If she didn't fix this now, she'd lose not just his trust, but her own sense of what was right. When Yuri finally showed up and heard what happened, her rage exploded. She nearly punched Mitsuki on the spot, barely held back by Fujiro, who urged her to try calling her brother. But of course, on the one day she needed him close, they hadn't commuted together, and now he was nowhere to be found. Frustrated and scared, Yuri finally dialed MC's number, and to her relief, he picked up. But his casual tone didn't ease her worries. When he mentioned he was by the sea, something in her heart sank. Alarm bells blared in her head, and she asked if he was planning to do something reckless. He brushed it off, saying he was just searching for something he'd lost and would head home soon. Still, his words carried a weight that unsettled her. When she asked if he was okay, he replied cryptically, telling her to just wait until she entered high school, because after that, she wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. That line shattered her composure. The pieces clicked into place, and a sickening fear crept over her. It felt like a goodbye. Desperate, she screamed into the phone, pleading for him to stop, trying to tell him this wasn't what she meant, but before she could say more, he ended the call with a calm promise to come home. Holding back her emotions, Yuri simply told Fujiro that MC would return, and they'd handle it tomorrow, then turned and walked out with a cold, final declaration. She would never forgive Mitsuki. Meanwhile, as guilt and panic filled the school halls, MC sat calmly by the sea, popping sweet tarts into his mouth and enjoying the breeze. It had taken him 30 minutes to get there, but the peace was worth it. He even picked up a little souvenir, maybe for himself, maybe for someone else. Skipping school made him feel like a proper delinquent, a version of himself that felt oddly freeing. Before heading back, he decided to return a lost item he'd found nearby, musing over Japan's 60% lost and found return rate. The thought stirred something deeper. He wondered if there'd ever be a day when he could reclaim what he had lost. Somewhere along the way, his sense of goodwill had vanished. No matter how much kindness people gave him, he couldn't seem to return it. Love, warmth, human connection, it all felt distant now. He figured staying detached was safer, for everyone. At least, that's the lie he kept feeding himself. Then, his phone lit up. Notifications. People were looking for him. A lot of people. And for the life of him, he couldn't understand why. Someone like him, who faded into the background, who barely existed, still managed to hurt others. Eyes on the sky, he tilted his head back, letting the weight of that truth sink in. Back at school, Yuri wandered the halls, haunted by his words, knowing he'd heard the things she said, and fearing what they might have done to him. So now, it's time for flashback. When they were children, MC and his older sister Yuri had been inseparable. With their mother always working, Yuri often took care of him, not out of duty, but out of love. It felt natural. He was her baby brother, and she adored him. But she was just a child herself, trying to balance affection and identity. Her best friend Maki, an only child, often joined their games, and MC was always included. Then one day, Maki offhandedly said MC was so cute she wished he were her little brother. That single comment twisted something in Yuri, jealousy, fear, and possessiveness all tangled into a storm she didn't understand. Suddenly, it felt like Maki was taking MC away, and MC was taking Maki. Her anger, irrational and overwhelming, turned against the one person she loved most. So on a seemingly ordinary day, when MC asked to play, Yuri snapped. She screamed at him to disappear and shoved him from the monkey bars. His small body hit the ground, bloodied and unconscious. The moment shattered her, but it was too late. She ran home in a panic, confessed everything to their mother, and they rushed back only to find him gone. 6 days later, the police found MC in a hospital. No one could explain the gap in time. When he woke, pale and bruised, their mother wept, clinging to him, while Yuri could only stare in stunned silence. And then he whispered something that broke her completely. "Sorry, I couldn't disappear, well. The only thing that comes to my mind is one question: that who let Spider-Man writers free? Like, seriously, he was literally apologizing to her for surviving." Years later, Yuri would finally understand what he meant. He hadn't just left the playground, he had nearly left the world. Her words had pushed him so close to the edge, and the version of him that came back was different. Emotionally distant. Hollow. Her once vibrant little brother had faded into a ghost of himself. And the worst part? He never once showed anger. As if that part of him had been taken, too. Guilt haunted Yuri. Every time she saw him, the quiet, broken shell he'd become, it returned. She wanted to be punished. She wanted to scream, cry, fix everything. She longed to hear him call her sister the way he used to. But by the time they reached high school, she realized something devastating. MC had already disappeared. Not physically, but emotionally, cut off from a part of himself she could never reach again. And yet, despite the guilt and the years lost, Yuri made herself a promise. No matter how far gone he seemed, no matter how unreachable, she would save him with her own hands. She would bring her brother back. Meanwhile, at school, a furious girl came looking for MC. Myo called MC over, who was unaware of the chaos that was about to unfold. The next day at school, rumors spread like wildfire. Everyone was talking about how the student council president was confronting MC in Class B. Naturally, students swarmed to witness the drama. Standing before him were none other than Mitsuki and Yumi, the same girls who had accused him just a day earlier of preying on an innocent woman. As the class fell silent, Yumi nervously asked Mitsuki if she was really going through with her plan. MC, fully alert, prepared himself for the worst, only for both girls to suddenly drop to their knees and bow deeply, offering a public apology. Phones came out instantly, the crowd stunned. MC, feeling like some kind of feudal lord, awkwardly told them to get up and tone down the theatrics. Mitsuki explained that she genuinely felt remorseful, while Yumi thanked him for helping her, but MC wasn't interested, brushing them off and turning to leave. Not wanting to end things like that, Mitsuki blurted out a bizarre idea. She offered to let MC hug her, yes, a full-on hug, with a very inappropriate bonus if the goods lived up to the hype. Yumi, mortified, quickly tried to redirect the apology into offering him a meal instead, but MC had clearly heard Mitsuki's bold offer and coyly asked her to repeat it. Blushing furiously, Mitsuki doubled down, saying it was her first time and that she'd even accept him without protection, leaving Yumi utterly horrified. Mitsuki claimed she'd done her research and was confident this kind of thing would make any high school boy happy. Cringing, MC slapped a hand over her mouth to shut her up, but she pushed on, saying she'd nearly ruined his life and felt it was only fair to put herself on the line in return. Then, in a move no one expected, she revealed a ridiculous amount of cleavage and begged him to accept her offer. MC, overwhelmed, told her that most people wouldn't appreciate being cornered like this, and though Mitsuki was surprised, she admitted he had a point. Yumi quickly pulled her vest up, scolding her for completely losing control. Despite it all, Mitsuki clung to MC, saying she still wanted to properly apologize. Watching her, MC recalled the old saying about how it's shameful for a man not to eat well, but honestly, he wasn't hungry, and no normal meal could satisfy the mess in front of him. Wanting nothing more than to escape the chaos, MC made a break for the door, claiming he had to go shopping. Mitsuki tried to chase after him, but he was already gone. The next day at school, all eyes were on MC as he walked through the hallways, whispers echoing in every corner about what happened with Mitsuki and her sudden, scandalous offer to be friends with benefits. Some students wondered if the two had already done something, while others admired MC's supposed charm, dubbing him the third-year Casanova. Though he secretly enjoyed the attention, he couldn't help but cringe whenever he heard the nickname out loud. Deep down, he knew if his mental fortitude wasn't strong, this situation could have gone downhill fast. It stung to realize his dream of living a peaceful, normal student life was slipping further out of reach, and unfortunately, things only spiraled from there. Later in the day, Mio noticed he seemed out of it and asked what was wrong. MC explained he'd found a mysterious letter in his shoe locker and suspected it might be a love letter. Instantly, the class went into a frenzy. People stopped to watch, phones nearly out, all eager for the big reveal. Before even opening the letter, he caught Miho's overly excited expression and immediately felt irritated, especially as Mineta chimed in, asking if it was really a love letter. Trying to ignore her, MC ended up bickering with Mio, who was shamelessly gossiping about him while sitting right beside him. Questions bombarded him from all sides as Kamashiro and Meta poked their heads in, while classmates whispered and even started tweeting about the mystery, which frustrated him most of all. He couldn't understand why his once quiet life had turned into a circus. When Mo finally asked what the letter said, MC raised it and admitted it felt like trouble. It invited him to meet someone in the study room. Later, he went, and there, waiting for him, was Hazamura from Class C, a girl from his old junior high. Though he didn't remember her, she didn't seem to mind. She quickly cut to the chase. She wanted him to stay away from Kamashiro. As Kamashiro's best friend, Hazamura explained how much Kamashiro had changed, becoming distant and depressed ever since MC entered her life. It was painful to watch, and she begged him to back off. But MC, confused, asked what she expected him to do. He had never forced Kamashiro to do anything. In fact, he had already told her to leave him alone multiple times, but she never listened. Now he was the one asking for advice. What else could he possibly do? Hazamura, holding back tears, asked if it was really that easy for him to just walk away. She revealed something surprising. Kamashiro had chosen this school just to be close to MC, all because she genuinely liked him. After everything, couldn't he at least try to understand her feelings? But MC simply shook his head and told Hazamura she was wrong. With a faint smile, MC reassured Hazamura that he would give it one more shot. This time, he'd truly cut ties with Kamashiro for good. He left the room, unaware that Hazamura, left behind, was frantically trying to explain this wasn't what she wanted. Things weren't supposed to turn out like this. But MC had made up his mind. He would make Kamashiro understand that staying apart was the best choice, and this time, he'd be clear about it. As he walked away, he couldn't help but reflect on the time they'd spent together, moments that, in hindsight, were actually enjoyable. Maybe his earlier rejection had come from feeling overwhelmed, but those days were now behind him. There was no going back. The next day, a third year named Toshiro entered the classroom, introducing himself and asking for MC. The tension was immediate. MC could already sense where this was going. When he reluctantly responded, Toshiro revealed that he was the captain of the basketball team, and MC instantly tried to deflect, joking that the real MC was probably in the cafeteria. But Toshiro wasn't playing around. He explained that Hayakuma, a senior who had already graduated, had personally asked him to invite MC to join the team. That caught MC off guard. Why was Hayakuma still getting involved? After a brief moment, MC's light-hearted facade dropped, and he answered with quiet seriousness. If he ever wanted to join, he would have done it from the start. To him, club activities were just a convenient distraction, one more way to ignore the mess of his emotions. But Toshiro didn't back down. Matching MC's seriousness with his own resolve, he admitted that their team wasn't strong and probably wouldn't win anything, but this was their final year, and after putting in 3 years of sweat and effort, he wasn't going to give up. He needed MC, not just as a player, but as someone who could carry their last hopes. The team only had 9 members, so MC could start right away. Yet MC couldn't help but contrast their situation with the glorified sports manga of the Raya era. This wasn't an inspiring tale of underdogs rising to greatness, just a struggling team trying to survive. Then, out of nowhere, Toshiro asked him if there was anyone he wanted to impress by playing in the tournament. Without skipping a beat, MC rejected the idea. He had no one like that in his life. But to his surprise, Toshiro revealed that he did. He had someone he wanted to impress and confess to. Realization hit MC like a punch, so that was Toshiro's real motive. Annoyed, MC told him to do whatever he wanted. But Toshiro wasn't done. With a steady gaze, he pointed at MC and challenged him to settle things on the court. And just like that, the class went dead silent, their eyes locked on the unexpected standoff unfolding in front of them, while MC stood there, internally groaning that this reckless, passionate idiot was dragging him into something completely absurd. The pressure only intensified when Mio chimed in, practically pushing MC to accept the basketball challenge, and Kamoshiro wasn't far behind, her voice adding weight to the already growing crowd of encouragers. As if things weren't chaotic enough, the class even roped in another student, Aceto, cheering him on to join the team too. The classroom buzzed like a stadium before a big game, and in that moment, MC realized something deeply irritating: his own opinion had been completely erased. The crowd had already decided his fate, no input required. The room erupted in excited chatter, students already hyping up a game set for after school, and before MC could even process what was happening, he found himself at the center of it all, again. Frustrated, he firmly announced they could play without him. But that didn't stop the wildfire. Rumors of the so-called basketball showdown raced through the school. Soon, even the girls in Yuri's class were gossiping about it, swooning over how MC had made the student council president bow to him and now seemed to be challenging the basketball team captain. Some found it hard to believe, others were still shocked Mitsuki had ever bowed in the first place. Yuri, growing more and more irritated by the conversation, finally snapped. She scolded them for treating the whole thing like an idol scandal, saying it wasn't entertainment. Her frustration bubbled up as memories of MC's middle school days rushed back, how serious and passionate he used to be about basketball. Back then, she had found him undeniably cool. As she stormed out toward the vending machine, she couldn't shake the thought, would she ever get to see that side of him again? Meanwhile, back on the court, MC was doing his best to stretch while ignoring the relentless whispers around him. Ridiculous rumors had taken hold, people saying he slept with Mitsuki, or that he was wagering girls over a game. Somehow, in the span of a day, he'd gone from a quiet student to the school's legendary playboy, its own personal Casanova. The rumors were evolving faster than Pokemon, and the absurdity made MC sigh. He figured most students were just hungry for drama to spice up their mundane lives. Still, despite every attempt to avoid the spotlight, he had been pulled into center stage. With a groan, MC wished he could just go home and pretend none of this was real, but the match was happening, whether he liked it or not. A 3-on-3 showdown was set, and he was expected to face off against 3 regulars from the basketball team. The rules were simple, 2 5-minute periods, alternating between offense and defense, for a total of 10 minutes. But before the match even started, Toshiro flashed a devilish grin and laid down the stakes. If MC's team lost, they would be forced to join the basketball club. To MC's horror, Mio immediately agreed, all smiles, as if it wasn't a big deal. Internally, MC was screaming, why was Mio making decisions for him like this, especially when Toshiro wasn't even that impressive on the court? Annoyed, MC decided to raise the stakes himself. If they won, then the basketball club had to disband. The moment those words left his mouth, Toshiro and his teammates collapsed theatrically on the gym floor, moaning that his condition was way too extreme. MC rolled his eyes. Why were third years acting like defeat was inevitable against first years? For all he knew, Mio and Sito could be complete amateurs. Not that it mattered, MC wasn't motivated to play in the first place and didn't care about the outcome. While he stood there sulking, Mio and Sito were getting hyped, full of excitement. Mio, oddly calm, even seemed resigned to losing. But just as MC accepted that inevitability, something changed. Mio's smile twisted into a confident, almost villainous grin. With a sudden flare of energy, he declared they were going to win, no question. Something about that shift sent a chill down MC's spine. It felt like Mio was about to snap Toshiro's ankles in front of a live audience. As the game kicked off, MC found himself holding the ball, preparing for his first shot. And in that brief moment, something unexpected stirred in him. He realized he never thought he'd play basketball again at school. Back then, it had been his escape, something he did not for glory or teammates, but for himself. He trained alone, always. But in the summer of his second year, that changed. Someone had stepped into his life, someone persistent, annoying, and unforgettable. Someone who saw him in a way no one else did. That person was Shiroi Kamishiro. In the flashback, Shiori seemed surprised when she saw MC practicing alone on the basketball court, recalling that he had been there the previous week too, and she was mesmerized by his dedication. Seeing him so focused made her curious, and from that weekend on, her eyes began to follow him everywhere, a memory that present-day Shiori now called a mistake. Continuing the flashback, she glazed at MC like every sports manga protagonist, so dedicated and serious while everyone else was just playing for fun, and though she thought he was kind of an odd one, he didn't seem to care, his mind only on basketball. So when Shiori came to greet him after practice, he looked at her and simply asked who she was, shocking her completely. Later, in her own glazing, Shiori thought about how she was quite popular in class, receiving many confessions from boys, like one who approached her after coming out of the sports room. But MC was built different, not looking at her with lustful eyes like the others, which made her wonder what he saw from those lifeless eyes. Well, we know what he sees. But anyway, Shiori saw him as a gentle person, and after more glazing, it only ended one way. She wanted him, so she started her charming junior persona, coming to him at lunchtime, chatting, and before she realized, MC had become someone she could feel at ease with. She thought of MC as an important friend she could rely on, but soon realized he had become more than that, a love interest. A little later, we see MC winning the autumn tournament match against some background characters who really weren't important. But it was still a huge achievement for the school's boys basketball team, which usually got knocked out early, and because of that victory, the whole sports atmosphere at school changed, boys' mentality shifting as they began to believe they could aim even higher than MC himself, all thanks to one man, RMC. On the other side, his growing popularity had girls talking about him like he was some sort of film star, chatting about his quiet, non-flirting behavior like it was the ultimate riz, which honestly sounded a bit cringe, but still. During one of those conversations, a girl mentioned that Shiori seemed to get along with MC, which fascinated them, and while everyone was happy about it, Shiori started to feel anxious about where she and MC stood. After class, she saw MC in the locker room, and as she walked closer, she noticed another girl chatting with him. At first, she wasn't sure what she felt, but in that moment, she realized she truly did want him, and that it must be love. One quiet afternoon, Kamishiro gathered every ounce of courage in her heart and confessed to MC, her voice trembling as she told him that she loved him. For the first time, she saw a flicker of genuine surprise cross his usually calm expression, an expression she would never forget. But MC only offered her an apologetic smile, asking her to wait until the end of the tournament for his answer. Though disappointment clouded her heart, Kamishiro nodded, understanding that this was his final tournament and that his focus belonged there. MC promised he would give her an answer once everything was over, and she accepted that truth. Yet as she turned to leave, something inside her burst. She broke into a run, shouting back that she didn't want to feel sad anymore. The memory of that moment lingered with her like an echo, intertwining with what she knew about him, how his love for basketball began after his childhood friend broke his heart, how he played to burn away the remnants of that lingering pain. When the long-awaited tournament finally arrived, Kamishiro believed that this was the goal MC had set for himself, the time he needed to confront the feelings he'd buried so deeply. Elsewhere, gasping for breath from running, Kamishiro convinced herself that if he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have asked her to wait. She clung to that hope, that he would give her the answer she longed to hear. But before the storm of emotions could settle, her friends cornered her with teasing smiles, asking if she had confessed. Flustered, Kamishiro denied it outright, fumbling over her words. Her friends laughed, unconvinced, and one joked that maybe it was finally springtime for Kamishiro. Her mind went blank at those words, because for her, this was her first love, something tender and precious she wanted to protect. Their teasing, though light-hearted, stung, and in a moment of panic, she lashed out, blurting that she could never be with someone like MC, that he had an awful aura, that she only pitied him for always being alone. Her words cut through the laughter like glass. One of her friends, still curious, pressed on, did she really not like him? Kamishiro's heart pounded as she muttered that it wasn't like that she didn't care about MC at all. And then, silence. The mood shifted. The smiles vanished. Her friends' gazes drifted past her, and when Kamishiro turned, her stomach dropped. MC was there, standing behind her, already walking away. It was as if the world stopped spinning. Panic seized her chest. Why was he here? How much had he heard? She couldn't even remember the exact words she had said. Her friends called after him, but he didn't stop. Their laughter had turned to guilt as they realized their teasing had gone too far. One of them whispered that Kamishiro should be honest before things got worse, but Kamishiro could barely breathe. Her body refused to move, her heart screamed for her to run after him, yet her feet remained rooted to the ground. She told herself he hadn't heard everything, that maybe, just maybe, this could still be undone. So she chose to do nothing, convincing herself to let the moment pass, even as her first love quietly began to crumble. Kamishiro soon realized that MC might one day ask for clarification about what she had said, and that thought alone filled her with unease. She found herself with no answers, only growing impatience as days turned into weeks. Despite everything, MC's demeanor remained unchanged. He was as calm, kind, and composed as ever, but Kamishiro could see something different in his eyes, a quiet sadness that no amount of self-denial could erase. Without her realizing it, the careless lie she had told continued to spread among their classmates, twisting the story further from the truth. One afternoon, while chatting casually, Kamishiro mentioned that the tournament was getting close. MC responded in his usual way, his tone steady, revealing nothing that could worry her. His composure comforted her, making her believe that maybe things hadn't been as bad as she feared. Feeling a rare moment of courage, she brought up her confession again, reminding him that she was still waiting for his answer. But then, completely out of nowhere, MC told her she didn't need to spend time with him anymore. His voice was calm but firm as he explained that he wasn't lonely, that he actually preferred being alone, and that she didn't need to pity him. If she didn't truly like him, she should stop forcing herself to care. Kamishiro froze, pretending not to understand, but when MC looked straight into her eyes, his next words shattered her pretense. He told her she didn't need to lie to him. The weight of those words hit her like a blow, and she covered her mouth in shock, instantly regretting everything she'd said. Before she could respond, MC turned away and quietly said, "No." The rejection came so suddenly that Kamishiro's heart stopped for a moment. Desperate, she ran after him, insisting that he had misunderstood her, that she hadn't meant any of it. But MC only replied that if walking home with him had felt like a burden, then it was better to end things here. The formal tone in his voice cut deep. It felt like they were strangers again. Refusing to give up, Kamishiro chased him down the stairs, crying out that she truly liked him. But in her haste, her foot slipped, and she tumbled forward. In an instant, MC caught her, pulling her close to keep her from falling. Shocked, she heard him call her by her first name, Shiori, for the first time. For a fleeting second, warmth filled her chest, bittersweet and fragile, as if that single word had brought all her buried emotions rushing back. Then everything went dark as they both fell, landing hard on the ground. When MC came to, he quickly turned to wake her, asking if she was all right. She nodded, shaken but unharmed, until she saw his arm, twisted and swelling rapidly. Her relief turned to horror as the truth struck her. MC's injury meant he would never play in the tournament he had worked so hard for. In the present day, MC often wondered if things would have been different had he been able to play. He questioned whether it was even possible to recover what had been lost, though deep down, he already knew the answer. The only thing he wished was that his feelings with Kamishiro had been made clear before everything fell apart. Pushing those thoughts aside, he focused on the basketball game unfolding before him. He was curious to see how good Mio really was, especially since the guy had been so confident about challenging him. The match began, and in a flash, Mio seized the ball, moving with sharp, effortless precision. His dribbling flowed like water, and with a single powerful leap, he slammed the ball through the hoop. The court erupted with cheers, especially from the girls, their voices echoing through the gym as MC watched in silence, lost in thoughts of what could have been. MC, however, remained entirely unimpressed. Narrowing his eyes at Mio, he couldn't help but think that being that good-looking had to count as some kind of unfair advantage. As the match continued, one of the opposing players attempted a pass, but MC moved faster, intercepting the ball mid-air with practiced ease. Every time the seniors tried to pass or score, he was already there, reading their movements like an open book, stealing the ball before they even realized what had happened. Despite their size, their technique was clumsy, their timing off. To MC, their next moves were so obvious that it almost felt insulting. He began to think these so-called veterans were weaker than he had imagined. When he tried passing the ball to his teammate Ito, only for it to slip through the boy's hands, irritation flared. MC sighed, spinning the ball lazily between his fingers as he taunted his senior, asking if he still wanted to keep playing. The older player, knowing what losing this match would mean, stubbornly refused to back down. Then, out of nowhere, Myo dashed in, stealing the ball cleanly from MC and slamming it through the hoop with precision. MC raised an eyebrow, warning him that if he kept playing like that, they'd easily take the win. But Mo only smirked, he knew exactly what he was doing. Moments later, he pulled off another dazzling maneuver, effortlessly stealing the ball again. It was then that MC noticed something different, the smoothness, the confidence in Myo's movements. This guy wasn't just good, he was experienced. But instead of being proud that MC had finally acknowledged his skill, Myo looked irritated, asking if it had really taken him this long to notice. Did MC ever think about how other people felt? The question caught MC off guard. Truth was, he didn't. Emotional nuance wasn't his strong suit. He remembered back in school, there was a test where he had to interpret what the author was feeling in a passage, and his best guess was that the author just needed to use the restroom. His teacher hadn't been amused. The memory still made him cringe a little. Back on the court, the atmosphere grew still, the game had become entirely one-sided and dull. Myo, clearly bored, tossed the ball from hand to hand before pointing directly at MC, a confident grin spreading across his face. His eyes gleaming with challenge. "Play against me," he said. MC looked at Myo with a mixture of disbelief and irritation, asking if his head was all right. He added dryly that just because Myo was handsome didn't mean he could have everything he wanted. But Myo didn't back down. With a sly grin, he said that the game was getting boring anyway. Then, turning to Toshiro, he casually declared that he was switching sides to join MC's team and told him to find someone else to replace him. Toshiro blinked in disbelief, telling him to stop making up stories, but Mo only shrugged and said matter-of-factly that Toshiro couldn't win against them. The older boy froze, stunned that a first-year dared to say something like that. Meanwhile, MC stood there with his usual unamused expression, wondering why everyone seemed to be ignoring him in this bizarre standoff. Myo, however, looked more alive than ever, his grin sharpened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Back in junior high, Myo had been part of a powerhouse basketball club. District tournaments were little more than warm-ups for them. Their team was dominant, unstoppable, and arrogant enough to believe no weak school could ever touch them. That was the expectation, anyway. But everything changed during one game that should have been an easy win. On the opposing team stood a boy whose eyes were cold and unreadable, completely devoid of emotion. From the moment the match began, he controlled the court like a puppet master, predicting every move, dismantling their plays with surgical precision. Mo had never seen anything like it. No matter what tricks they tried, the boy didn't flinch. He was powerful, inhuman even, and though the rest of his teammates were painfully average, his sheer dominance made them unstoppable. Myo's confidence crumbled as humiliation set in. They weren't the powerhouse after all. That single boy had shattered their pride. From that day on, Myo couldn't stop thinking about him. Defeating that emotionless prodigy became his only goal. He threw himself into training, vowing that next time, he'd win. By his third and final year, he was ready, his entire team was. But when the tournament came, the mysterious boy didn't show. They went on to nationals, even reaching the third round, and while everyone around them celebrated their success, the victory felt hollow. They had never beaten their true rival. To Myo and the rest of the club, that lingering defeat burned like an open wound. Now, standing on the court once again, Myo's eyes found MC, and every doubt, every frustration from those years ago, came flooding back. He had dreamed of this moment, convinced that fate itself had brought them together again. After all this time, the rival he had longed to face was right in front of him. If anyone asked, Myo might even admit it felt like destiny, or something dangerously close to love. With a small, almost reverent smile, Mio gripped the ball tightly, his pulse quickening. This is it, he told himself. The rematch he'd been waiting for all these years was finally about to begin. The pass was so sharp it almost looked like the ball had materialized out of thin air. No one could blame Ito for missing it, it was practically impossible to catch. With the combined skill of MC and Mio, there was no chance the seniors could stop their team. Yet, in the midst of their dominance, MC suddenly muttered that the game was boring, catching Mio completely off guard. Mo agreed, though inwardly he wanted the game to last longer. He wanted to keep playing alongside MC, even if just for a little while. Then, with an intensity that surprised everyone, he challenged MC directly, declaring that he would win against him this time. MC looked at him, unsure how to respond, and awkwardly called his name. He asked if Mio was really that passionate about this, but Mio simply dismissed the question and said all he wanted was to play basketball with him. MC's reply came cold and blunt, he didn't want to. The words hit Mio harder than he expected. MC apologized right after, saying he didn't think he could live up to Mio's expectations. But instead of backing down, Mio raised the stakes, pointing toward Kamishiro and declaring that if he won, she would be his prize. The crowd fell into stunned silence, the weight of his words settling heavily in the air. Kamishiro's face flushed with shock as she demanded to know what he meant. MC, meanwhile, stood quietly, processing what he had just heard. The realization struck him, Mio liked Kamishiro. He turned to her and, with a detached calmness, told her this was fine, that Mio was a good guy. His tone was too casual, too dismissive, as if he were handing her away without a second thought. Mo's expression darkened. He asked if MC was truly fine with this, but MC only looked confused, replying that Mo himself had been the one to suggest it. Was a match really necessary when everything else was already up to them both? Frustration boiled over in Mio's voice as he demanded to know why MC never noticed him, why he seemed to feel nothing at all. He brought up Kamishiro and Suzuraku, asking if MC had ever cared about how they acted toward him. But MC didn't answer. He simply turned his back and said he didn't understand, wishing Mio and Kamishiro happiness before walking away. That single, emotionless statement made Mo call out to him once more, asking why he always rejected people so cruelly. MC stopped in his tracks, his voice quiet when he finally spoke again. He said that he wasn't the one rejecting anyone, he was the one who kept being rejected. All he had ever wanted was to disappear. Mio's words lingered in his mind, and for the first time, MC began to question whether he truly had been rejecting people all along. Could it really be that he had been the one pushing them away? The thought drew him back to that moment when Kamishiro had confessed to him. Her feelings hadn't been sympathy or pity, they had been real. She had loved him. Realizing this, tears welled up in MC's eyes as a deep ache spread through his chest. It felt like something precious had slipped from his grasp, leaving behind only emptiness. And within that silence, he heard something inside him break. Then, just as suddenly, he wiped his tears away, putting on a calm face as he said it didn't matter. He turned back to Mio, his expression unreadable, and stated his own condition. If he won the match, then neither Mio nor Kamishiro would have anything to do with him anymore. From that moment onward, they would live their lives freely, without him in the way. He added that if he won, he wouldn't even join the basketball club. To him, it was the perfect solution, one that would free them both from any lingering tension. Mio stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how someone could treat their own feelings so indifferently. But MC was already preparing to play, his mind made up. In his heart, he told himself that this was for the best, that by stepping aside, Kamishiro and Mio would finally be able to grow closer, without hesitation, without regret. He never imagined that at his age, he would become a bridge connecting someone else's love. As the tension thickened, Ado broke the silence, his voice laced with unease. He didn't want to play a match built on something like this. The other seniors quickly echoed his sentiment, unwilling to take part in such a spectacle. But MC stood firm, refusing to back down, his quiet determination casting a chill through the court. Ito tried to stop him, urging him to rest, but MC ignored him entirely, his eyes already distant. Whenever MC stepped onto the court, an eerie stillness always followed, whispers died, movements slowed, and the crowd's gaze fixated on him as though they were staring at something not entirely human. Yet, within that oppressive silence, MC's heart remained calm, untouched. He had long accepted that no one truly wanted to involve themselves with him, and that was how it should be. Just as he was about to resume play, Kamashiro's voice broke through the tension. She wanted to join his team. Mo froze, disbelief written all over his face, asking what she was thinking. But Kamashiro didn't hesitate. She apologized to Mio even as she ran down the steps, thanking him softly. When she reached the court, Mio tried to stop her, guilt flickering in his expression. He warned her about MC, about how he pushed people away, but she only smiled faintly. She already knew. Then, looking directly at MC, Kamashiro asked if he would play with her one last time. MC's tone was cold, asking if she had even listened to what he'd said before. Kamashiro forced a small smile, her words trembling as she told him how cruel that line was, how his kindness became a weapon when he tried so hard to keep others away. She admitted she had no right to stay involved with him, but still, she was happy. Any reason, even rejection, was enough if it meant she could still be his reason to move forward. As she stood before him, Kamashiro realized she had returned to the court for him alone. The disappointment, the pain, she felt she deserved all of it, not him. That was why she couldn't stand seeing anyone look at MC with the same emptiness he saw in himself. Even if her feelings never reached him, she still wanted to remain by his side. Then, in a moment that silenced even the air between them, she rested her head gently against his chest and whispered for him to win. Out of nowhere, MC reached out and wiped away Kamashiro's tears, reminding her not to cry if she was truly happy. Then, as if jolted back to reality, she quickly tried to wipe away her tears, realizing how foolish she must have looked. But no matter how frantically she rubbed her eyes, the tears wouldn't stop. MC looked at her quietly, his tone calm yet distant, telling her that if she were with Mio, she would never have to feel this kind of sadness, that Mio would surely make her happy. Kamashiro nodded softly, admitting that Mio was indeed a kind person, but her heart still belonged to MC. She reached out, gently taking his hand, her voice trembling as she vowed never to deny her feelings again. There was a fragile determination in her words, a sincerity that pierced through the noise around them. Then, with tear-streaked cheeks and unwavering eyes, she confessed her love for him. For a moment, the entire gym seemed to freeze. MC sighed deeply and brought a hand to his forehead, as if trying to process the absurdity of what just unfolded. Kamashiro's expression faltered in confusion, and the stunned silence of the crowd made the air heavy with tension. Turning his back to her, MC exhaled slowly, muttering to himself about how everything had spiraled so suddenly. Yet rather than run from it, he looked over his shoulder and told her simply to play the match with him. Kamashiro, still trembling from tears but now smiling through them, nodded eagerly. With a faint, knowing smirk, MC turned toward Mio and pointed, declaring that he was about to take down the guy who boasted about never watching TV. Mio blinked, completely dumbfounded, insisting he'd never said anything like that, but MC was already ignoring him, his eyes cold and focused. No conditions, he said evenly. I'll deal with you now. Come at me. Fired up, Mio clenched his fists, ready to face him head-on. But before the game could start, the seniors interrupted, asking about updates regarding the basketball club. MC merely stared at them, unblinking, before saying he would talk to the manager. When the game finally resumed, the scoreboard painted a cruel truth across the court, 0-4-21. The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. Bodies lay sprawled across the floor, sweat-soaked and drained, the echo of the final buzzer fading like a memory. Mio sat on the floor, disbelief etched on his face. All his training, his travels, his victories, it all meant nothing against MC. He wasn't just strong, he was unreachable. As MC walked off the court without a word, boredom clouding his expression, Mio's thoughts spiraled into quiet despair. Why was it that no one could ever reach him? Later, sitting beside Kamashiro, Mio asked why MC hadn't joined the third-year tournament. Kamashiro's voice was barely above a whisper as she said it was because he had broken a bone. When Mio asked if it was an injury, she shook her head. No, she said softly. It was my fault. I lied to him, and that's when he broke. Elsewhere, as dusk settled, MC walked home in silence. The soft sound of footsteps beside him broke the stillness. Yuri had appeared, a bottle of water in hand. She quietly offered it to him as a small gesture for playing well. MC accepted it, thanked her, and handed her a few coins in return. It was a simple exchange, almost meaningless, and yet, in that moment, it felt more human than anything that had happened all day. Yuri stared at the bill in disbelief, her expression frozen between confusion and shock. But Yukito barely acknowledged her reaction, merely noting how rare it was for her to walk home with him. The silence stretched between them until Yuri finally asked if he participated in any club activities and whether they were fun. Yukito replied flatly that he didn't, explaining that he was bored and too negative to join anything. She accepted his answer and then asked if school itself was at least enjoyable, but Yukito couldn't understand how anyone could find it fun. When she asked if he was confused, he simply said no. They continued walking in an uneasy, familiar silence. For Yukito, the awkward distance was comfortable, a barrier he had always reminded himself not to cross, haunted by the memory of a tragic incident from his past. Then, without warning, Yuri's voice trembled as she asked what he planned to do after high school. Yukito blinked, uncertain, replying that no one could really know, but before he could continue, she grabbed his hand, her grip desperate and trembling, pleading with him not to go. Go where? He asked, bewildered. Anywhere, she whispered, and before he could react, she pulled him into a tight, almost desperate embrace, apologizing for being scared earlier, admitting that maybe it was too late but that she still wanted to try. She begged him not to disappear, not to hurt himself, not to push others away, insisting that he was loved by many, though Yukito immediately dismissed her words as lies. Still, Yuri didn't waver, her eyes softened and she whispered, I love you, before leaning forward to kiss him on the lips, leaving him completely stunned, his mind blank and heart frozen. And this time, only one thing can be said for this situation. As MC sat in class, his thoughts refused to settle, circling endlessly around the single, bewildering fact that his sister had kissed him. The scene replayed in his mind like a glitching memory, her face, her calmness, the sheer absurdity of it. He couldn't make sense of it. Yuri had never mentioned a boyfriend, odd, considering how effortlessly beautiful she was. It wouldn't have been shocking if she had 1, 2, or even 20 admirers. And yet, the idea that she'd kissed him, her own brother, was unthinkable. Then, like a spark igniting in the dark, a wild realization struck him, snapping all the scattered pieces into place. Without a second thought, MC shot up from his seat and exclaimed his revelation, his sister must be a witch. The entire class froze, Yuri's sharp shut up, sliced through the air, her face flaring red with embarrassment. A moment of stunned silence passed before Fujiro, the teacher, returned to the lesson, though even she seemed faintly unsettled by how unusually high the class's average test scores had been lately. MC, however, felt nothing but mild satisfaction. The study sessions he'd organized had gone far better than expected, with more students joining every day. Mio, leaning against a nearby desk, announced that MC had ranked third in the class and teasingly asked if he'd even studied. MC didn't bother responding, merely telling Mr. Refreshingly Handsome not to address him so casually, his thoughts already drifting toward the basketball match, an event Mio had been annoyingly enthusiastic about. When Mio smugly declared his own 10th place rank, MC gave only a dry, sarcastic nod before advising him to treat Kamishiro better if he valued their friendship. The jab clearly hit, Mio's smile faltered, and he muttered something about getting angry. Meanwhile, Sakurai and Manita sat slumped over their desks, lamenting their poor scores until Sakurai abruptly shifted the mood by suggesting plans for Golden Week. MC offhandedly mentioned that Mio was being invited, to which Mio retorted that MC was included too. The very idea made MC scoff, him, invited? Impossible. He brushed it off, calling himself a loner and warning Mio not to make reckless assumptions. But when Sakurai confirmed he actually was invited, MC's composure cracked. You're kidding, he said, tense. Sakurai only laughed softly, asking if it was really that shocking. Flustered, MC stammered something about not wanting to be openly included, insisting that if they were going to pity invite him, they should at least do it behind his back, exactly what he expected from Sakurai, whom he teasingly called Elizabeth. The name struck a nerve. Sakurai's eyes welled up, her voice trembling as she protested that she'd never do something so cruel. Manita, too, looked wounded, asking if MC didn't want to go out with them. He sighed, shaking his head. No, that wasn't it. He was just curious. Curious about what, exactly, awaited him beyond the walls of his self-imposed solitude. Mana smiled gently, reassuring MC that it would be fun, urging him to at least think about joining. Her warmth drew his attention, and in that moment, something clicked in his mind. She was a girl, and perhaps the perfect person to answer the question that had been haunting him. Without hesitation, he turned to her and asked, blunt as ever, "Are you?" The rest of his words barely left his lips before Mana recoiled, her face twisting in disbelief. "I'm not that kind of woman," she snapped, cheeks flushed with indignation. Myo nearly collapsed beside them, mortified by his friend's astounding lack of tact. Realizing he might have gone too far, MC quickly apologized, though Mana brushed it off with a cold sigh. Instead, she brought up something else, his earlier outburst in class, the moment he'd loudly accused his sister of being a witch. "Was that," she asked sharply, "connected to what you just asked me?" MC hesitated, the weight of her words pressing down on him. Finally, he admitted the truth. His sister, Yuri, had kissed him. The confession slipped out like a whisper, but the silence that followed told him the damage was done. The entire class had heard. In an instant, the room erupted, questions flying from every direction, voices overlapping, curiosity turning to chaos. Overwhelmed, MC bolted from his seat and left the classroom, desperate for quiet. The empty hallways offered him a fragile kind of peace as he wandered aimlessly, lunch in hand. Near the stairwell, he spotted Kyuka sitting alone, her expression distant and annoyed. She didn't acknowledge him, and he didn't force it. Sometimes, he thought, people just needed to be left alone. Settling nearby, he unwrapped his lunch, great bread and cheese milk bread, his oddly perfect comfort combo. Just as he was about to take a bite, Kyuka shifted closer, her eyes narrowing. "You really just ignore me and start eating?" she asked. MC sighed, muttering that she was such a pain, but a strangely endearing one. She let out a small laugh, amusement flickering through her irritation. "Don't think I've forgiven you yet," she warned, though her tone softened. It didn't bother him, he wasn't expecting forgiveness anyway. Then she mentioned, almost offhandedly, how she had waited there once or twice a week like she said she would, but he never came. The realization hit him like a dull ache, he'd completely forgotten. He tried to cover it up with a vague excuse about being busy, but Kyuka's knowing look cut straight through the lie. "You forgot," she said simply. He chuckled weakly, conceding defeat. When he asked if she came by every day, she shot back that it wasn't like that. She just liked to be alone sometimes and didn't care about him at all. MC tilted his head, half teasing, half sincere, wondering if she was as much of an introvert as he was. Her glare warned him not to mix her up with his brooding tendencies. As he studied her expression, the defiance, the quiet loneliness behind it, he couldn't help thinking she was like some kind of goddess he didn't even know the name of. Kyuka looked visibly offended, reminding MC that she had already introduced herself, though he barely heard her. His attention had wandered to the disappointing taste of the grape filling in his bread, far too bland for his liking. Irritated, Kyuka pressed him, asking if he was even listening or remotely interested in her. She went on, half in jest, half in pride, boasting that she was actually quite popular among the students. Without missing a beat, MC looked up and asked flatly if she was just pretending to be a star. The remark caught her completely off guard. Her face turned pink as she told him to stop being so mean. It was embarrassing. Realizing he'd pushed her too far, MC awkwardly tried to comfort her, fumbling for words that didn't sound condescending. Before he could, Kyuka's attention shifted. Hinagi was walking by with an unfamiliar boy. Kyuka's eyes lit up with mischief as she grabbed MC's sleeve and dragged him behind a pillar to watch. "Looks like a confession," she whispered excitedly. MC couldn't help but notice how natural this seemed for her. She must have been confessed to plenty of times herself, just as she'd claimed earlier. While they hid, his mind, ever unpredictable, wandered off again. "You know," he murmured suddenly, "cheese milk bread's kinda funny." It's like double dairy. Hyuka blinked at him, unimpressed. You really don't care about what's happening, do you? She muttered under her breath, half amused, half exasperated. This guy seriously needs a diagnosis, she thought. Still, her curiosity won out as they turned back to the scene unfolding before them. Hinagi and the boy stood a few meters away, voices low but tense. Do you know them? Hyuka whispered. MC nodded. Hinagi's my classmate. Hyuka admitted the whole sneaking around thing was a hassle. But admittedly kind of thrilling. MC remembered Hinagi had mentioned a breakup not long ago, so seeing her with someone new wasn't exactly surprising. Still, Hyuka murmured, clutching her knees, she's so cute. I wonder what happened to her. MC smirked, sensing a chance to tease. So, you're saying you're cuter, he asked, and then, as if to twist the knife, added, by the way, lunch is already over. Her temper flared instantly. You really want me to punch you, don't you? She shot back, glaring at him. Even so, there was a strange, electric rhythm to their exchanges, like two mismatched melodies somehow in sync. As they returned to their classrooms, neither noticed the quiet figure trailing a few paces behind them, a mysterious girl, her gaze fixed solely on MC. Later that day, during club hours, one of Yuri's friends approached MC with a snack, playfully offering to feed him. Before he could react, Yuri intervened, her tone sharp yet oddly possessive. Don't feed him. I'll do it. The girl laughed awkwardly, but Yuri didn't back down. She fed MC the snack herself, leaving him no choice but to open his mouth like some obedient pet, humiliation and confusion mixing in his chest. The others watched, whispering. One girl tilted her head and asked curiously, so this is your little brother? He doesn't really look like you. MC chuckled and agreed jokingly, which only deepened Yuri's glare. That joke, she said coldly, made Mom cry once. The room went silent until the girl stammered an apology. Changing the subject, Yuri turned to MC, her expression unreadable. Anyway, she said, voice dropping low, I've been hearing rumors about the student council president. How much of it is true? Realizing this was his moment to set the record straight, MC straightened his posture and declared with calm confidence that the rumors about the student council president were completely false. There's no truth to it, he said firmly. She never told me to become her special friend. A murmur rippled through the group, though he reluctantly added, she did kneel down, but only to ask me to be a friend. The room went silent. Yuri stared at him in disbelief, and one of her friends raised an eyebrow. Is there even a difference? She asked dryly. MC tried to defend himself, insisting that the order of the words made it entirely different, but the girls exchanged doubtful looks, unimpressed by his logic. With a huff, Yuri slammed her hand on the desk and declared that she would summon that girl herself, demanding her friends prepare for a vote of confidence immediately. Alarmed, MC quickly waved his hands, trying to defuse the situation. No, the president didn't say anything like that. It's just a misunderstanding. One of Yuri's friends hesitated before nodding in agreement, nervously echoing, yeah, the president would never say something like that, a rumor's just a rumor, right? But then MC froze mid-sentence as a memory surfaced, the president's voice echoing in his head. Embrace me. The words slipped out of his mouth before he could stop them. The room went still. The girl who'd spoken earlier gaped at him. Then, it's not really a rumor, is it? Another girl sighed dramatically, saying they'd just uncovered something shocking and asked what they were supposed to do now. Yuri turned to him, her eyes sharp. Well, MC, she said coolly, what do you think? Weighing his options, MC muttered that their odds were about 50-50, after all, the president was beautiful, but quickly added that he had no intention of falling for her charms. Yuri immediately assumed she was the reason for his moral fortitude, and he had no choice but to nod in reluctant agreement. Freedom of speech, it seemed, did not exist for him. The tension broke when one of the girls casually asked how Yuri was doing at home, while another teased her about how popular she'd become lately. MC simply shrugged in acknowledgement, but Yuri, pouting slightly, declared that she wasn't particularly happy. Her friends teased her for pretending not to care, and MC, perhaps to lighten the mood, said he was glad she was liked and admired. His words made her brighten instantly. Smiling, she threw her arms around him in an affectionate hug, telling him to keep looking forward to her. Her friends exchanged knowing glances, whispering about how Yuri always melted when it came to her brother. Then, one girl, smirking, asked what the two of them were like at home. Without a shred of hesitation, MC replied that Yuri was usually just walking around in her underwear. The reaction was instant. Yuri's face turned crimson as she snapped that if he kept talking, she'd sleep in his bed that night as punishment. Completely unfazed, MC continued, saying that she also had a habit of drinking milk while in said state of undress. The girls erupted in a mix of laughter and outrage. One joked that this must be the secret behind Yuri's exceptional development, while another giggled at MC's brutal honesty. MC, ever detached, merely commented that body development was more about genetics anyway. As the laughter slowly faded, he noticed Yuri's shoulders stiffen, a strange tension settling over her once again, a quiet, unreadable emotion flickering behind her teasing smile. With a bashful blush coloring her cheeks, Yuri murmured softly that if MC truly wanted to sleep with her that badly, then she would be ready for it. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap, so bold and misplaced that even their ancestors must have flinched. MC nearly collapsed from sheer mortification, realizing instantly that they were not on the same page. All he'd meant was that she'd take his bed while he slept on the couch, not whatever that was. Before he could recover, one of Yuri's friends remarked that social media was going to explode again, given how much people had already been talking about him lately. MC blinked, confused, prompting the girls to elaborate. Apparently, his reputation on campus had become quite the topic. He brushed it off, saying he didn't use SNS or group chats, which one of the girls confirmed, noting that he barely even looked at his phone. "It's probably for the best," she added. "You'd be traumatized if you saw half of what's out there." Yuri giggled and declared that her brother was hopeless anyway, so there was no need to worry. The girls laughed, agreeing they could say whatever they wanted since he wouldn't find out. Eventually, MC excused himself, deciding to head home. As he walked through the quiet streets, a thought lingered in his mind: how rumors had a life of their own. Whether true or false, it didn't matter. They spread with the same fervor, devouring truth and twisting it into something grotesque. They were monsters born from curiosity, envy, and fear, and those caught in their grasp were left scarred. Elsewhere that evening, Hinagi sat alone in a dim room, her phone's glow reflecting in her eyes as she scrolled through the cruel flood of comments that bore her name. Her lips trembled, her expression a portrait of silent despair. Later that night, MC stirred awake to the sound of movement in his room. His heart jumped. Someone was there. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw Yuri kneeling beside his bed. "Yuri," he whispered, dazed. Without hesitation, she began unbuttoning her shirt, her tone maddeningly casual. "You said you wanted me to sleep with you, right? So, should I wear pajamas or not?" she asked, as if discussing the weather. MC's mind short-circuited. Words failed him. He could only gape in stunned disbelief at the surreal absurdity unfolding before him. The next morning, school life resumed, though the day felt eerily off. There was no overpowered student council pulling strings behind the scenes, no gossip-hungry newspaper club chasing scandalous exclusives, no zealous disciplinary committee marching the halls. MC's life was typically quiet, almost dull, but not today. From the moment he entered the classroom, the air was heavy with tension and whispers. Conversations stopped and eyes darted away as he passed. Concerned, he turned to Mana and Mio, who hurried over with grim expressions. Mio handed him her phone, showing him an anonymous online post. As his eyes scanned the screen, his stomach dropped. The post was vicious as pages of slander aimed at Hinagi, accusing her of manipulative behavior, promiscuity, and chasing after any boy she could. Across town, Hinagi sat alone in the faint glow of her phone, shoulders trembling as she read the words tearing her reputation apart. The same monster MC had reflected on earlier had found its next prey, and this time, it had a name. Sakurai rejoined the group, explaining that the mysterious post had appeared only the day before, leaving MC troubled as he recalled Hinagi insisting she had already broken things off with that senior student, while Mio dismissed the entire situation as an obvious prank. Kamishiro, however, grew anxious. Hinagi should have arrived at school by then. The others tried to calm her, suggesting Hinagi was simply absent, but Mo only grew angrier, calling Hinagi's actions ridiculous before demanding MC decide what he planned to do about it. Then MC stood and boldly declared that the culprit was in the room, stunning everyone into silence before Kamishiro scolded him for joking at a time like this. Yet MC couldn't shake the feeling that the real culprit wasn't in class, and Hinagi, with no enemies or history of bullying, seemed unlikely to be targeted without reason. When MC suggested they ask Hinagi directly, Mana begged him to go, the entire class pressuring him as the one person Hinagi could depend on. With no escape, MC was sent out, printouts shoved into his hands by classmates and even the teacher, Fujishiro, who unhelpfully demanded he buy her coffee with only 40 yen. As MC walked, he realized he was near Hinagi's home, the very place he had been forbidden to visit. Inside, Hinagi's mother, Akane, paused her kitchen work when the doorbell rang. Upon seeing her, MC bowed deeply, offering a gift and nervously greeting her, admiring her beauty and hastily explaining that his homeroom teacher had forced this visit upon him. He promised he would never break the vow he once made and begged for forgiveness, repeating that she looked as lovely as ever before attempting to flee in embarrassment, only for Akane to stop him gently, thanking him for the printouts and the gift, admitting she hadn't expected him. He repeated that he had refused but was pushed into it, still bound by that old promise. Akane smiled softly, accepting his reasoning, choosing not to ask the question lingering on her lips as she reassured him that Hinagi would likely return to school tomorrow and he wouldn't need to deliver anything again. MC nodded and stepped away, unaware that behind the closing door, Akane wished he had come because he cared, because if he had said he was worried about Hinagi, she would have happily welcomed him inside. Just as Akane stepped back inside, the small gift MC had given her slipped from her hands, a silent reminder of the painful truth, that he had not come by choice, despite once being her daughter's closest friend, and her heart twisted with the belief that all this turmoil was Hinagi's doing, that perhaps her daughter deserved the consequences of shutting herself away. She wished MC would say he wanted to help Hinagi, to protect her, not for obligation, but because he cared, just a simple reassurance that would soothe a parent's pride. Long ago, Akane had told MC never to visit again, and he had obeyed without protest, letting go of everything with a quiet resignation that only deepened her guilt now as she wondered what disaster at school had driven Hinagi, who had only recently begun to smile again, to barricade herself inside her room. Before she could sink further into worry, her younger daughter, Hayari, burst outside and wrapped MC in an enthusiastic hug, cheerfully insisting she had missed him and proudly admitting she had followed him because she could feel his presence. He teased her about being some sort of martial arts master, but her innocence faded when she asked why he hadn't gone to see Hinagi in her room. Unable to reveal his ban, MC simply muttered that he couldn't just walk into a girl's room, which Hayari dismissed as ridiculous. He was always welcome. She confided that Hinagi seemed to be in pain, refusing to come out for so long that it frightened her, then abruptly called her sister an idiot for causing trouble, but still begged MC to help her, insisting he was the only one Hinagi trusted and that he needed to speak to her, just once more. MC hesitated, saying it might not be what Hinagi wanted, but Hayari fiercely rejected the idea, claiming Hinagi had always loved him, and MC froze as he remembered Hinagi once saying those very words, before Hayari cheekily added that he loved Hinagi too, squeezing him hard before dashing away with a mischievous smile, turning to wave at him from afar as he wondered how someone so blunt could be an even greater threat than her older sister. That night, MC tried to drown his guilt in schoolwork, but the thought of Hinagi's isolation gnawed at him until he finally grabbed his phone, convincing himself this was only for Hayari's sake, that he was simply acting like a responsible big brother, and he dialed Hinagi. When she answered, exhaustion muted her voice, prompting him to say firmly that she needed help, and when she questioned him, he vowed he would fix everything within a week, so long as she returned to school the next day. Leaving Hinagi quietly asking him the question he most feared, why he was doing this at all. MC reminded Hinagi gently that if she was hurting or needed help, he could never understand unless she let him in, that she didn't have to shoulder everything alone when her family and friends were aching with worry for her, and at those words, tears slipped down her cheeks as she confessed she had decided not to repeat her past mistakes. Just the day before, someone had confessed to her, and she turned him down honestly because she refused to lie to herself anymore. She wanted to stay by MC's side, to support him without pretending, because all she truly wanted was to be with him. With trembling breath, Hinagi asked whether MC would still help her if she really were the kind of girl the rumors claimed she was, and MC, taken aback, asked if it mattered at all, sending Hinagi into a choked, desperate sob as she cried that she didn't want to be seen like that anymore, didn't want to be shackled to the past, didn't want to lose MC again. She screamed that she didn't want to live as someone shallow and worthless, that she would grow stronger and see things through even if she was fragile, that maybe hopes and expectations didn't often come true and maybe she had given up too many times before, but just this once she wanted MC to help her. Silence smothered the line, and Hinagi begged him to say something, anything, yet all he could manage was a strained wish for her to rest and get better soon, because from the moment she let go of his hand, he had believed the distance between them would never close again. The next morning, the school corridors buzzed with electric whispers, eyes locked on screens as Mio paled at the new post that had erupted online. The supposed culprit behind the malicious rumors about Hinagi Suzurikawa was none other than MC himself. The crowd murmured cruel speculation, that he was just a childhood friend who'd been dumped, that maybe spite twisted him, that he must be even worse considering what people said about his own sister, while Kamishiro murmured that even for someone like MC, this went too far. Then MC walked into the room with his usual loud greeting, only for Mio to thrust the screen into his face as Mina vowed she would never forgive whoever dared to frame him. When MC finally processed what was written, he blurted out his denial, just as Hinagi appeared at the doorway, tears streaming as she stared at him, and shame crashed over him so hard he fled the classroom while his stunned friends muttered that he was a complete idiot. They watched his retreating back, unsure what to do next, as Kamishiro admitted he'd never seen MC look so genuinely shaken, until Mio's eyes suddenly widened with realization. MC was far too mentally strong to be surprised by a rumor online. That panicked reaction had been a glaringly obvious act. Mio turned to Hinagi for confirmation, but she was too overwhelmed to speak, until she forced herself to breathe, remembering MC's earnest plea not to shoulder everything alone, to rely on the people who cared about her. She understood that what she was about to do would shatter MC's plan and betray the resolve he had shown for her sake, yet she refused to let him bear her suffering anymore and vowed to stand stronger. With a trembling bow, Hinagi apologized to the class and asked everyone to listen, declaring that she would no longer return to those painful days, that she would move forward into a future where she confronted the truth instead of hiding. Still, rumors about MC only multiplied, painting him as a heartless creep who posted lies then ran away, accusing him of ridiculous petty habits like hoarding convenience store bags and having an obsession with sweets. Nonsense so exaggerated that even Mio, sitting nearby, wondered if people were just running out of intel. Suddenly the door burst open as Mio stormed out, leaving confused faces in his wake, right as MC began laughing to himself, prompting his friend to snap that laughing manically with a dead expression was disgusting, but MC insisted he couldn't help it because the absurdity was too much. For an entire week he had been fueling the fire, spreading malicious rumors about himself day after day, night after night, turning himself into the #1 scumbag at school until everyone recoiled from him again. And strangely, he welcomed it. Isolation was familiar, safe, and most importantly, by replacing Hinagi's scandal with his own downfall, he had successfully diverted the spotlight, his anonymity letting him shoulder the blame in her place. But that fragile operation crumbled the moment Mihara Shuichi kicked open the classroom door and shouted MC's name, fury propelling him forward as he grabbed MC by the collar, ready to punch. Because one of MC's self-targeted rumors had involved Satuko Haru, a girl Mihara had once meant the world to. Mihara, once the rising star of the track team, faked an injury when he hit his limit and quit, but Satu had admired him as her hero and hoped he would stay the cool, unstoppable boy she believed in, so when he confessed to Hinagi instead, Satu panicked, desperate to keep him from slipping away, and although her actions led to chaos, guilt consumed her until she ran to MC in tears to apologize for everything. It must have been terrifying for Satu to watch an innocent bystander like MC dragged into a storm of slander for her sake, and the guilt nearly drove her to formally apologize to him face to face. Yet as MC listened, he realized he couldn't allow the situation to end with a single tearful confession, nor could he let anyone else be hurt because of her desperation, so he crafted a brutal solution. He painted himself as the villain, spread vicious rumors about his own reputation, and even fabricated a lie that Satu was being threatened by him, an act so effective that Mihara, desperate to protect the girl who still mattered to him, now stood before MC with fury burning in his eyes, even if distance and silence had grown between them over the years. MC only smiled, leaning in with a devilish whisper that Mihara's girl shed tears beautifully, fuel on a fire already raging, because if someone had to be hated for all of this, it should be him, the supposed root of every rumor and every wound. Mihara's fist surged forward, and MC welcomed the punishment like a martyr, but just as the blow was about to land, Satu burst into the classroom, screaming for Mihara to stop, breaking down as she confessed she couldn't bear the weight of lies anymore. Stunned, Mihara immediately apologized, dropping to his knees before MC with Sato beside him, and MC could only sit stiffly as both bowed their heads in remorse, an outcome he hadn't predicted, yet one that fulfilled his intent, because if Sato had been forgiven only by Hinagi, she would have carried guilt forever, so bringing Mihara into the light was necessary. The childhood friends exchanged a fragile smile, as though rediscovering something they thought they had lost, right before Myo's exasperated voice cut through the silence, demanding MC explain everything from the beginning. MC straightened, letting a cold seriousness replace his usual dry detachment as he declared that this had been his revenge against Hinagi, earning a scoff and an irritated eye roll from Myo, who accused him of lying to himself and to all of them, of pretending he could always handle everything alone. And though MC accepted they might never forgive the ugliness of his method, he stressed that its benefit was undeniable. If he framed his actions as the petty retaliation of a boy scorned, the rumors would lose their power and Hinagi's past would remain forever out of reach, and still, he wasn't finished, because he had one more request for Mihara. Mihara demanded that MC ask him for anything. If it was within his power, he would make it happen, and so MC requested that he rejoin the track and field club, leaving Mia stunned as she wondered just how far MC's schemes could go. But MC clarified with chilling calm that this was no act of kindness. Among all the sports clubs, track and field was the most aggressive with recruitment, and he simply devised a plan to use the ever-capable Mihara Shuichi as a convenient decoy, ensuring Mihara and Sato would be left in peace while MC, infamous and avoided, could finally reclaim the quiet, introverted existence he longed for, a masterstroke of social maneuvering, 5 problems solved in one ruthless move, the kind of resilience forged from a mind as hard as orichalcum. Of course, his teacher had harsh words for him afterward, and later that day MC stumbled across Hinagi in a secluded room, asking if she wasn't heading home yet and casually calling her Suzuchi, a nickname that only provoked her irritation as she warned him not to call her strange names. She explained that someone was waiting for her, prompting MC to guess it was a meeting, and he advised her to head home before it got too late, until she quietly revealed that he was the one she had been waiting for. She thanked him, though MC insisted all he ever did was make people hate him, only for Hinagi to respond with startling honesty that she did hate him, leaving him frozen. He admitted he hated himself too for the awful things he had done to her, things that were now locked in the past where no one could hurt her anymore. But he should have understood earlier what terrified her, and instead he had abandoned her. He could never be someone like Mihara. Turning toward the door, MC told her she would be fine, that someone worthy of her would appear soon, because she walked in the light while someone as bleak and tarnished as him could never stand beside her. There was a place where she belonged, and it was not with him. Yet before he could take another step, Hinagi caught him and pulled him into a sudden kiss, telling him his assumptions were far from the truth. Once, he had always been by her side, but now he stood impossibly distant, unreachable. She confessed that on that dreadful day long ago, the light within her had gone out, and she had been chasing the warmth that only he once gave her. Why did he think she chose the same school as him? It was because of his mother, Yuri, who sent her here. His voice caught at the mere mention of her name as Hinagi, steady and unwavering, invited him to her home. Seeing her resolve, he questioned what lay before him. He didn't know, but Suzukawa Hinagi was unwaveringly sure. And so, under the quiet veil of night, MC found himself standing in her room for the first time in years, gazing around as he asked how long it had been since he'd last crossed that threshold. Hinagi quietly replied that it had been 3 years, a simple truth that instantly flooded MC's mind with memories of what they once were and everything that had fractured since, and she agreed that much had changed. He then nervously asked about her parents, certain that her mother would be furious to discover he had already visited twice, only for Hinagi to state with disarming bluntness that her mother was home right now, sending MC into silent panic with no choice but to trust Hinagi completely. She thanked him for coming, though MC insisted he was only there because she asked, and when he gently questioned what exactly she wanted from him, Hinagi remembered her sister's probing accusation about the rumors circling around her. She stepped closer, telling MC to listen because there was something she needed to say, something she could only express if he truly looked at her. Then, with unwavering resolve, she began to undress, shedding each layer until she stood bare before him, and MC was left frozen, stunned beyond words, his breath caught somewhere between disbelief and the weight of everything left unspoken. Hinagi stood trembling before MC, her bare skin flushed with unease and shame, words caught in her throat as she struggled to meet his eyes. MC urged her to come to her senses, but she refused, shaking her head with quiet defiance. She told him that back then, she had been wrong, but now, she understood exactly what she was doing. All this time, regret had haunted her, wrapping around every sleepless night as her sister's warmth turned to cold silence and her parents' voices rose in scolding disapproval. The weight of her guilt crushed her because she knew she had hurt him. Her voice wavered as she begged MC not to look away, confessing that she had never been intimate with her ex-boyfriend. She explained that the boy, an older senior whose name barely lingered in her memory, had confessed to her out of nowhere, and though she was embarrassed, his timing could not have been crueler. The very next day, she told MC about the confession, expecting, hoping, that it would stir something in him. But MC's reaction was nothing, silence, calm indifference. He never showed joy, anger, or affection, his composure only deepened her frustration. Desperate to provoke a reaction, she began to act recklessly, clinging to childish jealousy and cowardly tricks that only left her disgusted with herself. When MC finally confessed, admitting he had loved her all along and had planned to do so at the summer festival, the moment should have been beautiful, but instead, he retracted it all, saying he was arrogant to think someone like him could belong beside her. Before she could respond, he fled, leaving her voice caught in the air. She wanted to tell him she loved him too, to chase after him and make it right, but she was already entangled in a meaningless relationship with the senior. For 2 hollow weeks, she endured that farce until one day, when her silence pushed him too far, he seized her face and forced a kiss on her. Shocked and furious, Hinagi slapped him and ran, her heart breaking under the weight of humiliation and sorrow. That night, she cried until her voice gave out, sick with the thought that she had been touched by someone she never loved, that what she had longed to share with MC had been stolen by a moment of her own weakness. Then, as if mocking her misery, her phone buzzed with a single text from her boyfriend, Kurt, final, they were done. After that day, the whispers began, ugly, cruel, and relentless. Rumors spread that Hinagi had been intimate with her ex-boyfriend, and she knew instantly that he was the one who had started them, taking revenge for being rejected. The gossip tore through the school like wildfire, feeding on teenage cruelty, as her classmates devoured the scandal as if it were entertainment. She denied it again and again, but only a handful of people believed her. Every time she walked through the hallways, she could feel the stares, hear the whispers, and sense the judgment that followed her like a shadow. What made it worse was that she could not even claim innocence, because she, too, had been foolish and selfish. She had played with feelings she didn't understand, turned love into a hollow contract, and now, the emptiness inside her felt well-deserved. The rumor soon reached home, where the disappointment in her sister's eyes stung more than any gossip. Her parents scolded her for the first time in her life, and when her mother asked if MC knew, she couldn't bring herself to answer. The thought of him hearing those lies made her heart ache. She couldn't bear for the person she loved most to think she was that kind of girl. Yet when she finally gathered the courage to tell him the truth, MC only sneered and told her not to touch him, a reaction so foreign that her entire body went numb. From that moment, the rumor became accepted as fact, and whatever bond they once had dissolved completely. Hinagi blamed herself, realizing that even without this scandal, her pride and immaturity might have hurt him in the end. He had always been there for her, listening with quiet patience, holding her hand even when she pushed him away. And yet she had thrown that away. Now, standing before him once more, tears streaking her face, Hinagi begged MC to end their shared regret, her voice trembling as she confessed that she had always loved him. When he remained silent, she pressed on, saying it had taken her so long to say something so simple, and now she wanted to prove it. Pulling him into her arms, she whispered that she would give all of herself to him, and together they fell onto the bed. Hinagi admitted she had dreamed of this moment for years, apologizing softly because she had imagined something more romantic, then smiled, a smile not of innocence, but of a woman who had found her truth at last. MC stared up at her, realizing how beautiful she was, how much she had changed. Gently, he urged her to slow down, telling her she didn't have to do this, that it had always been her who stayed beside him, not the other way around. But Hinagi shook her head, her eyes glistening with resolve, and whispered that she wanted to, because this time, it was her choice. She wanted MC to touch her, no one else, no one from her past, no ghost of a mistake. But the moment her trembling words reached him, MC froze, panic flickering in his eyes as he told her she didn't need to do this just to prove her innocence, that she didn't have to prove anything at all. Yet Hinagi shook her head softly, her voice steady in its honesty as she told him he was wrong, that this wasn't about proving something, it was about finally being happy simply because she was with him. Then, taking his hand, she gently pressed it against her chest, letting him feel the rhythm of her heartbeat, rapid, fragile, and painfully real. The world seemed to fall silent around them. That heartbeat carried him back to the past, to the days when they were children, when words were unnecessary and their hearts had understood each other in perfect quiet. And now, standing on the edge of what they had once lost, it felt as if the frayed thread between them was being tied again, weak, trembling, but real. Still, he couldn't stop himself from asking why now? Why after all this time? Hinagi's lips trembled as she admitted she had been too much of a coward, too afraid to say what she truly felt. Her answer only deepened his confusion, and his voice cracked as he demanded again why she waited until now, his own heart aching with something raw and desperate. Flustered, she pleaded that she was afraid time was slipping away, afraid it might already be too late. MC's voice dropped to a whisper as he said he would have accepted her feelings back then, but now, everything felt wrong. That day, the one that had broken everything, still haunted him. He had believed she no longer wanted him, and he had given up chasing something that no longer existed. Even now, after all she had done, he couldn't accept her feelings. He wasn't worthy of them. In his mind, Hinagi was sunlight, and he was something darker, something that ruined everything it touched. A flicker of madness crossed his thoughts as he imagined himself as a demon king who had conquered half the world, wondering if destruction was simply in his nature. Maybe he had always misunderstood the kindness of others, maybe the ones who reached out to him were never wrong, and it was he who was broken. MC's eyes shut tight as the noise in his mind swelled, and guilt pressed against his chest like a vice. Then Hinagi's panicked voice cut through the haze, calling his name, asking if he was all right because he looked pale and distant. Her concern only deepened the ache inside him. Her warmth crashed into him like a tide, suffocating yet gentle, making his emotions spill dangerously close to the surface. And amidst it all, a dark question took root: why was it so easy for her to bear herself before someone like him? Why only now, after everything had been lost? He didn't want to misunderstand her, didn't want to believe she pitied him, but he was already too far gone. The edges of his thoughts blurred into despair. He was tired of hurting others, tired of being misunderstood, tired of existing in a world that no longer wanted him. The only peace he could imagine was silence. And in that moment of stillness, a chilling realization dawned on him: perhaps disappearing was the only plan that ever truly made sense. As MC drifted through the storm of his thoughts, Hinagi suddenly leaned in and kissed him, softly at first, then tremblingly, her tears mixing with his breath. Her voice quivered as she whispered that everything was okay now, that she would never hurt him again. MC froze, his mind stuttering as he watched the tears streak down her cheeks, wondering what sadness still haunted her, what pain still lingered behind her fragile smile. But before he could make sense of it, panic surged inside him, a desperate reminder not to misinterpret her kindness, not to twist her feelings into something selfish. Then, almost without thinking, he called her by her first name for the first time, and the sound of it broke her. Hinagi's tears turned to joy as she smiled through them, saying that both her first and second kisses belonged to him. Her happiness cut into him like a blade, and for a fleeting moment, he wished she would stop smiling, because that smile, so pure and trusting, only deepened his guilt. Hinagi wrapped her arms around him tightly, swearing that from now on, she would always be honest. Through her tears, she laughed softly that the childhood friend was always doomed to lose, or so the stories said, but she refused to let go of him, not this time. She confessed that she had been consumed by her darker thoughts once, that she had lost herself completely, but none of that mattered anymore. All that mattered was that she loved him truly, deeply, painfully. Her words washed over MC like sunlight he couldn't look at directly, and though he wanted to believe her smile, some part of him still doubted it, terrified that it was all a fragile dream. That night, he walked home alone through the rain, its chill sinking into his bones as questions flooded his mind. How long had he been like this, cold, detached, convinced that everything could only end in ruin? Somewhere along the way, he had turned into someone unrecognizable, a man who treated every emotional wound like a strategy, every feeling like a calculation. His mind, once sharp as steel, now felt frayed and hollow. He asked himself why he hadn't noticed the distortion sooner, why he hadn't questioned his own cracks before they split him open. When he finally reached home, drenched and lost, he realized he couldn't move on without answers. So, almost instinctively, he went to Yuri's room. She opened the door in surprise, her eyes wide as he stood there awkwardly asking if they could talk. When he called her big sister, she froze in disbelief and then, without warning, threw her arms around him, sobbing uncontrollably. Startled, MC stood stiff for a moment, wondering if the entire world had gone mad that day, first Hinagi, now Yuri, both collapsing into his arms. His usual self-deprecating humor flickered briefly. If his mind weren't as unbreakable as the Yamato, he'd have sunk by now. Yet even as the thought passed, he gently hugged his sister back, realizing that maybe this was what moving forward looked like, one broken connection repaired at a time. The next morning, he dragged himself to school utterly drained. He hadn't planned to fall asleep in his sister's embrace, and now he carried a fatigue that wasn't just physical.
We see the MC confused as he calls his mother, and she reaches out to him before suddenly hugging him, telling him not to leave her. This only deepens his confusion, and he asks whether she had a bad dream and if he should sing her a lullaby, but then hesitates and wonders if a lullaby is even suitable for an adult, thinking that bossa nova might be more appropriate instead. As she continues to hold him, she admits that she does not really know what she needs and that she has been having trouble sleeping lately, then asks if he can stay and sleep with her because she feels safe when he is there. She closes her eyes and says that it feels warm, thinking that her anxiety and fear are being washed away by his embrace, which gently comforts her heart that is usually so easily troubled, and she also reflects that perhaps she should be the one comforting him instead. The MC, growing concerned, asks if she is truly okay, while she grips his shirt tightly and thinks that she cannot tell him everything yet, hoping that he will remain by her side like this. The scene shifts as the MC reflects that parents are human beings before they are parents, and he is certain that there are things his mother does not want her children to know. While lost in these thoughts, his sister asks if he brought his handkerchief, and he replies that he did. Then she asks if he brought his lunchbox, and he again answers yes. People around them begin to look at the MC and whisper in surprise, and he thinks that just like his mother, there are also things he himself does not want others to know, yet walking to school hand in hand with his sister has made everything obvious to everyone. As she holds his hand, she notices his nervousness and asks if he is all right, but he suddenly shouts that the tension is too high. He reflects that ever since the recent scandal, his sister has become even more overprotective, assuming that she wants to show everyone that the rumors are false, and she has even gone as far as forcing him to tie their fingers together with a string. In his mind, he imagines her as something almost divine and wonders what he can even say, recalling how he truly thought it was over for him when she lost her temper, especially since she despises Hanagi as if she were a demon, leaving him with no choice but to beg for her forgiveness. His sister then asks if he likes her, and he answers that he does, after which she asks what he likes about her, and he awkwardly responds with lungs. She then asks if there is anything he wants, and he blurts out embryo, immediately becoming confused about what he just said. His sister turns serious and asks if he really wants her that badly, and he hesitantly agrees, prompting her to tell him to wait until tonight because she needs time to make up her mind. This shocks the MC, who internally panics, wondering what she is even talking about and realizing that he had only been joking, questioning whether she could actually be serious. Blushing, she smiles and tells him that she will do her best for him, which causes the MC to drop to his knees and beg her not to do anything like that, insisting that they absolutely should not proceed, while she simply walks away smiling. Shortly after, a senior greets the MC with a good morning and remarks that he and his sister seem to be getting along as usual, then asks if they can talk about something. But the MC refuses, only to be dragged along anyway as the senior reassures him that everything will be fine while he continues to protest. Frustrated, the MC internally curses the school and wonders if he will ever be left in peace, before rushing to his class, where Kuki asks what happened and points out that he arrived at the last minute. The MC responds by claiming that he had lectured some ignorant third-year students and pleaded with some others who lacked common sense, which prompts Kuki to question what exactly he has been doing all morning, while Hanagi jokingly adds that it must be a stormy day if the MC is suddenly talking about common sense. The MC looks at Hanagi and calls out to her, which immediately shocks her, and she quickly apologizes, saying that she had spoken harshly and should not have said something so mean. But instead of responding to that, the MC casually remarks that the weather is both cloudy and sunny today, leaving her confused as she tells him that he is completely missing the point. At that moment, the teacher walks in and announces that the homeroom session should begin, and as everything settles, the MC reflects that he was supposed to be hated by the entire school because of his bad reputation. Yet contrary to the rumors, both Hanagi and his sister have been getting closer to him, making his plan ineffective, and he blames himself for not being thorough enough, thinking that his ambition of being completely ostracized might end up failing. Suddenly, Kuki calls out to him and whispers that the inter-high tournament is approaching, asking what he plans to do, and the MC deflects by asking what Kuki himself intends to do while sarcastically calling him a cool and handsome guy, though internally he recalls that Himura had already brought this topic up with him, and he realizes that the reality is far from what others might think. Since it is not really their concern as they are just a small basketball team that will most likely lose in the first round, and the only thing they can realistically do is support their seniors with their confessions. He continues reflecting that returning to basketball in the first place was simply his own selfish reaction to Hanagi and Shiori's situation, admitting to himself that he wanted to change and knew that he needed to, and that he should have felt happy when she confessed that she liked him, yet now he cannot even recall how he truly felt at that moment. Looking down at his hand, he thinks about how he once wanted to give up and lower his head again, but as he clenches his fist, he reminds himself that he chose this path because he wanted to regain some sense of normalcy. And when he glances at Shiori, who is looking at him with excitement and sparkling eyes, as if silently asking whether he will participate in the inter-high, and whether he is really going to do it. Still staring blankly, he suddenly declares that he has come up with a good idea, which makes Kuki remark that he still looks far too serious and does not seem to be smiling at all. The scene then shifts to the gym, where the MC holds a basketball and challenges everyone to try and take it from him, stating that if they fail, they will have to perform the fox dance, which immediately makes everyone imagine Shiori doing it, and he further explains that the game will end the moment someone manages to steal the ball from him. Kuki questions whether that is really all there is to it, while a nervous senior quickly warns him not to say unnecessary things, and a blushing Shiori asks what exactly the MC is talking about, to which he responds that he is simply trying to motivate the team. Although she starts to get upset and attempts to protest, he stops her and reassures her to trust him, and after looking at him for a moment, she agrees, while he adds that he would actually like to see the fox dance as well, which prompts her to immediately search for a tutorial on her phone. Finally, he asks everyone if they truly want to go to the inter-high, and declares that the very first thing he will do is crush their spoiled attitude. Back in proper form, we now see a girl playing badminton getting distracted, as her attention shifts toward the MC, who is teasing the seniors and effortlessly playing around with them, while Himura lies exhausted on the ground and points out that the MC is only a junior and questions whether he should really be going so hard on them. And Kuki stands up again to challenge the MC once more, which Shiori watches with growing excitement. Thinking that the MC looks incredibly cool, and that she had always wanted to see him like this, even though she feels she does not deserve it, believing that chasing him all the way here has turned into a dream come true, almost like a fleeting moment of luck granted by fate. And in her excitement, she suddenly shouts out words of encouragement, wishing everyone good luck, causing everyone to turn toward her, as she realizes that the important thing now is not simply taking the ball, but what they choose to do with the result. As the players grow tired and sit down, the MC sarcastically tells Shiori to keep cheering for these pathetic guys and even joins in himself, which only frustrates everyone further. And when Shiori asks if he is teasing them, he casually tells her to cheer louder and act more like a little devil, prompting her to awkwardly try by timidly chanting while blushing, though the MC immediately shuts her down, confusing her, and then adds that she is clearly too grown to play the role of a little devil, which makes her angry as she accuses him of saying something inappropriate. Ignoring that, the MC continues taunting the others, questioning whether they seriously intend to go to the Inter-High in such a state and mockingly calling them silly, even going as far as pulling out his phone to check the exact meaning of the word, which pushes Kuki over the edge as he charges forward, refusing to be underestimated, thinking about how they had been mocked and toyed with, and how his pride has taken a hit. Yet despite that, there is a determination building within him. At the same time, Shiori reflects that she is certain the MC will become someone truly strong, realizing that she still has feelings for him as she watches him change the people around him through sheer effort, forcing them to take him seriously while dedicating himself to basketball as a way to move on from Hanagi. And these emotions overwhelm her to the point that she begins to tear up, resolving that this time she will not lose, and as she turns away to wipe her tears, she quietly admits to herself that she also wants to become strong. Just then, she hears the MC remark that they have all gotten along quite well, which confuses her, and when she turns back, she sees him standing there while everyone else lies exhausted on the ground, and he calls out to her, informing her that the parts they were waiting for have finally arrived, and that they will begin from tomorrow. The scene then shifts as Shiori recalls the precious watch her grandfather had given her, remembering how she had broken it that day along with the MC. And as the memory of the bridge stairs resurfaces in her mind, she feels as though that moment has been permanently etched into time, the very instant when she took everything from him, and she reflects that she once believed there was no need to fix it, and that she should not even try, seeing it instead as a constant reminder of her own terrible mistake. Now we see the MC looking sad as he says that he wishes he had been better at helping her back then and apologizes to her. But Shiori suddenly stands up and insists that it was never his fault, and in response, he calmly points out that she is shaking the table, which makes her apologize and sit back down. The scene shifts to the MC and Shiori sitting together as he carefully works on fixing a watch, explaining that since Shiori was born in July, part of the dial was crafted using pieces of ruby, her birthstone, and that as requested, the exact time of the accident had been embedded into the design, with some components transplanted from the previously broken watch. And he continues by describing how the dial hands were aligned precisely and delicately adjusted to prevent dust from entering before finally sealing it with a sapphire glass case. As he finishes, he remarks that all that remains is to put everything back together, and soon the watch begins ticking again, causing Shiori's face to light up with excitement as she exclaims that it is working, and he hands it over to her, congratulating her and telling her that it is now truly her watch. The MC then explains that after club activities, he had seen her holding onto the broken watch and decided to create a new one for her, believing that if she continued to dwell on the accident, she would never be able to move forward, and that he wanted to restart the time that had once stopped for her. Stretching in relief, he comments that things turned out even better than he expected, but his expression quickly changes when he notices Shiori crying while holding the watch, leaving him confused and concerned as he asks what is wrong and whether she does not like it, to which she replies that it is not that at all, but rather that she feels she can never repay his kindness. He gently reassures her that it is fine and that he does not expect anything in return, then reaches out to pat her head, telling her that she should stop blaming herself and start moving forward with her own time as well. She thanks him sincerely and clutches the watch close to her heart, promising that she will treasure it forever, and he responds by telling her that people are not things that can be replaced or repaired, and that if someone gets hurt, they may carry scars that never fully heal, which she quietly agrees with. He continues by advising her not to make the mistake of cherishing the wrong things, and as he gently touches her face, he admits that he is simply glad that she is okay, and hearing this causes her emotions to overflow as she begins crying even more. She then rises from her chair and embraces him tightly, apologizing through her sobs as she cries her heart out, and as he holds her, he recalls the last time she cried like this, and reflects that although she had cried in the same way back then, he now wants to believe that the tears she is shedding in this moment are different from those she cried on that day. Mio hears someone calling his name and walks over while holding food in his hand. The person who called him turns out to be his senpai sitting nearby. His senpai comments that Mio seems to be doing well lately, and Mio calmly replies that it has been a while since they last met. The senpai then remarks that recently he has not been able to finish all of his French fries and jokingly wonders if he might be getting old. Mio responds by pointing out that his senpai is only 1 year older than him. After that, the senpai asks how things have been going for Mio, and Mio admits that his pride keeps getting crushed again and again. This answer surprises the senpai, since Mio is not someone he expected to hear that from. With a determined expression, Mio explains that he has finally found that person. The senpai assumes he must be referring to an injury and says that if that is the case, it cannot be helped. However, Mio thinks to himself that it is not because he never had the chance to avenge his senpai. In fact, every day had been extremely enjoyable. He realizes that he had been so focused on chasing the opponent he wanted to defeat and overcoming the wall in front of him that he felt grateful for the time that person had given him. Suddenly, he bites down on the straw in frustration and thinks that this is exactly why he cannot accept the situation that person is in now. As he thinks about the main character, the senpai mentions that Mio has finally found someone he loves. Mio laughs at the comment and asks what he means by calling it love, although he privately admits that it might actually be an accurate way to describe it, since ever since they lost to that guy, he might have become obsessed with him. The senpai then asks whether Mio plans to keep moving forward as well, and suggests that they should ask the coach to arrange a practice match. Mio responds that he still does not have the strength to compete with his senpai yet. His senpai questions whether that is truly what Mio intends, and Mio explains that the person he is talking about does not seem very interested, but he plans to make it happen even if he has to drag him along. Curious, the senpai asks what kind of person this guy really is. Mio thinks about it and reflects that the guy is always surrounded by many people, including himself. Although that person tends to push others away, he never actually hates anyone, which only makes people want to get closer to him. Mio believes that once someone finally reaches him, they will want to stay by his side. He then tells his senpai that everything about that person feels contradictory, and that is exactly why people cannot leave him alone. Hearing such a vague explanation only confuses the senpai, who wonders what that is even supposed to mean, but he ultimately says that he will look forward to seeing it for himself. Mio confidently replies that he will not keep him waiting for long. The senpai smirks and points out that Mio now looks excited like an elementary school kid, adding that Mio seems to have changed a little as well. This comment surprises Mio, and while blushing slightly, he quietly asks if that is really the case. The senpai tells Mio that he looked far more worn out back in middle school, and Mio responds that he has simply become more honest with himself. Hearing this, the senpai jokingly remarks that such tsundere-like behavior does not look good on a guy, and asks him to stop acting that way. Mio smiles warmly while thinking about the main character and wonders what kind of expression he might be making right now. He reflects that during this high school stage, he was finally able to meet him, and he quietly hopes they will be able to spend more time together like this. Meanwhile, the main character is seen shouting into a microphone, urging everyone not to give up and questioning whether they are truly satisfied with stopping now. He directs his words toward Toshiro, reminding him that he once said he planned to confess and questioning whether that promise had been a lie. He asks if Toshiro's desire to show his best side was really so weak and half-hearted. Toshiro is shown exhausted and kneeling on the ground as he asks the main character to take it easy on him, but the main character continues to push him, telling him not to make excuses and insisting that there is no way the girl he likes would accept him if he shows such a pathetic side. He then asks whether Toshiro would be fine seeing Takemiya senpai end up in the arms of another man. Those words ignite Toshiro's motivation, and he suddenly starts running while shouting Suzune's name. Seeing this, the main character encourages him by telling him that this is exactly the kind of effort he should give from the start. At the same time, Suzune hears Toshiro shouting that he loves her and becomes embarrassed, blushing while calling him an idiot. As training continues, the main character explains that endurance is the most important element in basketball, since players must maintain their full capacity throughout the entire game, including all 4 quarters and halftime, which is why they are beginning with basic stamina training. However, he feels concerned when he notices that the senior players seem too weak for such exercises. He even wonders if it is strange that a first-year student like him is the one pushing a third-year so hard. When he looks around, he notices that Mio is the only one who seems to be handling it well. Mio confidently responds that there is no way he would give up over something like this. Hearing that, the main character suddenly begins running and declares that from that point onward they will run 5 laps while racing each other. Mio watches him dash ahead and shouts that he started too early, while the main character continues running with a straight face despite the faint smile on his lips. Mio complains that smiling with such a serious face makes him look frightening. Nearby, Suzuki loudly calls out to Toshiro and questions whether he feels no shame being outdone by first-year students. In the distance, Shiori quietly observes the scene while watching Suzuki and smiling softly. She reflects that not long ago she could never have imagined a day like this, and she begins to feel that everything around them might finally be starting to move in a slightly better direction. Shiori realizes that she also has to face the situation, and soon she is seen in an empty classroom with Hinagi, thanking her for coming. Hinagi asks what the matter is and wonders if it has something to do with the main character, to which Shiori confirms that it does. While thinking that the two of them are technically rivals and probably do not like each other very much, Shiori decides that such feelings do not matter right now. She tells Hinagi that she wants to show her something and opens a small box, revealing a butterfly brooch. She explains that the main character gave it to her. Hinagi looks at the brooch and questions whether Shiori is trying to brag, but Shiori immediately denies that and clarifies that the brooch was actually meant for Hinagi. This confuses Hinagi, so Shiori explains that 2 years earlier the main character had intended to give it to Hinagi when he confessed his feelings to her. Hinagi quietly takes the brooch and looks at it while thinking that she never expected anything related to that time to still exist, since she had heard from his mother that after confessing to her, he threw away everything that reminded him of her. At first, she smiles softly with a hint of happiness, but then she calls out to Shiori and says that since Shiori received it from him, it rightfully belongs to her and that she has no right to take it back. Shiori is surprised by this response and asks whether Hinagi is really okay with that, reminding her that the main character originally bought the brooch for her. Hinagi stops her and explains that because she once rejected him, she cannot accept it now, adding that he gave it to Shiori because he believed it would suit her. Hearing this makes Shiori recall the moment when he gave her the brooch, and she quietly wonders whether that is truly the case. Hinagi then admits that it is also her own fault that she never received it back then. She continues by saying that this realization is exactly why she has decided not to make the same mistakes again, and that she will no longer lie about her feelings. In her heart, she reflects that she has been wandering in the darkness for years, yet she kept moving forward because there was something she could not give up on, and words she still wanted to say to the main character. She firmly declares that she will make him fall in love with her. In response, Shiori states with determination that she will not lose either. Seeing her resolve makes Hinagi smile as she acknowledges that Shiori truly is her rival, but Shiori replies that it feels like they already have too many rivals as it is. After a brief pause, Shiori suddenly asks Hinagi whether she would be willing to become her friend. The unexpected question surprises Hinagi, and she asks whether Shiori is really fine with that, reminding her that she still intends to pursue the main character. Shiori calmly answers that this is not only about him, and that she genuinely wants to be friends with her. Hearing this makes Hinagi happy, and she responds with a warm smile. Hinagi suggests that since they are now both rivals in love, they should compete with each other fairly, and Shiori agrees to this without hesitation. The two of them smile at each other, though Shiori quietly wonders in her mind whether she would truly be able to congratulate Hinagi if the main character were to choose her instead. Admits to herself that such honesty would probably be impossible, yet she also realizes that Hinagi would likely feel the same way if the situation were reversed. Meanwhile, Hinagi feels a deep sense of happiness as she realizes that this is the first friend she has made since that day. Later, the scene shifts outside where their classmates are enjoying themselves. Kana nervously asks Miki whether her bangs look okay as she repeatedly adjusts them, and Miki reassures her that they look cute. At the same time, Hinagi compliments Shiori by saying that her shirt looks nice, while Shiori responds by praising Hinagi's outfit. When their full outfits are revealed, the surrounding classmates cheer for them, though Hinagi and Shiori briefly glance at each other with a hint of jealousy. Takahashi observes the scene and wonders what this strange atmosphere is about. Miho begins to explain that today is meant to be something special, but Miki interrupts and announces that it is an encouragement party for the main character. Kana comments that the main character probably does not care much about it, yet Miki insists that no one can remain unaffected after being treated like the villain at school. She adds that she simply hopes he will be able to enjoy the moment, while Kana questions whether he will even show up. Mia explains that he told the main character that it was merely a celebration after the tests. Curious, Miki asks what the main character is usually like. Hinagi tries to think of an answer, while Shiori explains that he generally behaves normally. Suddenly, Mio becomes serious and wonders aloud whether they will all be able to return alive, which makes Kana shout in confusion and ask whether the main character is some kind of natural disaster. Just as Mio is about to comment that the main character is running late, he suddenly receives a phone call. After answering it, he abruptly raises his voice in shock while asking the caller if they are all right and whether they are injured. Moments later, he shouts the word police, which alarms everyone nearby. After ending the call by saying that he understands, Kana quickly asks whether the call was from the main character. Mia then turns toward the group with a grave expression and informs them that the main character has been involved in an accident. Now we see someone casually whistling while listening to music, as the MC walks along and reflects that he never expected a loner like himself to be invited into an extroverted group, even thinking that things would probably be more enjoyable for them without him. But his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he notices a girl riding a bicycle while listening to music, completely unaware of her surroundings, and before he can react, she crashes straight into him and falls on top of him, leaving him lying underneath her in an unconscious state. The scene then shifts to the girl and her father apologizing repeatedly to the MC, while his sister stands right beside him. And although the MC tries to calmly explain that he did not suffer any serious injuries and would prefer to settle the matter peacefully, his sister abruptly interrupts and declares that this should be taken to court, which leaves the MC confused, yet she continues firmly, arguing that riding a bicycle with headphones on is so dangerous that it could even be considered attempted murder, a claim the MC immediately dismisses as an exaggeration. And as she continues escalating the situation, he steps in to calm her down. Later, the MC is seen explaining to everyone that this incident is how he ended up receiving settlement money, and he uses that money to treat everyone by handing out free pizza and sushi, apologizing for previously turning down their invitation and encouraging them to eat as much as they want. But the moment is interrupted when a teacher suddenly bursts in, angrily demanding to know who ordered food to be delivered to the school, and the MC casually raises his hand, leading to him being scolded, although she also expresses relief that he was not seriously hurt, which makes him quietly think about how kind she actually is. Soon after, Staircase Senpai approaches him and remarks in an indirect tone that he had been quite impressive, which confuses the MC, prompting her to explain that during the recent club activities, he had completely overwhelmed the other members. And in response, he questions why someone like Artemis Senpai, whom he refers to as a loner, would be in the gym, which irritates her as she sharply responds that she has told him many times that she is not a loner. Before smugly adding that despite appearances, she is actually a member of the badminton club. The MC then comments in a critical tone that being part of what he calls a bandwagon club does not seem appealing, questioning what is enjoyable about simply siding with those who are already winning, which causes her to angrily correct him that it is the badminton club and complain that his perception of her is unnecessarily bleak. Attempting to shift the conversation, he casually remarks that intense battles over yakisoba bread only happen in fiction and admits that he is not particularly fond of it, which only frustrates her further as she questions why he bought it in the first place and accuses him of ignoring her, while he simply laughs, provoking her to tear up in frustration as she demands to know why he is acting so carelessly. Finally, unable to contain herself, she grabs the MC by the collar and shakes him, insisting that he should believe her, explaining that because of him, people have started to treat her as some kind of lucky charm or rare character who brings good fortune. Hearing her mention good luck, the MC quietly takes out a coin from his purse, kneels down, and offers it to her, which leaves her completely confused, and he explains in a straightforward manner that he is making an offering in hopes of receiving some good luck, causing her to get irritated again as she tells him that she does not need anything like that. But after calming herself, she admits that she has been talking more in class recently, and that people have started saying her image has changed, even mentioning that her juniors now find her easier to approach. And with a small smile, she indirectly expresses that she does not entirely dislike this change and actually finds herself liking it a little. The MC responds by questioning whether the reason she spends so much time here is because she does not truly enjoy it, which makes her flustered as she quickly denies it, insisting in an embarrassed manner that it is not like she completely hates it, before falling silent for a moment, and then continuing more seriously by saying that even so, things must be difficult for him, since there are people around her who do not even know him properly yet still speak badly about him, which disappoints her. Hearing this makes the MC recall the recent incident, and he reflects that after causing such a scene, this kind of reaction is only natural, thinking from a senior's perspective that even if an underclassman is troublesome, most people would not bother getting involved, and he tells her that those people are simply reacting in a normal way. He then suddenly pauses and remarks that if that is the case, then the truly strange one must be her, referring to her as the stray goddess senpai, which confuses and slightly annoys her as she insists that she is still on his side and questions what he means by calling her that. And as she pouts, he elaborates in a teasing tone that she is like a rare character, a loner who goes around granting divine blessings, even asking her to give him some experience points, which only makes her glare at him as she remarks that she understands now and will instead give him a critical hit. However, her expression softens as she continues, explaining that despite all the negative things people say about him, he never speaks badly about others, and she looks at him warmly, indirectly expressing that she finds that quality of his truly admirable, but then her mood shifts slightly as she admits that at the same time, she sometimes feels like he is just toying with her. In response, the MC tells her that he genuinely respects her, explaining that he sees himself as someone stuck at the very bottom, only able to look up at others with envy. And upon hearing this, she remarks that if he did not have such a self-deprecating side, he would actually come across as an unusual yet genuinely good person. Suddenly, she recalls something and asks him whether his parents will be coming to school soon, and hearing this causes the MC to freeze up completely as he begins to stutter, nervously asking why and insisting that he has not done anything yet, which only confuses her as she asks what he means by yet, before clarifying that she is not referring to anything like that, and instead is talking about the upcoming class observation. The scene then shifts to the classroom, where the teacher announces that a class observation will be held next month and asks everyone to fill out the attendance sheet, then points directly at the MC and indirectly warns him not to skip it on his own, calling him a problem child, before telling the class that she has both good news and bad news to share. She explains that there will be an inspection by higher authorities soon, and that their class has been chosen for the first-year evaluation, wondering aloud why that might be and even asking the MC if he has any idea. And as the entire class turns to look at him, he casually responds that it might be because the teacher is both attractive and intelligent, which she surprisingly accepts with a nod. Taking advantage of the moment, the MC picks up his bag and tries to end things there, but the teacher immediately stops him, annoyed that he is trying to wrap up the conversation. And when he asks about the good news, she explains that their class has been selected for the inspection, only for him to then ask about the bad news, to which she replies that the bad news is also that their class has been selected for the inspection, prompting the MC to jokingly hit himself with a paper fan and acknowledge her point while the rest of the class laughs. Once again, he attempts to conclude the discussion, but she loudly stops him, insisting that it is not over yet, and goes on to explain that after the recent exams, their class has suddenly become the top-performing class among the first years, which has made her extremely busy. And although there have been several troublesome incidents, she believes this is a good opportunity for them to redeem themselves. When Kana tries to point out that there is not much they can do, the teacher counters by saying that they have an important role and asks everyone to keep an eye on the MC to make sure he does not cause any problems, which the class readily agrees to, while the MC responds seriously, indirectly acknowledging the situation, and this makes Kuki question why he seems to be the one agreeing with it the most. Later, Kuki brings up the topic again, admitting that he does not really understand the idea of a class observation in high school, and asking the MC what he thinks about it. And the MC replies by mentioning that his mother is usually busy and wonders whether it is even normal for her to attend, reflecting that she has only come to such events twice before, with one instance where Satsuka attended in her place, and now that he is in high school, it hardly feels necessary anymore. Kana agrees with him, saying that it made sense up until middle school but feels unnecessary at their current level. And when the MC casually calls her Elizabeth, she corrects him by stating her actual name, Sakurai, which makes him internally note how naturally she has blended into the conversation and recognize that she has the social skills of someone quite popular. Kana then adds that it would be embarrassing if none of their classmates' parents showed up and only hers did, which Kuki agrees with, while Miki checks her phone and tells Kana, indirectly addressing her by a nickname, that in elite schools the participation rate for such events is actually quite high. Hearing Miki casually call her Ari makes Kana visibly irritated as she immediately questions whether she just heard a nickname she cannot ignore, which in turn startles Miki. And while the two of them begin playfully arguing in the background, the MC is suddenly called by someone, and it turns out to be Hinagi, who tells him that her mother will most likely be attending the school event, which catches him off guard, and she further explains that her mother wants to thank him, causing the MC to grow uneasy as he jokingly yet nervously refers to it as a revenge visit, prompting Hinagi to question why he would think that way. The MC reflects internally that even if his actions were ultimately for the best, he still ended up slandering and hurting Hinagi, and from her parents' perspective, he might be someone they resent deeply. Yet Hinagi reassures him that her mother is already aware that he was the one who helped her, though the MC, still uncomfortable, remarks that knowing more about it only makes it feel worse for him, while she gently insists that everything will be fine. Blushing slightly, she then shows him 2 tickets and indirectly invites him to join her, explaining that her mother gave them to her as an apology, which excites the MC as he immediately asks if it is a shark movie, only for her to clarify that it is not, dampening his enthusiasm just a little. The scene then shifts to the student council room, where the MC explains that he came seeking advice from experienced third-year students about what class observations are like in high school, only to realize that this might have been a mistake, as Matsuki appears extremely pleased that he came to rely on her and moves unusually close to him, making him internally wonder where the usually calming Makumo-senpai is. While Matsuki informs him that Hiomi is currently in the staff room and will likely return soon, encouraging him to relax since he made the effort to come. When the MC points out that her tone suddenly became flat, she pretends not to understand what he means and continues by explaining that during their first year, such events were mostly about the class itself, though it might differ in schools that are more academically enthusiastic, which he acknowledges, and she adds that, in her opinion, the attendance rate of parents tends to be higher for girls, suggesting that boys are often too embarrassed. The MC reflects that, as expected of the student council president, Matsuki is quite reliable and that her reputation in his eyes has improved. And when he considers his own situation, he concludes that even if the attendance rate is not perfect, it would not be a major issue if his mother does not come. However, he is suddenly jolted back to reality as he realizes his current position and asks why she is sitting on his lap, to which she calmly responds that after reflecting on things, she felt she had been trying to skip too many steps, and that it might be better to take things slowly and build a stronger relationship first, which completely confuses him. She then grabs his shoulder and, in a more playful tone, suggests that they start by closing the distance between them through something simple, proposing that they address each other by given names or nicknames, and with a wink, she recommends that he call her Matsuki-chan. The MC tells her that she is getting far too close, awkwardly calling her Matsuki-chan, and as he watches her behavior, he cannot help but think that she is completely hopeless, causing her reputation in his mind to drop instantly, and he then asks her to increase the distance between them, specifically requesting that she move away, to which she teasingly asks whether he is not happy, and although he blushes, he admits that he actually is, which only pleases her further as she deliberately shifts on his lap and playfully asks if he is really that conscious of her, even casually mentioning that she feels she has been filling out more lately, before leaning in close and whispering a rather unnecessary secret into his ear, leaving the MC thinking that it is too trivial to even process. Suddenly, her expression turns serious as she tells him that he can share a secret as well, explaining that the version of him she knows would never act without reason, and indirectly brings up the incident where he took the blame for slandering Hinagi and ended up becoming the sole villain, asking him how things truly unfolded and whether he would tell her the truth. But the MC, with a lifeless expression, brushes it off by saying that he simply did it because he is a terrible person, believing that there is no meaningful truth worth sharing anymore. Refusing to accept that answer, she insists that it is not true and tries to press him further. But at that moment, Mikumo enters the room, and upon seeing Matsuki sitting so close to the MC, she is visibly shocked and questions what exactly is going on. Yet before anything can be explained, the MC suddenly hugs her while acting dramatically, complaining about the situation, prompting Matsuki to calmly tell him to avoid using strange nicknames. The scene then transitions to the MC waiting at the station for his movie outing, where he suddenly hears someone apologizing for keeping him waiting, and when he turns around, he sees Hinagi dressed up, smiling as she says she is glad she found him easily. But in his usual awkward manner, he initially pretends not to recognize her, claiming that he does not know any cute girls like her in real life, only to immediately turn back in shock as he realizes it is actually Hinagi. His exaggerated reaction causes her to blush and scold him for acting so dramatically, while he admits that her appearance surprised him because she looks incredibly beautiful, almost as if she stepped out of another world, which she modestly brushes off as too much praise, though he continues enthusiastically admiring her like an excited fan, calling her amazing, and this makes her blush even more as she shyly asks whether her outfit suits her. He tells her to spin around, which confuses her at first, but she follows his request and twirls to show off her dress, and seeing her like that leaves him speechless to the point where he can only describe her as cute, which she gratefully accepts while blushing. She then reflects that he has always praised her since they were children, yet she struggles to be honest about her feelings and internally criticizes herself for it, becoming emotional. But when he looks at her gently and remarks that she has truly changed, it makes her happy as she admits that she cannot forgive her past self and is glad to have grown. And finally, she reaches out her hand toward him and asks if they should walk together while holding hands. After hearing this, he remarks that it really feels like a date, and she responds with a bright smile, indirectly confirming that it truly is one. And as she says this, he slowly reaches out and takes her hand, while she begins walking ahead of him, reminiscing that they used to walk like this in the past as well, realizing that everything she had always wanted had been right in front of her from the very beginning, because he had always been by her side. And as she looks at him, she apologizes for only realizing it so late. Meanwhile, the MC feels uneasy, thinking that he still cannot recall how he once felt when he loved Hinagi. And as they arrive at the movie theater and head toward their seats, he reflects that if he cannot rediscover those feelings, he will not be able to properly respond to anyone else's emotions, finding it cruel that others gather the courage to confess their feelings while he is expected to return them with equal sincerity. And as he watches Hinagi enjoying the movie, he quietly wonders how he is supposed to respond to her. Later, outside the theater, Hinagi happily comments that the movie was very interesting, which he agrees with, even enthusiastically mentioning that the director paid special attention to the final shot. And she then asks if he still has some time left, prompting him to check his phone and realize that he does indeed have some free time. However, she suddenly assumes that he must have disliked the outing, which surprises him, and she apologizes, admitting that she simply wants to spend a little more time with him. And in response, he sighs before gently taking her hand and telling her to come with him, leaving her curious as she asks where they are going, to which he replies that it is a kind of punishment, surprising her and leading her to excitedly misinterpret his words. Though he quickly becomes confused by her reaction and questions what she is even implying. He then stops at a spot and asks her to look ahead, revealing a cluster of flowers, and as she looks at them, she identifies them as hydrangeas, while he comments that they are beautiful, which she agrees with, though as she begins to ask why he brought her here, he lightly pinches her cheeks, leaving her confused as she asks what he is doing, and he responds by asking whether she is truly seeing things properly. At that moment, she recalls that the language of hydrangeas is often associated with pride, infidelity, and coldness, remarking that it suits her perfectly, which only exhausts him as he dismisses that interpretation, saying that no one even mentioned that, and instead shares a story he once heard about a man burdened by debt who, after finally freeing himself, felt as though his world had opened up and he could truly appreciate the changing seasons. And as she tries to respond, he gently cuts her off and advises her not to limit herself with such narrow ways of thinking. He tells her that if she simply takes a deep breath and looks around, she will start to notice that beautiful things exist everywhere, and that she can never predict when or where she might encounter something truly wonderful, even pointing toward a couple kissing openly on the street as an example, which immediately embarrasses her as she yells at him not to point at such things in public. Meanwhile, he reflects that Hinagi has been watching him closely the entire time, and realizes that instead of enjoying the moment, he has been trying to ease her anxiety, sensing that she might end up missing something important if this continues. So he gently tells her that they are in high school now, and that she should allow herself to have fun. However, she begins to tremble and admits that she cannot do that, breaking down as she confesses that if she had not said those things before and had simply chased after him and reconciled, then she would not have ended up ruining his life. And as tears fall from her eyes, he calmly reassures her that he does not really mind what happened. When she tries to continue, he stops her and instead tells her that if he ever gets into trouble, she should just come and help him. And upon hearing this, she repeats his name softly and steps closer, promising that she will, gripping his shirt as she cries and declaring that she will definitely do something and support him no matter what, before looking up at him and telling him that if he ever has any problems, he should not hesitate to talk to her about anything. He gently places his hands on her cheeks and wipes away her tears, and as she smiles and thanks him, he looks at her expression and thinks that the meaning behind pink hydrangeas, that of a cheerful woman, suits her far more than any image of sadness ever could. She then turns away briefly before looking back at him with a soft smile and explains that she has already had a wonderful encounter a long time ago when she was still a child, and that no matter what happens, that fact will never change, and he quietly agrees, deciding not to press her to repeat what she meant, while reflecting on the feelings he once let go of and those he has since lost. hoping that one day he might be able to recall them again as he continues to hold her hand. The scene then shifts to the two of them standing by a roasted sweet potato cart, where the MC splits one in half and suggests that since it is before dinner, they should share it. And as she takes a bite, she remarks that it feels strange to be eating roasted sweet potatoes at this time of year, to which he responds that it does not quite match the season or the mood. Yet she smiles and says that it is still delicious anyway as she gently blows on the hot food. Suddenly, the MC panics and apologizes out of nowhere, which confuses and worries her as she asks what is wrong, and he awkwardly reassures her in a completely misguided way that he does not care about something embarrassing, causing her to immediately hit him on the head and deny it, before bursting into laughter and calling him an idiot in an affectionate tone while expressing how much she cares about him. And in that moment, the two of them simply smile and enjoy their time together as they share the sweet potato. We see the MC standing on the street as he looks up at a large university building and comments on how big it is, when suddenly someone calls out to him, and as he turns toward the voice, he realizes it is Nomiya, greeting her politely and remarking that it has been a while, while she casually tells him to just call her Mio instead, and he thanks her sincerely for helping him in the past, admitting that without her support, he might not have been able to clear his name from the false accusation. Though she brushes it off and reminds him that he was the one who had given her his seat back then. He then asks about her plans for the day, but before he can continue, she suddenly steps closer, calls his name, and boldly asks if he would be her boyfriend, leaving the moment hanging. The scene then shifts to another girl walking down the street, revealed to be the same one who had crashed into the MC earlier, looking deeply troubled as she reflects on the accident, unable to believe that she caused something so serious and thinking about how things could have turned out far worse if he had been injured more severely, which fills her with fear she has never experienced before, even though she recalls that he appeared unharmed and that they reached a settlement. Along with his words reassuring her not to worry too much since he was used to such things, yet she cannot accept it and feels that her actions are unforgivable, especially since she cannot forgive herself. As she continues thinking this way, she arrives at a place and opens the door where she is greeted by two guys, and although she apologizes for being late, they reassure her that it is fine and are glad she came, while another offers her a drink, suggesting beer, only for someone else to interrupt and say it would be better to offer her something sweet instead. Feeling slightly awkward, she tries to compose herself, reminding herself that her friends invited her to cheer her up and that this is not the time to dwell on her worries about the MC. But just as she steadies herself, she suddenly spots him sitting there and talking with Mio, which completely catches her off guard. In an impulsive moment, she rushes toward him and hugs him tightly while apologizing repeatedly, leaving the MC confused as his vision is suddenly blocked, and he feels overwhelmed by the unexpected contact, while Mio watches the scene in surprise. The girl, still emotional, asks if he is still in pain from the accident and whether he has experienced any aftereffects, and although flustered, the MC reassures her that he is fine and that she can see for herself that nothing is wrong. Yet she continues to worry and insists that if anything happens, he should tell her because she is willing to do whatever she can to make up for it. At that moment, Mio suddenly pulls the MC toward her and declares that he is her boyfriend, which shocks the girl and leaves her confused, while the MC quickly tries to explain that he only came along to make up the numbers for the gathering, but somehow ended up in an awkward situation. And as Mio casually mentions that this is just a mixer event, she continues speaking in a teasing and provocative manner, pushing the situation into an even more uncomfortable direction for him. Hearing her say something so bizarre, he immediately questions what she is even talking about, while she blushes and awkwardly goes on to say that she would not be satisfied with someone like Yukido anymore, which only makes the MC feel more uncomfortable as he tells her that she has clearly been watching too many strange things online. But she casually corrects him by saying that calling them videos sounds outdated now, and that everything is about streaming instead, prompting him to jokingly ask if she has been watching something like boyfriend-kun content, to which she vaguely agrees before continuing her wild imagination about how such situations could escalate into blackmail and even lead to her ending up pregnant with a stranger's child. and upon hearing all of this, the MC internally concludes that this is getting out of hand, and that he simply cannot communicate properly with someone like her, while Tristy, who overhears the conversation, starts wondering if Mio has always been this kind of person. The scene then shifts as Tristy explains the accident to Mio more clearly, and Mio responds by saying that she does not even know whether to call it bad luck or something else, asking the MC if he is truly okay, to which he calmly replies that the medical examination showed no abnormalities at all, and Mio then adds that it must have been difficult for Tristy as well, but Tristy immediately shakes her head, looking down at herself with disappointment as she insists that it was entirely her fault and that she even made her parents worry because of it, before suddenly grabbing the MC's hand and saying that he was the one who suffered the most and that she is genuinely glad to have met him, which in turn makes the other guys in the background visibly jealous. The MC, slightly taken aback, points out that most people would normally find such a situation unpleasant and would rather avoid dealing with it altogether. But she strongly denies that, still holding onto his hand as she begins to cry and admits that she has been worried about him for a long time, while the surrounding guys click their tongues in irritation at the sight. Feeling the tension, the MC stands up and excuses himself by saying that he needs to use the washroom for a moment, and as he walks away, Tristy anxiously asks if he is all right and even offers to accompany him, which only makes him more uneasy as he asks her to give him some space. Inside the washroom, as he washes his hands, he reflects that even if he is not drinking, it still feels wrong for a high school student like him to be attending a mixer with university students, though he admits to himself that it is already too late to worry about that now, when suddenly someone calls out to him from behind, and he turns to see one of the jealous guys, who bluntly asks him if he can read the atmosphere. To which the MC jokingly responds that the atmosphere is roughly composed of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and small amounts of argon and carbon dioxide. A reply that only angers the guy further as he snaps that he was not asking for the scientific composition, before sternly telling the MC that this is a mixer, that he may be Mio's acquaintance. But to put it simply, his presence here is becoming a nuisance. The MC thinks that it was probably the case anyway, but he tells the guy that even if he says something like that to him, it was actually Mio who asked him to come with her. The guy then points out that even Tristy is clinging to him. The MC replies that it is obviously because she does not want to be part of a hookup mixer and asks if that is not obvious. Hearing this hurts the guy's ego. He suddenly shouts at the MC and asks if he is making fun of him, warning that he should be careful about speaking so casually, and then questions whether the MC is younger than them. The MC calmly asks if he is not ashamed of threatening someone younger than himself. Suddenly, the guy tells him to go home. The MC responds that he will just get Mio so they can leave together, but the guy insists that Mio should stay there. The MC suddenly blurts out that he wonders if the guy is stupid, then quickly adds that his tongue slipped. The guy becomes furious and grabs the MC's shirt, warning him not to mess with him. We then see the clowns face up close while the MC thinks that Mod A seems strangely angry. Yet with both fear and anger gone, the MC realizes that he no longer feels anything at all. The MC pushes the clown's hand away and tells him that the decision should be left to me. The clown responds that it would be better if the MC simply went home alone now. However, the MC reminds him that Mio was the one who invited him in the first place. The guy argues that it has nothing to do with them. The MC then walks out of the washroom with a smile and wonders to himself if this is what happens when someone's head is completely ruled by sexual desire. The clown hears this and angrily calls the MC a Tristy. Mio and Tristy welcome the MC when he returns, and he explains that he got dragged into something troublesome and that it was a real pain. Tristy immediately becomes angry and demands to know who caused the problem. The MC points at the clown and says that it was that person. She then asks the clown what exactly he did to the MC. The clown becomes nervous and quickly tells Tristy that she has misunderstood the situation and that he did nothing to the MC. The MC reassures them that everything is fine and that he was not hurt. Mio picks up her bag and says that she does not feel comfortable staying in a place like this, but the MC politely asks her to wait for a moment. The MC then asks the clowns if they are part of the basketball circle. The clown responds by asking what that has to do with anything. The MC then asks them if they would like to compete with him. This question leaves them confused. The MC grins and asks if they are not planning to run away from the challenge. Hearing that hurts the guy's ego even more, and he begins shouting angrily. The MC thinks to himself that the day of the tournament is getting closer, yet their basketball team is not only lacking proper practice, but also has almost no real game experience. Normally, it would be impossible to arrange matches with outsiders without permission from the school, but if it is only a private match, then there should be no issue. For people who call themselves a basketball club, even though they are really just a hookup circle, the MC decides that they can serve as a sacrifice for the sake of the club. The MC then suddenly starts coughing because he tried to perform an evil laugh. The next day at school, we see the MC sweating nervously. His sister looks furious and asks what on earth is wrong with him. Matsuki casually tells him that if he prefers women older than him, she is always available. Another teacher comments that he has even caused trouble at other schools and remarks that he truly is something else. Finally, the homeroom teacher asks him if he has ever considered holding himself back even a little. In the end, the MC finds himself surrounded by all the women, almost as if he is standing in the middle of a trial. The MC thinks that what he just went through felt like an intense interrogation carried out by the women, and to him, it definitely feels like full-blown power harassment. He continues thinking that while he was being dragged away after school, he even brought along a cool-looking guy as backup. However, in the end, he was the only one punished, forced to sit in the Caesar position, and he bitterly thinks that favoritism should not exist. His sister then asks him if he has any idea why he was called there. The MC timidly replies that they simply had a friendly basketball match. She then demands to know the real truth. The MC admits that it was because he got angry at them, but he suddenly takes those words back and insists that it was not the reason, claiming instead that he merely fulfilled everyone's wishes. While the MC is trying to explain himself, his sister suddenly leans closer and smells him. Her expression turns serious as she says that she can smell a woman on him. The MC becomes nervous and asks if she is not being a little too perceptive. The scene then shifts as the MC explains that, according to their agreement, they ended up facing the clown and the others in a street basketball showdown. No matter how big or confident those college students were, their opponents were ultimately just a bunch of amateurs. Their opponents had the upper hand during the first period, but since then the MC and his team relied on the endurance they had been training and managed to control the game from start to finish. We see Kuki successfully score a basket, while the clowns become visibly irritated. The MC explains that everything was going smoothly up until that point, but then the clowns suddenly started tackling people and shoving them around. Mob A and his friends grew fed up with the situation and began playing rough as well. The MC continues that he personally had plenty of experience with street basketball back in middle school, so he was used to that kind of play, but the other two were not. Gradually, they began to lose their advantage. At that moment, Hayakuma-senpai appears and angrily questions what those guys think they are doing while playing against high school students. The MC explains that Hayakuma-senpai, whom he had called for help, completely lost his temper after seeing the situation. We then see the senpai slam the basketball straight into the clown's face. The senpai starts playing aggressively against the clowns and quickly takes all of them down. After the game ends, the senpai cheerfully laughs and remarks that if they call themselves a basketball circle, then they should be the ones providing proper guidance. The clown becomes frightened and quickly agrees with him. As the senpai drags the clowns away, the MC simply smiles and bids them farewell. The scene returns to the present as the teacher tells the MC that nothing has been reported about the basketball match from the other side. She adds that while she cannot say the situation was completely free of problems, they have decided to let it go for now. The MC, still sitting down, asks if that is not the issue then why he was called there in the first place. His sister simply replies with a single word, saying that it was about the mixer. Hearing that, the MC suddenly claims that his stomach feels strange and insists that it must be because of E. coli, so he should leave for the day. However, his sister immediately grabs him and tells him to wait a minute. The MC struggles like a small child and begins crying while repeatedly insisting that there is no way he will stay and that he is going home. He then looks at Kuki, who is avoiding eye contact, calls him out, and tells him that his training regimen will now be doubled. His sister suddenly asks why he would ever need to go to a mixer when she is always right there for him, saying it while acting unusually cute. This completely confuses him, and he asks if she is not behaving a little strangely, though he quickly wonders if it is simply his imagination. Matsuki then tells him that if he is that sexually frustrated, she could become his partner, and even adds that today happens to be her safe day. The MC becomes completely freaked out and starts questioning what she means, asking why she is blushing and what exactly she means by safe. Matsuki actually begins trying to explain what she meant by that word, but the MC quickly stops her and insists that he no longer needs to hear the explanation after all. Another teacher then says that since they are still students, it should be her responsibility to educate him about such matters. However, the homeroom teacher interrupts and argues that since he is her student, she should be the one to handle it. In the middle of all this chaos, Hinagi shyly blushes and asks if he would like to come to her house for the first time in a while, adding that her mother said she has been waiting for him. The MC becomes completely stunned and starts thinking that the entire situation feels like a battlefield where he might cease to exist the moment he agrees with any one of them. He hurriedly explains that he only participated in the mixer because of unavoidable circumstances and not because he personally wanted to go. His sister immediately asks which girl influenced him to do something like that and tells him to just confess everything honestly. Matsuki insists that he already has her and therefore has no reason to waste his attention on any other woman. Shiori then questions why he never called her. The MC tries to defend himself by explaining that he was simply asked to participate and that he did nothing wrong with any of them. Suddenly, he gathers some courage and begins to question himself, wondering what exactly he even did wrong. He then shouts at them, demanding to know what is wrong with him going to mixers and arguing that attending one is not a crime. All the girls immediately stare at him as if he truly had committed a serious crime. The MC becomes frightened by their reaction and quickly apologizes, admitting that he must be the one at fault. As he breaks down in tears, the scene changes to the MC sitting inside a cafe. He places his cup down and remarks that in the end the entire situation turned into a complete disaster. Mi then apologizes to him for causing so much trouble. The MC tells her not to worry about it and reassures her that she did nothing wrong. Tristy asks him whether the clowns caused him any more trouble after that incident. The MC replies with a smug smile and says that it seems Hayakuma-senpai handled them properly. As he looks at the two girls, he thinks to himself that Mio is someone he owes a great deal to, while Tristy is actually the one who caused him trouble. He can sense genuine remorse in every word Mio says. Seeing her sad expression makes him think that watching her like that is simply too painful. Mio apologizes to him once again for dragging him into such a strange situation. The MC tells her that he honestly does not mind it, and besides, if something had happened to her, he would have definitely regretted it. Mi gently places her cup down and then asks him why he suddenly decided to propose a match like that in the first place. He replies that they had already been considering arranging practice matches with other schools for some time, and he also admits that he became irritated because those clowns were talking about the two of them as if they were objects. Hearing this surprises both Mio and Tristy, and they ask if he really did it for their sake. The MC immediately responds that he only acted that way because he was angry. After hearing his answer, the two girls end up smiling and blushing. The MC then thinks to himself that he truly was just angry, and that the street basketball match helped him recover a certain emotion he had forgotten. We see a moment from the game where the clowns start playing roughly, grabbing the senpai's shirt and even hurting him. The MC notices this and becomes furious at them. He thinks that back in middle school he would not have reacted like this at all. During those days, he only used basketball for his own sake, never caring about his teammates, the result of the game, or anything else. He had neither regrets nor real interest in basketball anymore, yet he decided to start playing again because he wanted to change himself and slowly regain the things he had lost. Now things are different from those days. He realizes that he is no longer playing basketball alone as he sees his friends and teammates supporting him and cheering him on. He then tells Mio and Tristy that he acted on his own decision, so they really do not need to worry about it. Tristy suddenly grabs his hands and insists that it is impossible for her to simply ignore it, begging him to let her do something as an apology. The MC immediately gets a bad feeling and thinks that this situation might turn out badly. Just then, his phone suddenly starts ringing, and he notices that the call is coming from his sister. He becomes nervous and wonders if he is somehow being monitored, even questioning whether he still has any human rights left. While the MC is panicking over the call, the girls suggest that he should just come and have some fun with the two of them instead. The scene then shifts to the school where the senpai is saying that all he managed to do was drag everyone down and that he cannot forgive himself for it. He adds with frustration that if things continue like this, he will never be able to protect Suzuki. He also says that there is no way he could confess his feelings while he remains this weak, and above all, he wants to become stronger together with everyone else. Seeing the senpai so frustrated makes the MC think that Kuki struggled against the rough play, but still managed to handle it fairly well, whereas the hot-blooded senpai had actually become a real obstacle. The senpai then tells the MC that he truly wants to improve, and that simply playing for fun is no longer enough to satisfy him. Hearing this makes Suzuki worried. The MC suddenly stands over the senpai with an ominous presence and asks if he wants more power. The senpai immediately answers that he does, explaining that he wants the strength to unite everyone and achieve results that Suzuki can be proud of. The MC then tells him that it is great that he has decided to join the flow. The MC glances toward Kuki and remembers that the cool and handsome guy once mentioned meeting his senior from middle school. Kuki notices the MC staring at him and asks what is wrong, calling him Yukido. The MC responds with a mischievous expression. Seeing that expression makes Kuki remark that it looks like he is planning some kind of nasty scheme again. Hearing that causes the MC to pout as he complains that the accusation is rude and tells him to look at his clear and honest eyes. Kuki bluntly replies that those eyes look pitch black instead. The MC then says that maybe it would be a good idea to test that idea out and suddenly declares the words warrior training out loud. Hearing those words instantly motivates the senpai, while the rest of the group begins to feel concerned. We are shown a moment from the past where the MC is quietly looking at a pamphlet for the Fire Eye Festival, and his mother, noticing his interest, comments that it seems fun and asks if he would like to go, to which he shyly nods in agreement, a small gesture that she feels she should have treasured more at the time. On another day, his sister asks when they are planning to go and reminds their mother that the festival is about to end, adding that the MC has been looking forward to it, while he is seen silently reading a book in the background, which leaves the mother confused, and her reaction irritates the sister, who questions how she could forget something so important. The mother then checks the calendar and realizes with shock that more than a month has passed while she was busy with work, though she reassures herself upon seeing that the final day falls on a holiday, believing she can still keep her promise. But when that day arrives, heavy rain pours outside, and as both she and the MC look at it in silence, she realizes that the opportunity has slipped away just like that, and from that day onward, no matter how many times she invites him out, he never nods in agreement again. In the present, the scene shifts to the MC at a gym, where he casually explains that while mastering yoga might supposedly allow someone to breathe fire or even teleport, those are merely myths and should not be taken seriously, prompting his mother and Haimyama, both dressed in gym clothes, to respond obediently as if he were their instructor. He then explains that there is a 24-hour fitness club nearby, and since his mother now has more free time due to working from home, she decided to start attending and asked him to join her. And because he has always been prone to injuries, he ended up learning the basics of physical care and naturally took on the role of guiding them, although he did not expect to run into Haimyama there as well. As he looks at the two of them, he feels an odd sense of discomfort, thinking that he has no reason to trust his instincts, yet still wanting to leave for some reason, especially when he notices the anticipation in their eyes and internally pleads for them to stop looking at him like that, before awkwardly shifting the conversation and mentioning that his mother does a lot of desk work, which makes him worry about her stiff shoulders, and then asking Haimyama if she has any concerns. To which she replies that she struggles with poor circulation and wants to improve it. The MC then sits down in Siddhasana and instructs them to begin by sitting comfortably and focusing on their breathing, explaining that such exercises can help regulate the autonomic nervous system and potentially improve sleep. And as they follow along, he organizes their routine in his mind, deciding that his mother should focus more on her upper body, while Haimyama should work on her lower body. Before suddenly becoming more enthusiastic as he mentions the Manipura chakra and shifts into a cat-like posture, explaining that the cat pose is beneficial for relieving stiff shoulders while playfully mimicking a cat as he speaks. Seeing him act so playfully causes both of them to smile, and his mother comments that her stiff shoulders are probably due to her chest, and that she feels genuinely relieved, while Haimyama agrees and says she feels the same before deliberately shifting her chest and asking him to confirm it, which slightly irritates the mother as she questions whether that was really necessary in front of her son, though Haimyama simply laughs it off, and as the two of them begin to clash, the MC awkwardly asks them to hurry and focus. He then moves on and demonstrates the next position, explaining that it is the camel pose, which helps relieve fatigue and is effective for the abdomen and lower body. But Haimyama struggles to maintain the posture and admits that it seems difficult, prompting him to gently encourage her to take it slowly and build up step by step, after which she asks if it will help improve body shape. And he responds after a brief thought that results should be visible in a few months, and that it is also beneficial for back pain and skin health. So she should continue practicing, and she smiles while telling him to look forward to it, which confuses him as he wonders if she should not be doing this for her own sake, leaving him with a strange and slightly uneasy feeling. Trying to shift the focus, he turns to his mother and mentions that she seems to have a slight hunch in her posture, suggesting they try a pose to straighten her back. And as they follow the instructions, she leans her back against his while he places his hand to guide her, prompting her to ask if she should mirror the movement. And as she does so, he confirms she is doing it correctly and instructs her to gently twist her body in the direction of her hand, which makes her comment that it feels good. Adding that having her back pressed against his makes her feel safe and secure, and that she enjoys it, to which he responds casually, though the moment immediately sparks jealousy in Haimyama. She insists that they should try the same pose together, but he explains that it is something she can practice alone, only for her to become serious and repeat that they should do it together, confusing him further as he points out that her outfit might make direct contact awkward. Yet she stubbornly argues that she does not believe in such distinctions, and that there is nothing wrong with it since this is simply part of fitness. And seeing her determination, he gives in with a resigned remark. At that point, his mother also grows competitive and says she has not stretched enough yet, asking him to guide her again, which leaves him completely puzzled as he wonders why both of them are acting so competitive despite it already being late at night, while he himself only feels increasingly exhausted. He then explains that the next movement involves positioning back to back and leaning for forward and backward bends. But as they begin, Haimyama ends up lying against him in an unexpected way, pressing her body against his back, which makes him question if she is facing the wrong direction, especially since he can clearly feel something soft against him, adding to his growing confusion about the entire situation. She leans closer to his ear and softly whispers while teasing him about how it feels, even blowing air into his ear, which makes him momentarily lose composure as he almost responds honestly, but manages to hold himself back and insists that is not the issue at all, only for his mother to suddenly rush in and pull Haimyama away while angrily declaring that her son is being troubled. And with an intense look in her eyes, she insists that this time she will take her place, ignoring his attempts to stop her as she lies on top of him instead. The MC, caught off guard, bluntly remarks that she seems to have gone a bit heavier, which immediately shocks her. But he continues without hesitation, explaining that it is actually a good thing since being too thin is unhealthy, and that she should aim for a proper weight, though she remains in disbelief as she repeats to herself that she has gained weight, while he casually adds that it must be because she has been eating proper meals at home lately and is now healthier. Which only makes her tear up as she wonders aloud why her son seems to have suddenly entered a rebellious phase. Haimyama, unable to hold back her laughter, points out that he should not say such things to a woman even if they are true, since topics like that are considered taboo, which immediately triggers the mother as she questions whether she just heard something she cannot ignore, while the MC senses a tense and ominous atmosphere forming behind him. In the next moment, Haimyama pushes the mother aside and declares that it is her turn again, confusing the MC as he questions when such a system was even established, only for the mother to push back and insist that he belongs to her. And as the two of them begin bickering and competing, he tries to get their attention and asks if they are even listening to him at all. The scene then shifts to later, where the MC sits exhausted at a cafe with his mother, who apologizes sincerely for getting carried away earlier because she was having too much fun, and he responds by reminding her that she needs to follow the exercises properly for them to be effective, prompting her to promise that she will take it seriously next time and to ask if he will come with her again, which he agrees to. As she looks through the menu, she suggests ordering a parfait since he likes sweets, which surprises him and makes him ask how she knew. And although she initially answers confidently that she should at least know that much, her expression soon softens as she admits that it is actually all she knows about him, calling herself a bad mother, while he reassures her that he never really talked about his preferences in the first place, so she should not worry about it too much. However, she insists that this is exactly why she wants him to share more with her, explaining that she wants to hear about anything, whether it is school, his interests, or even the smallest and most trivial details, simply because she wants to understand him better, which leaves the MC lost in thought as he realizes he cannot come up with anything to say, recalling how things were different when he was younger, and he had so much he wanted to talk about. Yet now he cannot remember any of those thoughts or feelings, even though they were once just simple, trivial things. And as he reflects on this, he quietly wonders what kind of conversation he had once hoped to have with his mother. At that moment, he realizes that he cannot think of anything to say, as all he wants is to avoid making her worry about unnecessary things. And although he begins to question why she is asking all of this now, he stops himself midway and brushes it off, telling her that it is nothing and that she does not need to push herself so hard. Just then, the parfait arrives, and as he scoops up a spoonful, he thinks to himself that he cannot afford to burden his mother any further when she is already working hard, convincing himself that his current life is good enough, and that wanting anything more would only be selfish. Yet as he lifts the spoon to feed her, he notices that she looks deeply upset and heartbroken, which contrasts sharply with the bright and joyful smile she had just a short while ago, causing him to hesitate before quietly eating the parfait himself, even though he had been certain that he made the right choice, now beginning to question whether that decision was truly correct, and wondering if it is really okay for him to be here at all, as it almost feels like everything around him is nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Later, as they return home, his mother gently asks if there is anywhere he would like to go over the weekend so that they can spend time together. But he replies that she does not need to force herself and should instead take proper rest on her days off, which makes her visibly disappointed as she agrees. And as he excuses himself to take a bath and walks away, she instinctively tries to stop him, but ultimately says nothing. Alone, the MC reflects on how he has once again made his mother worry, and remembering that she has a class reunion coming up next week, he wishes for her to enjoy herself without being concerned about him, while she, on the other hand, is left feeling down, until the sister suddenly remarks that she is simply facing the consequences of her own actions. The mother looks at her and realizes that, unlike her own strained relationship, the sister has slowly been improving her bond with the MC, even managing to bridge what once felt like an unbreakable distance, and that small progress becomes a faint hope that she desperately wants to hold on to. The sister then mentions that the first-year class observation is coming up soon, and suggests that the MC might ask Satsuki to attend again, but adds that he probably has no intention of telling their mother because he does not want her to come, which makes the mother quietly acknowledge how quickly time has passed and how it is already that time of year again, recalling that despite having many opportunities since his elementary school days, she has only attended twice, making her painfully aware that time is running out, especially since once he graduates, he will likely leave the house without hesitation, as if he has always been ready to move on. Frustrated by this realization, she feels that she cannot afford to waste any more time, but the sister smirks and mocks her, suggesting that it should not matter since she seems more interested in spending time with other men, which immediately provokes a strong reaction as the mother raises her voice and firmly denies ever doing something like that. She recalls the moment when Satsuki firmly told her that she would not be allowed to participate again, and that there was no need for her to come anymore. And as that memory resurfaces, she realizes that she should have apologized much sooner, yet her fear of facing them made her keep running away. And now, as she imagines reaching out her hands toward her children, she feels that there is no way her shallow words could ever truly reach them anymore. The sister then tells her bluntly that she is putting everything on the line just to bring him back, unlike someone who acts with half-hearted resolve, and with a fierce determination in her eyes. She adds that the only thing their mother can do now is to stay out of her way, which only deepens the mother's self-loathing as she looks at her, and thinks about how this girl would not hesitate when it comes to the MC, even if it means getting her hands dirty, going against the world, or even defying reason itself. And yet, despite that, she smiles faintly and calls her both a troublesome girl and a good sister. The sister brushes it off and walks away, saying she is not sure about that, leaving the mother alone with her thoughts as she reflects on how, ever since that unimaginable day when the sister nearly caused the MC's death, she has faced her guilt head-on without running away, something no one else could truly understand. And overwhelmed by everything, the mother collapses to her knees, realizing that her resolve as a parent is now being tested. And as tears stream down her face, she cries out helplessly, questioning what she should do despite loving her son more than anything, eventually curling into herself on the floor in despair. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the MC relaxing in the bathtub, where he reflects on how everyone around him has shown him firsthand where he has gone wrong, leading him to question when it all started, and where exactly he made his mistake, as he idly holds a rubber duck and thinks that unless he understands that, he will never be able to fix anything or properly respond to the feelings directed toward him. After finishing his bath, he heads back to his room while drying himself, only to notice a pair of shorts on the floor that look like something his sister usually wears. And as he follows the trail, he finds more of her clothes scattered along the way leading into his room, which immediately puts him on edge. And upon opening the door, he spots a suspicious lump under his blanket, making him wonder if a burglar has somehow broken in. So he cautiously approaches and jokingly addresses the figure under the blanket as if it were a bandit, saying there is nothing valuable there anyway. But to his shock, his sister suddenly emerges from beneath the covers and declares that what she wants is him, startling him so badly that he screams in fear and calls out for his mother, exaggerating the situation by claiming there is a naked Zashiki Warashi in his room, while outside, his mother, still overwhelmed and crying, hears his shout and becomes confused. The next day arrives with rain pouring down as the scene shifts to a reunion party hall, where the mother is seated among a group of men, and a speaker on stage announces that, for today at least, everyone should set aside their daily lives, return to the mindset of their school days, and enjoy meaningful conversations before inviting everyone to raise their glasses in celebration of the reunion, as the crowd responds with a unified cheer. We see several men approaching the mother at the reunion, complimenting her by saying that she looks just as beautiful as she did before, and that it is surprising how nothing about her seems to have changed, though she modestly denies it while another man agrees with the praise. And as the conversation continues, her attention drifts toward others around her, noticing mothers talking about their children going through rebellious phases while the men casually drink and enjoy themselves, which makes her smile faintly until she suddenly spots someone familiar and walks over to Megumi. Sitting beside her, she asks if she is not going to drink, and Megumi replies that she does not want to make Haruhiko worry, prompting the mother to ask if her partner is that strict. But Megumi gently smiles and explains that it is not like that at all, and that she has simply chosen not to drink unless she is with him. and when asked if he is the same person from before, she confirms it with a loving expression, calling him someone truly important to her, which surprises the mother. She then recalls how Megumi had once been deeply hurt after being betrayed by her first boyfriend during college, which led her to distrust men and fall into depression, and how the one who supported her through that difficult time was her current partner, whom she is now planning to marry. Megumi goes on to say that she has decided never to make him worry about anything, no matter how small, as her way of repaying his unwavering support. And hearing this makes the mother realize that Megumi has not once been alone with any other man at the reunion, leading her to compare herself and feel a growing sense of sadness. Acting on impulse, she awkwardly asks if there is anything about Haruhiko that dissatisfies her, which catches Megumi off guard, and the mother immediately feels embarrassed for asking such a question, while Megumi calmly responds that there is no reason for that, and that such matters are something they should discuss only between themselves, adding that she does not want to say anything negative about him when he is not around, nor does she believe it is acceptable just because he cannot hear it. And she further explains that if she were to speak like that, she would not be able to face him with a genuine smile again. Hearing this, the mother realizes that Megumi shares a similar resolve with her daughter, and she begins to understand that both of them possess something she lacks, finally questioning why she is only realizing this now, as she reflects that ever since that day, she has not changed at all and continues to repeat the same mistakes, which makes it understandable why her daughter resents her, having always seen through her hesitation and lack of true resolve. When Megumi gently asks if there is someone important in her life, the mother answers that it is her children, thinking to herself that they are the one thing she cannot afford to lose, and she realizes that if she had faltered even slightly in answering that question, she might never have been able to stand back up again, after which Megumi tells her that if they are truly that important to her, then simply thinking about them is not enough. And that trust cannot be built unless it is expressed through both words and actions. Hearing those words makes the mother realize that, although she always believed her children were the most important thing in her life, her own words, attitude, and actions have only denied those feelings and ended up hurting the MC for years. And as she sits there lost in thought, other women begin talking to Megumi, praising how beautiful she has become, to which Megumi humbly replies that it is all thanks to their support from back then. While another woman mentions that she plans to invite her husband out again after a long time once she returns home, and someone else shares that she even received a message from hers despite him acting indifferent when she left, leading the group to laugh and comment on how cute that behavior is. And as their cheerful conversation continues, something suddenly clicks in the mother's mind. Without hesitation, she stands up, apologizes to everyone, and rushes toward the exit, declaring that she is going home, while Megumi watches her leave and remarks that she must be on her way to meet someone truly precious to her. The scene shifts to the mother running through the rain, thinking about how much she dislikes the rainy season because it always reminds her of painful memories from long ago. And after catching a cab and returning home, she opens the door with a desperate urgency, driven by the thought that she wants to see her son as soon as possible and somehow reclaim the years she lost as a mother who failed him. Seeing her soaked and out of breath confuses the MC, and although he begins to welcome her back, she suddenly throws herself into him and hugs him tightly, leaving him startled as he asks what happened, while she simply begs him to let her stay like that for a while. As she holds him close, she reflects on what she has done to a child who once brought her so much happiness, realizing that the moments she cherished, like when he relied on her as a baby, pale in comparison to everything she neglected afterward, as she convinced herself that he no longer needed her and instead gave all her attention to his sister, when in reality that was never the case. In her mind, she imagines him looking at her with hatred and telling her that he does not need a mother and that he despises her, and she understands that she has always been afraid of him, too afraid to hear those words spoken out loud, still haunted by nightmares of the day she made the wrong decision, when Satsuki took the young MC away while warning that staying with their mother would only harm him, and although she desperately tried to stop it, her voice would not come out. And in that moment, The mother realized that those eyes were filled with genuine hatred toward her, making her regret that she did not fight harder back then to prove that she needed her son and to hold on to him no matter what. As she watches the MC being taken away in that memory, she realizes that while she believed she had been the one abandoned, he must have felt the exact opposite, thinking that she had given up on him when she failed to stop him from leaving. And that painful realization carries into the present as she tightly holds him and apologizes, admitting that she never became a good mother to him, insisting that he does not need to worry about her because she has been managing on her own. Yet pleading for just one more chance, confessing that she was immature and unable to grow into the role she should have fulfilled, acknowledging that this is what it means to be a toxic parent. Hearing all of this only confuses the MC, who quietly questions in what way she is referring to. And as she continues holding on to him, he tries to redirect the situation by telling her that she should take a bath and change quickly, or she will catch a cold. But she ignores his concern and insists that she wants to start over properly as his mother, which only deepens his confusion. With a soft smile, she begins to say that from now on they should spend more time together, emphasizing how much she cares about him above everything else. And as she leans closer, her words trailing into an emotional confession, he becomes increasingly uneasy and asks what is wrong as her face keeps getting closer, unable to understand her sudden behavior. In that tense moment, she crosses a boundary by kissing him, leaving him completely stunned. And just then, his sister bursts into the room and angrily demands to know what she thinks she is doing by acting ahead of her. While the MC, still shaken from what just happened, can only think in disbelief that despite everything, his sister and mother truly are alike in the most overwhelming ways.